that, right? If it's in the 70s, then maybe you can catch it like at like 50 something or 60 something, right? Like you can set the GUI maybe like 20% lower, maybe even 50% lower if you really dare to, and hope that you catch like a really cheap end stake. Because at some point in the middle of the night, it's going to get really quiet, right? And it might actually hit, but it's all relative to what's going on, right? Obviously, if someone's going to try to like start minting an NFT project, then yeah, it's game over. But things have been relatively quiet lately, and I think you could probably settle your stakes for probably about 20 GUI at some point, maybe Sunday night. And then you have 2 weeks to end it too, right? So it depends on what you're going to do with it, right? If you're not going to stake it again right away, then you still have that 2 week period. If you're going to stake it again, then maybe you do want to get it just settled so you can get the next stake in there and get those extra days in right away.
If you have more thoughts on that and want to express yourself some more, I'm all ears.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much it. Is typically now I try to end my stakes on the weekend, usually like a Saturday. That way it gives you like 2 good days to try to end it, or at least you get 1 good day to try to end it, where you can go for really low gas, and then if it doesn't hit on Saturday night, then you can raise the gas price for Sunday night if you don't think it's going to hit Sunday night either, or or Monday morning, I guess, depending on where you are.
Perfect. I kind of heard you saying before, or someone was asking about those smaller stakes they wanted to get to his family and whatnot. But are you still interested in staking on the Ethereum side? Both, like I know maybe you're not staking.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't like small stakes, right? Because they're just inefficient. It takes a certain amount of ETH to end the stake, right? And if you don't have a large enough stake, then you may actually end up paying more to end the stake to get your HEX back than you gain in interest, right? Sometimes, in really bad cases, it'll actually cost you more than what you actually get out, period. So it's not even worth it to end the stake in some cases, right? Like
the term is yield, not interest.
Sorry, I don't know why I used that silly word. Yeah, so sometimes the principal plus the yield is actually less than the actual cost of end staking, right? And a lot of people who did the staking ladders early and started getting paid like twice a week, I think found that once the gas prices went up, that it just didn't make sense to do an end stake at all. And they just let it burn out, and it's forever kind of eating away at the system because of it. So hopefully there's not too many of them, because I don't think there are, right? Because if they were enough economic mass, then it'd be worth end staking them. So, but yeah, I try, kind of a general rule of thumb that I have is I try not to stake less than 1 T share for a short amount of time, like a month, let's say, because it's basically going to, and it changes depending on the numbers, right? But basically, if you do about 1 T share, it'll cost you the yield that you get on that stake is basically what you're going to pay in gas, right? And so then it's a question of, well, if the price goes down, then everything's worth less, and now you're paying just to get this, these tokens back that are worth less than what you put in. It's not really worth. It wasn't worth it overall, right? You're going to be net negative. So I like to be, a lot higher than 1, right? 1 is kind of the minimum bar. I would say, I don't know. It's hard to say, but like if you're going to do short stakes specifically because you don't know, you're not expecting that much of a yield, right? for short stakes, I would do more like at least 10 T shares or something like that. But
Yeah.
or
So yeah, I've kind of unfortunately I'm one of those like visual gotta get my hands in the sand to even when my friends were like, hey man, wow, you had a great year, cool. Well, I was here in 2017 and I know what you're feeling right now. You should probably, try to survive and preserve. And it's been interesting, like actually digesting a lot of the information out there from people that have existed prior. But even I said that to say like this stake that's ending now, right? Like it was a large stake, but like I staked it in November, and I was like, all right, well, we're probably gonna trend down, but I think at the beginning I kind of got confused with the 30% APY, and I was like, oh, like I'll get a 30% APY, but didn't really have obviously in your spreadsheets or anything like that. So I ended up losing pretty heavily on the trade. And I'll just end up rolling that back over. But unfortunately, I've had to kind of learn the hard way of the bigger, the longer the T shares. And now I'm pretty dialed and feel good about my position and my stakes. But I have some I had kind of was nervous, not nervous, but I set out like, a couple 1 year stakes that are all going to kind of ladder the beginning of this year. And those are all just down versus having potentially held liquid or USD or anything like that. So, and then I had things kind of laddered out, but I guess it really depends on the year and, sort of the market. And if you're, end staking in the beginning of a bear versus at the peak of the top, it's kind of night and day. But I guess you don't really know those points in time unless maybe you're staking here, and looking out at projections on certain patterns that have existed prior in these 2-3 year sort of cycles. I don't know.
yeah. So my strategy is evolving over time, as well. But basically just looking back at the last year that we had, obviously it went up, really high, at one point. And then it kind of settled down. There's a few spots where, you were probably okay at getting out depending on when you got in. If you got in at the top, then obviously none of it was a good time to get out. But, so you just want to be DCing your way, back to a lower price. But just looking at the last year that we had, it kind of makes sense to me that when you're doing these stakes, like again, I really don't think the staking ladders. I really don't like short staking ladders, right? Or too many, rungs on the ladder, basically, right? I think, you might even be able to get away with like every 2 years type of staking ladder, maybe even every 3 years, depending on how well you can manage your finances. But I think I'm going to start planning on doing my ladders where I'm going to stake it for, let's say, so many years, and then I'm going to have at least like a year in between, which is I already have that anyways. But like I'm going to expect to hold on to that stake that ends for at least 6 months, maybe a year, right? If I'm going to try to optimize the stake, right? There's one thing about getting the yield on the stake, right, and getting that 38% interest, for a 10-year stake or 15-year stake for every year. It's another thing, selling when everyone else is selling, right, at the bottom of the market. So if your stake ends, and you got a lot of, people that also ended their stakes, right? Like, there's a few spots in time where either due to a big payday or to third-party protocols, a lot of stakes were made, for 15 years or 10 years, from like a specific week, basically, in time. And so, yeah, it's going to be, even if you have one of those, if you go to and stake it with everyone else, and then try if you're trying to sell any of it off, to try to pay for something in real life, or whatever it is, whether house or starting a business, or some other expense that you feel justified spending it on. You're probably not going to want to sell at that point. So you're probably going to want to hold on to it for 6-8 months, maybe. Find a relative top. Doesn't have to be the top, but something that you feel comfortable with. And then basically cash out the amount that you wanted to cash out. Now, obviously, if you wanted to just do another 15-year stake, like some people do with their ladders, right? They have a yearly ladder, and then at the end of that year, they're going to take out the interest and push the principal for another 15 years. Then, by all means, stake it right away. But that yield that you get out of it, you don't necessarily need to cash out right then, right? You can hopefully wait. So I would plan on holding on to these funds for at least 6 months, up to a year, and just realize that that's probably a good idea if you're trying to maximize your profits.
Is tax implications in that equation as well? Will you incur the capital gains tax, but if you don't sell within that first year, is it less?
I mean, depends how you do the taxes. It shouldn't really affect it too much, though. You're not even when you're staking, you're not changing the asset from one asset class to another, or one asset to another. So it would be an unrealized capital gains, right? You don't need to, you don't need to really take that into account until you give up that asset, right? By exchanging it for another one. So, I mean, there's more detail to it, but for the most part, yeah. If you basically if you reinvest the principal and then try to take the yield as a profit, but you wait 6 months on it, that's not really going to have any real change in the way you're going to do your taxes, right? The only change, hopefully, will be that you'll pay more taxes because it went up in price, and you're going to have more value there.
Hey, Captain Mango, if you've got to ask that question, then you are in need of a CPA.
Yeah. I would suggest everybody, who's in the system now, who's done a stake, probably needs to go find a qualified CPA that they trust. Also go into the crypto gov group, and they have some good resources there that you can read up on, and then you can bring those resources to your CPA and discuss it with them.
And then talk about trusts with your CPA. And then get a trust attorney involved. And then find out how you too can pay minimum taxes over the course of your life.
Yes, I love when Papa mentions that.
Yeah, now is probably a good time to circle around and go talk to the CPA. They're probably finishing up, or more or less done with all the late tax people, and they probably have a little bit more free time to sit down and talk to you about it.
Hey, for everybody listening right now, I won't mention who, but I just went on your profile and I can see your phone number. So I really suggest that everyone takes care of that like ASAP.
It's not me, right?
I just think everybody needs to go do that right now.
Should we talk about how to do that?
Yeah, there's a combat message in chat that goes every probably 15, 20 minutes. I don't know. That has kind of the way to do it, right? But if you hit the little hamburger in the top left-hand corner for the settings, or to get to the thing, to the settings, then you click on settings, and then privacy and security, and then you see a bunch of privacy settings. The second one on there should be block or phone number, and it should say nobody next to it, most likely. Right? Most of those settings should be either nobody or my contacts. I have the phone number set to nobody. I have everything else set to my contacts, and I have my profile photos and videos set to everybody.
One thing I realized, I noticed this a few weeks ago. Um, I built relationships with a few people here, so I actually added them as a friend to the Telegram. So when you do that, even though that I put nobody, when you do that, it allows that friend to see the phone number. So I had to go back into the settings and find that and change that. So I think people need to really dig into that because I could still see that phone number right now.
Yeah. So if you don't have the phone number set to nobody, if it's set to my contacts, then obviously all your contacts will be able to see your phone number. But in addition to that, like you're saying, when you add someone as a contact, there's a checkbox there, and I think it's defaultly on, which is why it happens. And the checkbox is basically say, hey, make an exception to allow them to see your phone number, even if you have it set to nobody. So the first few times you do that, you're going to start building up this exception list. And so at the bottom of that privacy screen, there's an exception for the phone numbers, and you can boot off all those people to clear them out, so that nobody can see your phone number.
Hey, Papa Boner, I have a question. I have all my seed phrases backed up, but in the event that MetaMask does an airdrop, do you think that they would, in what instance do you think they would use like seed phrases of a migrated wallet?
Can you restate that question again? I was a little bit confused. If MetaMask decides to do an airdrop, then what?
Yeah. Well, a couple months ago, people were like, "Oh, I had done some swaps on my hot wallet about a year ago, and
Yeah.
I'm just and I have those seeds still. So, but also I'm just wondering, like, if they were to do an airdrop, I know you always are a proponent of keeping all of your seeds for
Yep.
a situation like this. Just kind of
I would
curious.
you introduce those into a hardware wallet and then connect those up with a brand new instance of MetaMask to get the airdrop if there is one. So because you kept the seeds, that's great. you want to be able to introduce those into something so you can grab an airdrop that happens to that wallet. So you would put those seeds into a hardware wallet and connect them up with a brand new instance of MetaMask, which would have a unique and brand new 12-word seed phrase. That would be the best way to do it.
All right. Yeah. So I already migrated them with those seeds. So then the airdrop would just go to that hardware.
Yes, that's correct. You're in good shape, or in the best shape you can, but you shouldn't use that hardware. The migratory hardware wallet should never be added on to. You only collect from it and pass it on to your vault wallet. Don't go putting new, fresh cheddar onto the migratory wallet. If you get an airdrop, great, move it off as quickly as possible.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'd like to address one gentleman in the chat. He goes by Leon, and then there's two words together that I'd like not to see in his name. I'd like to give him a chance to explain himself before I pass judgment on this and whether or not this gentleman is what he says he is. Profex, can you do me a favor and unmute this gentleman, and then I have him in my sights so we can clear him or not, because that name just cannot stand in this chat.
All right, Leon.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, Leon, before we begin, you know, that final word in your name is kind of not going to fly in this chat. You want to explain yourself, or whether or not you intend to change that? Because if you don't, then I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Yeah, it's just like my nickname. I
Yeah,
can
but
change
it's
it
not
to
going to fly.
PH if.
You can do that. And if you could do that, then we could allow you to chat freely, if you don't mind.
Okay, I'll do it. 1 second.
I'm not sure if pH fixes the problem, to be honest with you.
How about this?
I didn't see it change on my end. Profex, did you?
Yeah, it changed.
But the actual at is still the same.
Oh, okay. Let me change that. How about now?
Cannot see it. Profex, you?
Yeah, he changed it. Still not great.
I don't
What
want
did
to
it
take
change
up too
to?
much of you guys' time. I was just wondering if there's any logical explanation for the hex price.
More sellers than buyers.
Is there anyone specific?
Nope. You can do the on-chain analysis if you like, and then you got to find out which accounts go to which people. Some of them are doxed through on-chain analysis from people like Gunter, the accountant, or Silver, the antidote. But you got to do serious due diligence on figuring that out. And when you do find out, maybe that name won't matter that much to you because that person is, depending on how much they have and when they timed what they did and why they did it, you'll be scratching your head for a while. So you can, get your crazy things on your wall, post them up, get all those red twine connectors, and figure out what goes to where. But the truth of the matter is that there's more sellers than buyers, and it could be strategic so that bigger holders want to get bigger masses of cheaper hex, and they're trying to intentionally spook smaller players out of their bags, which is a tried and true method of doing so. The difference in hex is that we have stakers as well, and those people are committed, so that props things up a little bit and changes the dynamic. So yeah, that's my conclusion. Profex, do you want to add anything else?
Yeah, I mean, so I think the reason for the quick-ish drops were, certain stakes that came, due basically like 800 days plus stakes. So the people who've been in the system for basically since the beginning, and they're still probably up at least 100x. So this is still a good price for them. Beyond that, it looks like the global economy is, obviously in a downturn into a bear market. And you couple that with the fact that we didn't get the launch of Pulsechain in this month, right, in May, right? People are realizing it's going to be a little bit longer, right? I'm sure they were willing to hold on while the launch was going to be in May, especially mid-May. But if that's not going to be a reality, then they have to look at the larger market and realize, hey, do I want to be holding this volatile asset, or do I want to be putting it into something more stable? When everything else is kind of just going down, 20-30% or more. I mean, most coins are down 80%, 90%. So
yeah. Hold on a second. Leon, I just saw your profile name. No, the PH does not cut it, dude. That's not what I agreed to. I thought you were going to put BF, not change the phonetic spelling of a derogatory word.
Oh, that's my bad. I misunderstood.
Yeah, I'll allow Leon BF, but you cannot sound out a derogatory word, even if you are a proud gay man. The use of that word is not going to fly in this chat.
Okay, I can get rid of the fag, but black is my last name.
That's fine. That is not a derogatory word.
Roughly handled.
Just real quick to chime in, is there any truth? I saw a post that 3.2 billion is getting unstaked tomorrow. Anybody know anything about that one?
Meh.
That seems like a light day. Profex, what do you think?
I don't really follow it, to be honest. I don't know how much gets unstaked every day. It doesn't really affect me, because my stake is staked for some period of time. So
there's 175 million that's been rotating every 8 days. There's another like 100 million that's on a 30-day rotation. And if you're showing 2.3 billion,
how are you feeling, darling?
Then you need
better. Do you want some medicine?
Hey, Papa, hot mic.
Sorry. Oh yeah, sorry guys.
You need to go, if you're looking at hex.vision, make sure that the dates that you're setting it to are spread out a little bit more, and are on absolute, so you can see the exact end stakes, because you might have a longer time horizon and it's just compiling.
Yeah, I was just looking at a post. I'm driving actually right now, but I just thought that was, I didn't know if that was true or not. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, there's a good amount of volume, but You should be all right.
Thank you for the earlier answers. What do you guys think about the conspiracy of Pulsechain launching June 3rd because of the 6.3 pp size?
Let me
Yeah.
check with the Illuminati. Okay. Would you say George Bush? It's on? Yeah, 6-3 is a go.
Sounds like we got another hot mic. Yeah, the 6.3 is more of just a joke. I think, yeah, maybe I even started it. Maybe some, other people made the connection too. Who knows? But it's more or less just a joke.
It's a good one though.
I had a question about Wales only. Seems like he's a revered analysis OG, but I was listening to one of his streams today, and he said that he hadn't found Hex until October 2021. So I was just kind of curious from people that have been in the community for longer, what's up with Wales only?
What do you mean? What's up with Wales only?
I don't know. Like I was maybe it was just my perception, but I watched like 2 of his longer streams today, or tried to get through 2 of them, and I was just kind of curious from like I'm trying to pay more attention to individuals.
Yeah, I
Whether
stream with him 3 times a week. What do you want to know about him?
Wales only is super smart. Very intelligent, very experienced.
He would have been in it since maybe November 2020, not 2021.
All right, that makes more sense. I was trying to find the stream. Someone came in here yesterday and said that there was a stream where he was talking about $55 hacks. So I was trying to locate one of his earlier streams that had that in it, but I couldn't find it.
Yeah, check out his videos. His channel is Wales Only 1. He does. He's got a paid group now to do more of his analysis, because all that alpha, as he says, is was given away for free in his previous videos. You got to sift through them. He did lots and lots of graphic work, which kind of ratcheted up about 3 months ago. So anything prior to 3 months, you'll be able to see where his predictions are. Also, you can check out HEXasians about 2 months ago. HEXasians show on Discourse Syndicate Network. We kept trying to squeeze out, little peeks at those charts and how they were progressing, even after he'd moved it to his paid. So you can watch the HEXasians. It's a weekly show, and about 2 months ago, we were still getting his chart work. Hey, PulseX, check your DM, please.
It's quite interesting, like looking around crypto Twitter and NFT Twitter, and realizing how small of a community and industry that really is, and how many intelligent people that have been here since the beginning. Either they're actually able to like protect their bag and survive. Um, there's a really cool podcast I saw today with Kobe and this guy Chris B from Ark Investment. They're on Unchained. It was like a long 2-hour podcast about the bear market, but also like I've been trying to absorb as much information from OGs as possible, just to kind of understand the bear market and sort of best sort of practices. And it's pretty interesting to listen to them talk. I love listening to those long podcasts and then hear the things that they're bullish on, and then have them like describe all Richard Hart projects. Where I'm like, oh my god! But I can only imagine what it was like for Richard, having been in this, it's not small industry, but industry where you kind of know a lot of the players or the maxis, and to have the balls to like design your own product and like kind of steer or know where the market's going to go and design something to meet it there, like it's pretty remarkable. And I feel very fortunate, no matter how long this launch takes, to like be in this position. But I definitely see it as like, these cloud services, whether it's Microsoft or Amazon, it's like there's only so many of them. And I think we'll continue to see, products in competition that fill out those um, you know, competitors. But I think after a while, like if you have something that works, how are you just going to port that and do it again, put a new brand on it? Like I don't think that survives. So really interested to see what this product market fit is like and the problems that it solves. Something they're talking about that podcast is just sort of these cycles, and how the amount of X's that in pre-market that Bitcoin had in 2017 versus the maybe 23x that it did this year. These cycles for these products, Bitcoin and ETH, they're getting shorter, so it's a little bit more difficult to find those 1,000x's. But um, obviously, some of these other products were able to do it during this last cycle, where they kind of peeled off and did their own products. Interesting to see. Interested to see like what Hex can continue to do, especially as a new holder, but even more interested to see what Pulsechain can do because it's a clean slate from zero. I don't know how many more times we'll get to see certain things like this, but happy to try to catch this one. What's up there, Harvey Point? Happy Friday. You there?
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm just busy. I'm reformatting 2 laptops right now. I'm putting together a silencer.
Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, I take you as a military man. You ended it with a silencer. So, are you talking about a gun silencer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, silence is golden.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, I got some bullshit issue. I got a Realtek set of speakers and a $2,200 Asus ZenBook that's not working, and the laptop's only 6 months old, so I'm using Bluetooth because I can't get the internal speakers to fire up for shit. It's okay. As soon as I get this can together, I can hook it up and take pot shots at the skunk across the yard.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer in the Second Amendment. I need to get my license because my father's a Marine, and there are handguns that will get left. But
There's so much knee-jerk bullshit going on every time there's a mass shooting, and then the whole story fell apart in the past 48 hours. There wasn't any cops there at that school in Texas. No one engaged the shooter, and basically the Texas Rangers had to come out at 2 press conferences in the past 24 hours and say the initial report was all bullshit. So at least the truth got out.
yeah, I saw some of that. It's unfortunate because that retort hold both
I worked
ways.
on and I'm sure there's probably other people in this forum that worked on it too. I worked on something called Twist 2, theater-wide internal security service for the DoD and the State Department and a couple of other governmental organizations and agencies when I was in Afghanistan and Iraq. And part of my first 2 years was physical security, setting up ECPs, which are entry control points, basically a fancy name for the main gates on the bases. And you get to know what you're doing after a while. The bottom line is, if you want to secure facilities against shit like what happened in Texas, you have to have physical security that knows what it's doing 24/7. Even if something doesn't happen 1,000 days, on the 1,001st day, something will happen. So that's the lesson I learned over there after getting hit by 2 IEDs and numerous rocket attacks. They could ban every future sale of guns and ammunition in this country tomorrow, and there's enough in the black market already manufactured and in circulation to keep the black market going for 100 years.
That makes sense. Yeah, like I said, my father's a Marine, so I grew up around assault rifles, and there were guns in the house, and there was a huge level of, one, respect, and two, understanding how to maintain them and take care of them. And then I've always just been in the camp of, you know, uh, having that option if necessary.
Yeah, it's always better to need something and have it than to not have it and need it. So that's, basically where we're at in this world. I mean, you can hope for bright, shiny utopia, but that it's not going to materialize. And the bottom line is, well, we lose 55, 60,000 people in drunk driving accidents every year, and their deaths are no less violent than gunfire deaths, and no one's banning cars.
I stayed away from the headlines, and we don't have to talk too much about it here, but the things that for someone that stays away from the headlines, when I do see them coming through, like, one, I felt really bad for the families that wanted to go in there and do something, right? So I put myself in their position where if those were my kids and if I was a concealed carrier, felt like I could go, police was trained, even if the government had an AR-15, and maybe you could talk to this more than I could, but even if those were your kids and all you had was handgun, but you still understood how to use it properly, I mean, would you still engage?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I saw the evidence that the cops withheld the families and actually tried arresting a few of them who wanted to run in there and grab their own kids. I mean, goddamn well, it's Texas. Some of those parents were packing, and when you're sitting in a hallway with 19 cops for an hour listening to gunfire, and that people are getting killed, and you decide to do nothing, those people are going to be excoriated when the state police report comes out in Texas, and they're all done. No better than the Parkland shooting a few years back, where the cops stood outside because he was too chicken shit to go inside and engage the shooter. So that's the MO for every police department in the United States. When there's an active shooter, you do not wait for tactical teams to show up. You go in and you immediately engage with the resources you have.
Topic is in a and
Hey, I don't know necessarily who was talking. Somebody said something about Texas, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, what's the
Discussing
question?
are they?
Maybe they had mentioned a state or something. Sorry.
The only thing crypto related I saw that caught my eye tonight is Michael Saylor was on Fox in the 8 o'clock hour for a couple minutes, and the basic firmaments of crypto as the alternative to a shrinking governmental and private industry banking system are firm, and everyone's taking their hits, BTC and Ethereum, and those are the two top dogs out there right now. Everything else in the crypto space is working off the trickle down effect from those two currencies. And bottom line is they're still standing, although beaten, they're not broken.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, so like my question is, someone I've been paying attention, but this is kind of the first full year where I've had like sizable skin in the game. And the hodl has been preached pretty hard, but I think I'm still learning like, okay, well, what's the best sort of portfolio allocation? And not getting too hung up on some of the other narratives or inciting incidents, though I'm pretty much just in the Richard Hart ecosystem. Hopefully, we don't see too big of a downturn, but I'm just super bullish on the products and that they're here potentially.
Yeah, I think most people have confidence in the status of Pulsechain right now, and if a bunch of flyweights want to bail, that's on them. I mean, you go back to the genesis of this project and all the way back to HEX, even before Pulsechain and PulseX, and it's always been about the long term. I mean, people weren't pissing blood when Bitcoin shit its pants up and down the charts for the first 5 years. So why cry now? It's just sit back and coast. Make sure that the underlying technology and utility of the projects you're involved with or you're invested in are solid, and the fundamentals will always bear out the value of anything. If you're fundamentally sound and you provide something that no one else is providing, and there's a use for it and a genuine desire for public adoption, you're always going to do well in the long run.
You're 100% right. To me, I feel that, and the small-minded individuals that are innocent out there aren't thinking about long term.
America's got to get over this fast food mentality as it pertains to every other thing in life. You can't expect instant gratification, and that was one of the core tenets that Richard has constantly pounded and pounded. And if you're expecting instant gratification, go find a fucking hooker or get a Big Mac, because you're not going to get it out of crypto if you're playing smart.
Do you think the the VCs will see the fundamentals in what Richards is doing, or want to back something like that is more VC backed?
Well, only time will tell with something like that. I mean, I've just been observing the market. You know, crypto's in its infancy compared to legacy finance, and there's so many things out there, and you got to look at who the survivors are after the market tanked and what their investors and what their corporate leadership or our internal development teams are doing now in light of that spike downwards. And no one's jumping out of the windows, even at Coinbase. And Armstrong himself took a fucking beat down from 12 billion to 2 billion in less than a week. So you just have to be patient. And if you were amongst the people that went in on the Pulsechain Sacrifice last July, and you're still here now, and you have every faith and confidence that the project is going to be to the standard that Richard Hart wants it to be at, and he's not going to launch something that's flawed, then you should have no problem waiting a couple more weeks, even if it's that long, or a couple more months. What's the big deal? You're in, you secured it, and I feel sorry for the people with ample knowledge to sacrifice last summer when things were offered at a beautiful, beautiful rate. When you're talking 10,000 to 1 on a buy-in for something, you'd be a goddamn fool not to at least put some of your risk capital into it. And the people that didn't, who had prior knowledge, were stupid. The people that came in later not knowing about the Pulsechain product and wants to buy in when the thing launches, God bless them. I predict they'll have a small window, whether it's days or weeks or months, to get in and still realize substantial gains, because that's the nature of any new technology that has a realistic chance of succeeding.
Yeah, I'm not in the legacy finance world or in the software development world, but they interest me, and I do appreciate that similar language has been discussed here, and Richard chooses to use similar language so that it is easy for them to see the product and do an analysis that will hopefully fit within their business models and their packaging for their clients.
One of my pre-qualifiers for looking into a project, whether it's from an entrepreneur, a designer, someone who's developed a new product, is what do they possess in the way of raw intelligence? When I say raw intelligence, I'm not talking about how many sheepskins they got from this school or that school. You can go to any college in the world and get an education, but you are born with the amount of intelligence you are going to have. How you choose to use it and manifest it in your life is up to you. And he's one of those people. He's like a Bill Gates and numerous other people that have succeeded both in and out of the tech and finance worlds that never saw graduation day at any college. And that impresses me, because that type of intelligence can succeed in a solitary setting without other people, the attaboys, the pats on the back, and they're going to keep driving forward. I mean, just look at the hours that Richard's put in the past 3 years, the amount of streaming time he's done. He's committed to what he's doing, and he's not someone that shies away from a fight. And he's managed to singularly tone down a lot of the vitriol that used to be there, and he breaks it down in a very, very understandable level in plain language as to what he's about, what his products are about, and it leaves no doubt in the mind of even the newest of the newbie out there. And I only got into crypto a year ago, but I did my own research on him. I did my own research on the product, and I'm satisfied. Ups and downs are the built-in part of the crypto market, no matter what angle you have on the market. But finding someone with a rare, unique vision like his, few and far between.
I agree more. Yeah, I was lucky enough this time last year, I was in the beginning stages of the NFT world, and I saw what it was going to become, and I kind of recognized just the opportunity to make multiples, where I kind of missed those multiples in Hex, but I was learning about them kind of lockstep. And I was running a clubhouse room, and there was this individual there that we would be up all night in an audible chat like this, and we would talk about NFTs all day, and then when we exhausted that, we would sit there and talk about Hex and spend hours and hours. And finally, it just got me in, and got me into the community, and started listening to Richard and to everything. And I can read through bullshit pretty well. And I had also been just like looking for solutions to the problem, because this time last year too, like gas fees were through the roof, and Polygon was coming out, and so I was tracking with Polygon, kind of got like, okay move on that, but I was waiting for Polygon to kind of step up and for NFTs to kind of move over there, but it just never really happened, and they still have their own scaling issues. So I'm happy to be back in this. I never really thought that would, yeah, I guess I kind of did.
I think what holds back a lot of people also is there's public perception of what crypto is, and then there's also a void that's left by the unconventional nature of the personalities that are in crypto, that are leading and designing these products. And unless you're involved in the very finite media coverage of crypto as it is, you generally don't hear about it unless it's some doom and gloom prediction on the 6 o'clock news. And one of the problems with, I think, a lot of the other crypto projects is you can't really attach a marquee face to their, their blockchain or their product that they're doing, whatever it is on the blockchain. And with Richard, he's made every effort to get out there, to the point where, he's basically adopted the shallowness of Instagram and all that bling bullshit. And, he's just proving his point by doing that shit, because it not only reveals the vanity of that culture, it also shows the insincerity of the people that follow it. So I doubt that 99% of the Hexicans and the people that are into Pulse who are serious about it could care less what Richard buys and has. He's a self-made man. He's entitled to whatever he has. He made it. He bought it. He enjoys it in the fashion that he does. But do they consider it central to the success of the products he's developing? No. It's fun. It breaks the monotony during waiting times like this for Pulse to launch, to see some of his hijinks on the internet. And I find it amusing sometimes. And I really can't say anything bad about it. And it probably breaks the monotony for him too. The guy is a workaholic. You can see it in his face. You can see it in his eyes. And you can deduce that from the depth of his conversations that he's had. And I'm not about patronizing or kissing anyone's ass, but I'm going to give someone credit when credit is due. If someone's done something bad, I'll say it's bad. If someone's done something good, I'm going to say it's good. And he really is, from what I've seen just in the year and a half I've been involved with crypto, he really is a standout. And I have every confidence in him. I could be wrong. I could be the maniac shithead a year from now, but until he's proven that, I'm not going to say otherwise. And all I've seen out of him has been good. I did get to meet him very briefly at the London meetup before Christmas last year, and he was very polite and very courteous to everyone there that I saw him interacting with. And he spoke to someone that I brought over to London with me, and they had no knowledge of crypto, and they left there very impressed. It's a good dude.
Yeah, he's got a big heart, you can tell. And the cringe stuff, I I've always understood, and when he said, "Hey, I'm doing this for these reasons," like I understand that. And um, I like to kind of pull back and see who all these like players are, and I've been more interested in the personalities that have been here through a lot of these cycles. And sure, you have your maxis and BTC and ETH, and people are protected with their bags. I get it. But it's also interesting to kind of like I have his notifications on Twitter, and I kind of watch him go through comments and who he's talking to and who he's cordial with and who kind of knows him, and you know, um, the cringe stuff, the cars, like that shit works. Like people were retweeting it and being like, "Look at this guy," and it gets out there into the algorithm that much more, whether you like it or not. Um, you know, and he's able to go to bat and back himself up. So
It's like in the world of entertainment, it's been so often said there is no such thing as bad publicity, no matter how outrageously good or outrageously bad something is, as long as it gets copied in the media, it's good.
even in the neighborhood of like YouTube and stuff, right? Like you look at some of the YouTube stars, they're all doing these crazy thumbnails and giving away $1 million and burying themselves alive. And you have Jake Paul, fighting this person, Logan Paul fighting, the Mayweather and stuff. It's like it's all smoke and mirrors. Like you got to kind of get out there and get those attentions. And if you're going for now the TikTok generation or lower kind of disposable income, then that's kind of how you at least get the attention of the algorithm, which is kind of toxic, but also it works. And like he said, the day that it stops working, he'll do something else, but it's working.
Yeah. If you look at the metrics on all the people who have quote unquote made it on YouTube, the ones that are up there, they eventually received backing from teams of either investors or corporate backers who pretty much control what their pages or what their YouTube streams are about. And there's a lot of hard work, but when you really break down the metrics of people on YouTube and using YouTube as a vehicle for enrichment, there is such a small fragment of the YouTube space. I mean, it's just, there's not that many of them.
Hey,
Hey,
Captain
Mr.
Mango.
Quick side note. We got one person in the chat with their hand up. I don't know if y'all see that, but I see Mikey with his hand up. Somebody earlier, way earlier, Mr. Said person 88888 was talking about a turnkey, and I need to pick his brain on that. But you also stated, and I need to understand your terminology when you say marquee face. I believe you said, I could be wrong, but something like that. Can you elaborate on that, please?
You
Miss
addressing? Should I be a little more direct on who you're addressing and like what your question is?
I'm addressing Mr. Harvey, and he mentioned like 2 to 5 minutes ago terminology he used, and I need to understand what he meant by it because I don't understand the terminology that he used, and it was quote unquote marquee face, and I want to understand what he meant by that. I'm not trying to deter from the subject.
You talking about people on YouTube or people in the crypto space?
I have no idea, buddy. You said marquee face, and I'm intrigued what you meant by that.
Give us some context, man. Like, what was he talking about?
No, he was giving us the outline on the banking system and what he sees in the future and stuff, and he elaborated and he used the phrase "marquee face," and it was I can't really repeat what he said because he's very brilliant, and I picked up on that, and I just sorry if I can't really reiterate what he said and stuff.
Well, if even if I was speaking about both spaces, YouTube and the crypto space, and or finance, legacy, and tech finance, you have X amount of marquee players in all of those spaces, and they're the ones that get all the attention all the time. And so basically, you got a whole world of confounded people looking at this few dozen, maybe even a few hundred in each space, thinking, I can do that, I can do that. But when you break down the metrics of how they got there, it's some of them maybe 1/1000th of 1% got there by sheer shit luck. Someone like PewDiePie on YouTube. The guy is a court jester, a clown, but he had a core audience eventually, and he had X amount of viewers. But the people that are running, more technically intuitive forums, whether it's in the firearm space, the automobile space with car reviews, these people are putting serious man hours with serious teams of people behind them to get to that level. And the same metric applies to finance and crypto. You look at someone like Richard, like I said prior, and yeah, he's a one-man leviathan intellectually to come up with all this stuff, and he's a genius in conversation. But he is such a rare quantity in this world. Usually these days you have people who are operating in that marquee level. They got public, image people behind them. They have teams of people. Richard's one of the few people in this space, even in the maximalist space, that can get up there and hold his own 24/7. He's not telling you to call his secretary. He's telling you, tell it to me right now here while we're on.
That's why I like him. That's why
If
I
I
like
could
him.
just interject for a second, Crypto, I think your problem lies. A marquee is an old-fashioned term, comparatively speaking. Like in a movie theater, when you put the stars' names up on the sign outside, that would be a marquee. It's when he's talking about a marquee player, he just means a headliner.
Quick, Amy, before you Harvey, thank you so much for saying that, because it's really hard to notice what you just noticed, and it's also hard for individuals like me who's looking for the diamond in the rough. And everything that you just said right there gave me so much validation. I'm gonna sign off. It's my birthday this weekend, but that right there was like such a birthday present, because I'm in these chats constantly, and I'm looking for certain levels of validation in my conviction, and that right there probably was the most validation that I've gotten in the last months. So thank you.
Hey, Captain Mango, before you check out, I was on here that night that you came on and kind of shared your story on your background and kind of your journey through crypto. And you talked about, kind of your following on Twitter. I don't want to dox you, but I wanted to just, say thanks for what you do on Twitter, because this guy, for those of you who don't know, has quite a following, and he doesn't have to plug Richard Hart projects or whatnot, but he does it in a way that I think to his community is influential, is changing minds and bringing people over. So you don't talk about that a lot, Captain Mango, but I just, appreciate that. And, when you do have some more time, I'd like to hear about how that's going. Are you getting feedback? Are you getting people DMing you? Are you onboarding people? Because you have quite the community there, on your Twitter.
Yeah. I took like I said, I've been a part of the Board Ape Yacht Club as much as I've been a part as much as I've been focused on Hex. And I saw that, you know, what was going to happen in NFTs, but I don't necessarily care all that much for it. I'm a seasoned creative. I've been doing this my whole life. And this was just kind of, the NFTs were my opportunity to get out in front where I wasn't really participating, though I was paying attention to blockchain. And you know, I've just noticed that there's a lot of individuals, especially in the NFT space, that again, they're not as educated on how the blockchain works, and though people are interested, and there's also a ton of disposable income over there if people are able to kind of maintain it. I had an individual write me on Instagram the other day and said, "Hey, all right, I'm ready to learn about Hex." He said that he was actually on the podcast with the Playboy girls, and then I heard about it, had heard them talking about it, and then was like, "Okay, how does this all work?" I track with, and when I see Richard in these comments, I've started to see, you know, who he's talking with, and some of these other accounts where I can tell they're kind of OG crypto individuals, and I can tell like there's a couple crews that are interested and they're paying attention, and as far as the apes go, like I've been talking with Wallace a little bit about it. Like, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens when everyone gets their copies. So I've kind of been trying to put that in everybody's head, where I'm like, hey, not only are you going to get copies of your NFTs, which might be good or bad, depending on if you really believe in the, you know, scarcity and you know, being able to use the utility of it, but you know, our community also has a bunch of tokens now, and everyone is also kind of comfortable with airdrops, and you know, the NFTs and all this, it was super important, I think, for the DeFi space in general. I think that DeFi was concepts of a DAO or staking, you know, even just burning tokens, and you know, security. All these things are so important that it was necessary to kind of have a Mickey Mouse to be able to touch the ground and ground people along this journey and kind of do it together, in a fun sort of way. So I think it's helping kind of educate people. Education is still first and foremost like what needs to be done. And I think people are still, as soon as we get the chain out and people see their copies and can play with it, and understand the product, I think that a lot of people will now know and have definitely checked out what Hex is and what Pulsechain will be. And as during that last drop, like everyone was fully aware of the fact that we broke Ethereum, and nobody was proud of that, right? No one's proud of $100 million getting shipped off to the miners, and because that 100 million gets sucked out of the whole entire ecosystem, and we feel that, and then everything's down. And also, individuals don't, they know that these games and these products need to run on a chain, and they kind of, you know, Richard always talks about like the duct tape tokens. They kind of launched these tokens and created this, you know, extra liquidity for themselves. These VCs at the top that, you know, they're the ones that got the bag, and they have their unlocks coming up, and you know, whatever, they're putting things into the DAO and creating staking, but like staking for what? So I think people are it's gonna be interesting, and I'm trying to figure out a way to even write inside of our DAO to try to get liquidity on a DAO vote for these tokens over here, and kind of push people to say, hey, you have copies over here, but this is what you got to do to realize those value. And for all the VCs that, you know, they're gonna have their copies too, so they'll probably want to see that value as well. And it's one of the larger liquidity pools on Uniswap, so I'm trying to be a little bit more gentle, just because um, I went pretty vocal with it, but you know, I believe in Richard. I'm here to back up Richard, and I'll sell all my monkey JPEGs for more Hex in the process of trying to figure that out. So I'll definitely, go. I'm hedging, but happy to be in both camps. And thanks for
Cool,
playing.
bro.
Hey,
Happy
Mango,
birthday.
I got a question. I got a question for you. What's like the biggest thing that you've learned in dealing with those people, the new people coming from TikTok? What surprised you the most about dealing with what you're dealing with in that group of people?
There's a lot. I mean, the age group is pretty wide. There's some kids that are super intelligent, right? They're coming out of a collegiate level, and they're entrepreneurs. They're creative, and they're also able to spin up these sort of meme world narratives that generate a ton of Ethereum. So then, what do they do with that? Um, and then there's other individuals that kind of sat back and were lucky and were able to, eat off the bone of these airdrops and the FOMO and the helicopter money. But a lot of them are very much, for lack of a better term, sheep, and kind of played into the shit posting culture on Twitter. So they're the masses that will slide wherever the attention's being pointed. Like I was pretty instrumental in pointing people's attention at this club in the first place. And sometimes you have to go against the grain to throw an anchor and be like, no, we're going to spin the narrative this way, which, sometimes you have to go against your own bag, but I see it as a greater good if it's educating people on real decentralized products versus, being at the whim of some announcement of some VC that's going to drop something in 6 months. And that's how they're looking at crypto, because they're just going to get dunked on and the VCs are always going to get paid out first or have the inside information. And I just don't really want to play that game. And the majority of the degens have pretty much gotten completely hosed in the NFT space if you weren't in some of those earlier things or knew how to cut losses and sell. So I think everyone's getting washed out here, and also along the way are getting a pretty good understanding of some of the products that are out there and how some of the mechanisms work. So I think we'll see what happens.
Hey, Captain, I just gave you a follow, man. I appreciate you being in here, brother.
Cool, thanks.
Okay. Happy birthday, brother.
Yeah, happy birthday, man. Enjoy it.
Well, I'm gonna go, but you guys have a good night.
Yeah, be safe, man. You know why Pulsechain is going to absolutely explode? Because we have amazing people in the community.
Core constituency is definitely here.
From every avenue and every angle of crypto and beyond. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, when it launches, nobody's going to be able to talk. There's going to be so many damn people in here.
There's a couple different things that always catch my imagination. It's one thing to explain the finer points of Hearts projects to people that are unfamiliar, and then you have to go through the second phase of explaining what Heart's all about. I basically summarize it like this. He's a self-made guy. He was gifted with a natural high intelligence that transcends any traditional education, as I was saying earlier. And he's someone that's already lived enough a life to see the wastefulness and the wanton abandonment of material lifestyle, because as he's said himself, he's bought everything you can buy. He's run out of shit to buy. And he knows that ultimately those things that wealth enables you to get and own and possess are not ultimately what satisfies. And he is very sincere in that. And if you have someone with that ethic driving a project, that is one of those keynotes that makes a project successful, because they have a greater ambition than just the, facade of success. And when he says he's doing it for the glory, he's not bullshitting, because he wants to go down as a Thomas Edison of his time, someone who really brought a change and level of utility to crypto that no one else is doing right now. And that's important, because just like the internet had its era of consolidation when all the lesser also rans flamed out and the big corporates came in and started consolidating all these other companies under their corporate banners, or they just bought them out outright and just flamed them out completely because they saw them as competition. That same thing will happen. It's not happening now, even with the bear market dump, but it will happen because it's the natural course of business. No matter what business you're in, there will be consolidation, and there will be survivors, and there will be people that go the way of MySpace.
Mando, are you trying to accumulate during swap? Other follow-up question: are you trying to accumulate Pulsechain and PulseX like the first day of price discovery?
No, my bags are packed, man. Outside of outside of swapping, some copies into PLS, but not bringing in fresh cheddar or anything like that.
I remember talking to you, Mando, like literally 3 weeks before Pulsechain and like 1 week before PulseX. And you were asking a question of like, is it worth it to sell everything to get in, to get in? Do you remember those moments of PulseX? Did you have to sell your HEX in order to buy, or in order to sacrifice more during that PulseX sacrifice?
Yeah, so I stacked the living daylights out of HEX specifically to sacrifice. And I started stacking it like probably like 3-4 cents, specifically to sacrifice. And that's what I did both times. Wrote it all up. I think the first one was like at 17.5 cents. And I instructed my friends to do the same thing, and they all killed it. So yeah, I bought the crap out of HEX to sacrifice it.
All right. So let's fast forward. What was, if it's okay to ask you, when was the last time you DCA'd with HEX? The last 2 times, and what was the amount?
Yeah, I'm not going to speak to that right now, man. I will tell you this, that I'm looking at hex.vision. And over the next few days, I'm expecting another dip. And I do expect to be making some pretty large purchases if that does come my way.
I totally agree with you, Bando. I'm here with you. I was saying this when HEX was at 20 cents. But today it's like at 6 cents or whatever. But yes, I think there's about under 3 weeks worth of blood in the streets. I think it's going to be the end of the bear market under 3 weeks, and we're going to turn bull. And I think this is going to be the last 3 weeks to be able to buy HEX at a legendary price from now until whatever it is for the next 3 weeks.
I have a little bit of a different opinion on that. I think that we're going to go into a bull trap. And then we're going to go down to the actual lows of Bitcoin, which we haven't even come close to yet. And that will be mass bottom capitulation. And then we will go up. And I think that we'll have the opportunity to buy Hex for cheap. We could see Hex do another dip like it did like over the next 3 days.
Okay. I heard exactly what you said. So my question to you is this. Is it realistic, or what is your probability from today going forward? Can Hex touch 1.5 to 2.5 cents from this point, or not?
It's not. I don't think it's gonna. When you say touch it, I mean, I think it could wick down the same way. I don't think that it's going to be very difficult to get it at that price, if at all. But if you can get it, under 5 cents, 3 to 5 cents, to me, that's where we're at now. If Bitcoin does what I think it's going to do after this bull trap and then wicks down to the lower levels in the 20,000s or even less, Hex will go down with it, unless there's an announcement that Pulsechain is absolutely 100% launching and the fork is coming. Then it won't matter. Hex will be bought up for the copies.
So you said, if I think that Bitcoin will do what I think it's going to do, you want to share that? How low do you think Bitcoin will go? What is your perspective and speculation on the market bottom for Bitcoin, if you would like to share?
It's a really good question, man, and it's very hard to speculate on it, but I definitely think that that it can wick down under 20,000.
I agree. You're not the only one. Do you want to share a timeline?
No, I'm not a speculator like that, Filipino. Like I don't carry a stick so I can say, hey, see, I told you so, and come back in here and brag that I told you so, like a lot of people like to do. I could frankly give a rat's ass about any of that stuff. I did tell people in here that I thought Hex would hit 5 cents, but that's just based off of an 85% retracement from the top. It's a pretty normal thing to happen, right?
Well, even if you did, Mando, I'd still appreciate you and like you. Just like Richard Hart. He called the top, and he's talking shit all the way down for the last year, and he's bragging about how he called the top. And he's bragging even more because he knows that the fucking bottom is very near. So, Mando, only because I like your responses and you're always highly liked / respected. And do you think that Richard Hart is was it you or somebody else? Is he timing the market, or he's not timing the market? Do we really got bugs, or we don't got bugs?
So I'll answer the first question. I think that absolutely he's timing the market. In terms of what's going on with the code and all of that stuff, I will say that I tend to believe what he says. We'll be able to see if it's written in Golang or if it's written in Solidity, right? So in terms of the script, when it's all said and done, but is he timing the market? If it was me, I would absolutely be timing the market to launch Pulse, because the market has come to him. He didn't have to go to the market. The bear market came to him. So if Pulse is ready to launch, and you're in this current environment with the potential, Bitcoin mega death cross, and just he tweeted it. What did he tweet? Right? He just tweeted the other day. I think it was yesterday. And a lot of the times people they don't they don't like give credence to everything he says, or they just don't read the nuances of it. But he said, what did he say? This is what he said. He said, bull or bear, rich or wrecked, I'm marketing. I have to ride Bitcoin. 30 to 2, 14 to 266, 20,000 to 3,000, 69,000 to ... Right? That to me is saying he's timing the market. I have to ride Bitcoin.
Okay, Mando, let me stop
69K
you
to
right there.
what?
So let me stop Mando right there. I agree totally with Mando. I totally agree that he's timing the market. That's two people that say that Richard Hart is trying to time the market before he launches main launch. There's 86 people on this, so you know that's why we have a good conversation. I would like to hear for two people. I would like to hear. Listen, I would like to hear from two people right now that disagrees with this statement.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because that's why you have a debate.
Hey, we're not looking for a debate, man. I mean, at the end of the day, if we were in the middle of a bull or a semi-bull, it changes the dynamic completely. If the code in Pulsechain wasn't ready to go, it changes the dynamic completely. But if Pulsechain is done, or we're on the 90th yard line, and the bear market has come to us, which it pretty much has. It's not completely there yet, but capitulation is definitely here. We're not at max capitulation yet. But if you're a founder of a crypto project, you do understand that it does matter when you launch your project, and the best time to launch it predominantly is at the end of a bear market. So it does make sense to try to time it if the market has come to you. And that's why I'm saying that. And I'm also saying it because I believe that Richard's insinuated it in quite a few of his tweets.
So thank you, Mando. I agree with you. I'm on your side. I think he's timing the market, like you said, plus more
100%.
for the main launch. I'm just saying now at this moment, is there anybody on this, maybe one or two people that disagrees with me and your perspective to have a healthy conversation? Yes or no?
I've heard some disagreements earlier today about it, but I'll let the disagreements go.
Yeah, no, I'm really not interested in a disagreement. I really not. Like, I could care less if somebody thinks that they're timing the market or not. It doesn't matter to me either way.
For me,
Amen, Mando.
it's 100% the market before capitulation. He's gonna launch in a bear market, but not before the actual capitulation wick, which will be the final wick before the bull run. He's gonna launch in the bear market, but not before the actual capitulation.
I don't think Richard Hart's decision making has anything to do with timing the market. It has 100% to do with the making sure the project is 100% and not 98%. He's been very vocal about this. He's actually at one point in the past actually come out and clarified the FUD, saying that he's not doing anything cryptic. He's not giving you some insight as to when we spent a year trying to predict potential launch dates based on numerology and this, and he's come out once and he said, stop reading into this. I'm going to issue this as soon as it's ready. And his definition of ready, he's even clarified of what ready means. Not 98%, 100%. And I still believe that. I don't think there's any nuance or cryptic things in his message. He's clarified that before. And I believe he's still to that. I do believe that they are in this moment of 98% where they're trying to maybe increase the efficiency of the product. So they're probably going to take one step back to take two steps forward. And that affects timing. And probably Richard Hart is not care about that. He'd rather get it to 100% and have an excellent product, especially because he understands the importance of it working 100%, and the tolerance for it not is not acceptable. So I don't think we should be reading into timing the market. It's going to be released when it's 100% ready.
I Crypto Goose, I agree with everything you
I
said.
I
There's just too many. There's too many recent tweets where there's been things that he has said specifically to launching it. Like for example, he tweeted out the other day that half of the community would prefer that it launches in a bear market. So you probably love the fact that it's delayed, right? So he literally has specifically said, I'm sure that you guys love the fact that it's delayed because I know a lot of you want it to be launched in the bear market. That doesn't mean that he's
That
timing it, but that is a
no, that's
nuance.
just a
That is a
nuance.
nuance, right?
Kind of
But
just justifying that
I
he's late. Like, don't
I
be late.
specifically asked him the question in a live stream. He said that when Pulsechain is ready, he's not going to wait. He's just going to launch it. He literally said that to me on a live stream. But that was prior to the bear market coming our way, which does give him an advantage in a way. In Crypto Goose, you got to admit that launching a thing is as important as Pulsechain. When you launch it, if you can launch it at a specific, more opportune time in the market, it does matter. It does.
It does, but it's in this case, those are all superficial reasons for launching, and to me, I wouldn't read into that. Also, the timing of this is very important. That we want to get it launched to eliminate FUD. We want to get it launched to take advantage of the high ETH fees and create this as part of a marketing ploy. If we wait 6 more months or another year, that would be detrimental. To use the main thing about ETH fees, and the other thing is,
But
the
ETH fees aren't going to be
assumption.
taken care of, though, Crypto Goose,
Okay,
in
hold
6
on.
months.
Okay, I know, but when they're higher, then the use case for Pulse becomes much more apparent when ETH fees are extraordinarily high.
Correct.
So my point is that in order to believe that, you'd have to believe that he has it ready and he's holding on to it. That I cannot believe.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible.
He is 100% timing the market. Every tweet that he tweets is about price action, BTC this, BTC that. Hex launched
Okay, hold on, hold
before
on.
the capitulation. Hex launched before the final capitulation candle, and he knows that when you launch a product, you have to launch when the sentiment of the people are bullish, and then there's going to be one final drop in price before the actual confirmation of the bull market. He needs the
All
sentiment
right,
of people to start buying. Right now, it's
all
too
right.
early. It's too early.
I just got to say something because I've been saying this for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and nobody else was, understanding. But Mando, this is the first time I'm hearing people right now that are saying that this is the first time ever in the last literally first few days, people are actually saying that Richard Hart is trying to time the market. But there was like a whole bunch of people back to back saying, oh, he's not trying to time the market. So there's 93 people right now. Is there anybody that wants to rebuttal this right now, just for great conversation? Who thinks the
Filipino,
opposite now?
let's do me a favor, man. I think that we can move on. I appreciate you bringing it up, but it really just doesn't really matter. It really doesn't, right? Like, we can go into the speculation like Crypto Deuce is talking about and read into some of the tweets It does make Richard, when he answered my question live, he said, no, I'm going to launch it as soon as it's ready. But he nuanced the question at the backside with, but I do understand that there are advantages to launching it in a bear market for the price chart. He did say that.
That's common sense. Like, if you don't see that, that's common sense.
Yeah, in terms of like coming in here and like trying to drum up, hey, is there 95 people in here? We don't need to do all that, man. I mean, it's just over the top.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what we're talking is we're just kind of filling a hair. It's not going to matter. The important thing is it's to me is that it's going to be 100%. If he times the market, great. It doesn't bother me. I'm more interested in it being 100% and them doing whatever they need to get there. And I think we can agree on that it's going to be released at 100%.
May I ask the people who disagree with the timing? May I ask those people, did you have any problems with the testnet? Is the testnet not 100% flawless? Like, what is wrong with the testnet? What are they trying to fix? The testnet has been perfect for the past 7 months. Why do you think the code matters? The code is perfect. It's been perfect.
Well, yeah, that's true to some extent. And I don't have access to some people. They have more access than me to the devs, and I'm not sure what those behind the scenes talks are. If they did find some bugs that were just found, they might not be so vocal to share that with the rest of the community, and I understand why. And that would be kind of some laundry that they'd like to keep behind the scenes. So I can understand that if that were to happen, or the fact that now that he spoke about changing the language of the program, the technical details of why they do that was explained, but it might be a little bit deeper than what they explained, and I can appreciate that too. And so these kind of last minute decisions are major ones. They should have been made much earlier, but understanding that they're made now, I can live with it. But so I also think that although the testnet is working at a rate for the public to say that it's 100%, we really don't know what they're working on at the back end and what they found.
You do not know. I mean, nobody knows what they found or if it's true or if it's not true. But I do want to add, the main lead developer for Pulsechain just came back from vacation. He was on vacation for a month to do an audit and to check the bugs and to check this and that, and then he found some new bugs. So why was the main lead developer on vacation all this time in the month of May when he should have been working? He should have been working.
Actually, he came back 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, 2 weeks back from vacation. So, but he was on vacation, the main lead developer. So, in this case, why?
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, guys. Here's the thing, though, guys. Like at the end of the day, Pulsechain is going to launch when Richard wants it to launch, whether he's timing the market or not timing the market. He's not going to launch it a day sooner than it's ready to go, 100% like Crypto Goose wants. And once it is ready to go, he may look at the market and say, hey, I'm going to wait a couple weeks to see if Bitcoin capitulates down, or he may not. At the end of the day, it does not matter from our vantage point, from our end, because there's nothing we can do. You right? So we can sit here and bullshit with each other all day long, but it doesn't matter.
It's not a contentious point as well. I will also agree that if Richard Hart does do that, like he times the market, he may not even come out and admit it, which is fine with me. What I will agree with you is that I have 100% faith and he'll do the best thing for the community, the best thing for Pulsechain in his mind, and I trust that judgment.
I will say he timed the market perfectly with the sacrifice in terms of swapping that stuff into USDC and to DAI, because now he is up massively on that stuff. and he is very good at calling tops, isn't he? So it's very interesting that we do have a founder that is kind of like the oracle of calling the market. So in that sense, it would be odd that we have like the oracle of the calling the market guy not use that to his advantage. Just to throw out a little nuance in there, kind of when I'm thinking about stuff, just for shits and giggles.
Correct.
But that's where I'm at.
This is why he's always talking about price. The number one thing he says in all of his live streams is price. Price matters. Price is the only thing that matters. That's why he emphasizes price. He knows how to time the market. He is the oracle. He knows the tops. He knows the bottoms. He knows exactly when to launch. You just have to have faith in him. I have faith in him. He knows exactly the right time when to launch. He can tell you it's devs. He can tell you he could blame it on the devs. He could blame it on Bitcoin not capitulating in the month of May when he thought it was going to capitulate in the month of May. You can blame it on a lot of things, but he knows exactly the right time when to launch. I agree with this.
Yeah, I'll post a little YouTube video of that live stream when I asked him the question.
I
And it's a
remember.
very short, answer, but it is nuanced.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Question. I didn't know that was you. That's fantastic. I would love to see it again if you can post it.
Mandalorian, I just got here a few moments ago, but I was just listening to the Rich Cooper his show that he did. He did a 2-hour dissection of an article that was done on Hex, how to highlight scams, and he did a 2-hour breakdown of how Hex is a scam. Have you guys talked about that yet?
I don't even know what you're talking about, but was it just the
Crypto Goose, we're going to talk about that on Wake Up Hex on Tuesday. I'm sure the other guys are going to talk about it before then, but we're going to do a full-on breakdown of his video.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, and what was the name, Crypto Goose?
Can I say it, Papa B, or do you just want?
Yes, you can say it.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So in Hex Pro, they have a link to Rich Cooper. He's a Canadian YouTuber. He's actually famous because he did an interview with recently, well, in November, with Kiyosaki and Dollar Cost Crypto and another gentleman, where they spoke briefly about Hex, and unfortunately, Kiyosaki at that time admitted that he never heard of it. But that's the guy. Rich Cooper was the show that had that coalition. He subsequently did a recent show where he read an article from some opaque site, but this guy did a very in-depth article about why Hex is a scam. I thought it was rather disgusting, and even Rich Cooper, who usually is quite objective, I did not like the way he approached it. It was very yeah, I'll leave it at that. Rich Cooper,
Very
the
false.
link is, yeah.
Hackneyed.
I read that article in length, and it's very false. He doesn't mention anything that's true. Like he doesn't even know how Hex, he doesn't even know how Hex works. He doesn't even know how Hex works, and he's like,
it's typical. It's typical gatekeeping crap and closed-minded people. But we've been through this for 2 years, and there's nothing more. I think it's I'm glad Papa B they'll be doing something on it. And to be honest, I was aware that Douse Bomb was in the chat trying to super chat him, and totally ignored him. So I am aware of that too. So good for you guys. I look forward to it.
Yeah, 10 years from now, they're going to be saying Hex is a scam, Hex is a scam, and it's going to have made another 1,000 millionaires, 10,000 millionaires. Hex is a scam.
millionaires.
Yeah,
but just like how people now are calling Bitcoin a scam.
Yeah,
Oh, Bitcoin's dead.
Bitcoin's still a scam. Bitcoin's still a scam, man. You know?
100% Bitcoin is this. There's no privacy. It's garbage. Who the hell uses Bitcoin? It's only for institutions and banks. Like, if you're not a bank or an institution, why are you using Bitcoin? There's no reason.
Yeah. For me, I know how Hex works, and I know what a Ponzi scheme is in depth, and I know what a scam is. You know, seen a lot of them. When you study how the Hex smart contract works, it's impossible for it to be a scam. It's literally impossible for it to be a scam. So they might not like certain nuances about it, which are the things that people seem to complain about, but none of those things make it a scam. That's the thing, you know? So yeah, it'll be Papa, please make sure that you let me know when that's going to be happening, because I'd love to chime in on that, brother.
Sure, it's just our 1 hour show. Dustbomb and I are preparing a spreadsheet of. We're going to time it just right, and we're just going to knock it out. You want to join the show? Is what you mean?
I don't necessarily need to join the show. I just want to listen to it, man. I mean, if you want me to be on, I'll be on. Just
yeah. What?
but I don't need to be on.
Wake Up Hex on Tuesday morning on Discord Syndicate. Set your Dustbomb usually puts out a reminder a day in advance, so you can put a reminder on there and wake up for. I think it's 7:00 a.m. on the West Coast for you.
Okay, perfect. On Tuesday, this Tuesday, 7 a.m. Perfect. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about the time zones, but please, I'll DM you exactly when it is.
Hey, Mento, do you have a timestamp for that video that you questioned Richard?
I thought the one that I just posted was just the clip of that question. Was it not?
I don't know. It starts in the beginning. It looks like to me.
I'll find it. Just give me a second. I'll find it.
Excellent chat.
I must say that Richard Hart.
Okay, I just posted it in the chat. Just click the very top link. There's a ton of links. It's the very top link. It's only about a minute and 28 seconds long. Sorry about that.
You? All right. Thank you. I just want to add a quick note that Richard Hart is a Libra, and the only thing he cares about is his reputation. So he will not rug pull Hex. Nobody's gonna get rug pulled. You're gonna have to suffer. You're gonna have to live through the pain. People are gonna get shaked out. If you want to survive the next 512x, that's gonna happen. This is the name of the game. But in astrology, this guy's a Libra. He cares. The only thing he cares about is his reputation. He's not gonna exit scam. He's not gonna do none of that shit. If anybody's worried about that, anybody's listening to this who's worried about that, he's not gonna do that. He He's not gonna dox himself, putting himself out there, his face and all this crap. I mean, and his location and all that. So basically, Pulsechain is gonna launch when Pulsechain launches. Everybody's gonna be happy when it does, because and at the end of the day, he cares about his reputation, and he is, how do you say, a nice guy. He does want to see people healthy, happy, and rich. But he does like games. He does like to play games. He knows how to play the game. He's been playing the game longer than any of us here. He knows how to play the game, and he's gonna make sure he plays the game right, and we're in it for the ride. That's all I gotta say.
So, so you're thinking 10,000x?
That, that that's a low ball figure, bro. Every blockchain, every new blockchain did way more than that. That's for a token. For a token, yeah, 10,000x is enormous. But for a blockchain, that's pennies.
Yeah, Richard's been much more vocal lately, where he uses the term "he's in it for the glory," and that always reassures me when I hear that from him.
Nobody wants Pulsechain to launch more than Richard Hart, guys. Don't get it twisted.
No, absolutely. And because he's so smart about thinking about the actual future. He wants to make his own damn country. Don't forget that. He wants to make his own laws. I know the law, and I can see that he knows the law, and he knows exactly the future of the world. And he knows the only place you're gonna survive is in his country that he's gonna build, and his wallet that he's gonna build, and his blockchain that he's gonna build.
I don't know about all that, man. The only place you're going to survive is on Richie Rich Island, man, right?
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. There's gonna be the no-fly zone. Fuck the chemtrails. His country's gonna have a no-fly zone, no chemtrails. It's gonna be a good place to live.
It's gonna
Yeah,
have lasers.
we gotta get past the all bro zone too. We need some more women there.
We need a lot more women over the
Women,
sausage.
women come in the recession times, during the bear markets because they're half off. You catch my drift. I don't know if anybody travels in August, but in August everything is half off. In Greece, I don't know if anybody been to Greece. The restaurants, shops, everything is closed for the whole month of Greece because they know that's the worst time to sell anything because you're not going to make any profits in August. I mean, the whole world used to do this, but Greece is the only one who doesn't still. But yeah, the girls will come. Don't worry, to the new country.
Have you guys seen that video that
around the space?
that video that shows a bunch of the individuals in the space, and they're all saying that Hex is not a scam, and these are individuals that are the actual real smarter side of the issue. Have you guys seen that video? Like, the Ivan on Tex and those individuals. It's like a little 2-minute soundbite.
Did you not clip in the main chat? Did you not clip it exactly from where you questioned him, or you just said?
Oh, no. Oh yeah, no. It's that video I posted. It's only 1 minute and 28 seconds long. There's no need for a timestamp. You just click it and it's there.
Oh, okay, because I clicked on it.
Yeah, it's working perfectly for me. So I don't know.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I clicked on the link, not the actual red button. The red button, like, I guess you gotta click inside the video, like the red button, not the actual link to the YouTube link.
No, you click the very first link that is the very top of my post. There's a ton of links, but it's the very first YouTube link. And it should take you to the exact, it's u2.b xqm xq. It starts with a xq. If you just click that very top one, it'll take you to the right video.
Yeah, so, yeah, I clicked the wrong link. I'm looking at it now.
Mando, what is that video called with the space stuff?
With the space? What do you mean?
Oh, I thought it was something in regards to like going to space to the moon or something.
I have no clue what you're talking about, brother. I'm sorry.
I don't know, like the funny video you were talking about.
A funny
He's talking about
video.
the Ivan of Tech, Mando.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll post that in the chat too. It's basically just showing that the smarter people in crypto that actually know crypto don't call Hex a scam at all. And it's only these idiots that don't really know crypto, which is the large majority of influencers. They really don't know anything about crypto. They're illiterate in crypto. They're hypocrites. They're literally, they're akin to somebody saying that they're a Christian and they've never read the Bible. Like literally, these people are evil. They're posers. They're not legitimate individuals. The ones that actually write code and run, run businesses that are in the space, they don't call Hex a scam.
Those same guys have also very poor foundation of finances, the financial world, and markets in general. And they don't understand how the real world works. They don't have a history of what money is. And not only don't they understand crypto, they totally mix up all the other business and financial fundamentals as well.
All right, I'm posting it in there now. It is a link to a Twitter with a video. It's about 2 minutes long. It's pretty good. There you go.
Coolio. Thanks.
I like the video. I mean, I like the question that you asked. I like his response. He does say there's an advantage launching the bear market, blah blah blah, because of price. Obviously, he has good intention to launch. He has good intention that he wants to launch as soon as possible, but he's the type of guy who will not launch until it's like 300%, 110% perfect. Like he needs it perfect, because he has his reputation on the line. His reputation is on the line, so he's not gonna launch until it's like 5,000,000% perfect. Like it has to be more than perfect.
I also think it's a collaborative between him and his lead developers. They have a lot on the line, and they have a stake in the network themselves. And those are the type of people he's working with. So it makes sense that that collaborative effort would look, you can always optimize something. There's never going to be something that they might not be able to tweak, but at some point you just have to say, look, it's good enough. It's good enough for right now. I mean, if people can accept Solana going down every freaking 4 days, okay, what if Pulsechain has a bug for 2 seconds, 8 months in, it's like, they all have bugs. I mean, look at Cardano. The damn shit doesn't even work. Polkadot's still not even up. Bitcoin inflation bugs. Hex had to roll back the chain. Like Ethereum. It's like what cryptos haven't had a damn bug, right?
Correct. I mean, correct. I mean, exactly. If you want a pump and dump scam, launch the shit with whatever bugs you have. Who gives a shit? It's what is it called? I think it's called the specific term is like the first one to the market. It makes the most money. Yeah, that's the thing. The first one to the market makes the most money, whatever. But obviously, that America never goes first. They want to test it out in different countries. They put different countries to test it out first, whatever the experiment is, and then you perfect it. You perfect it in such a way so then when people get scammed out of those experiments, they come to you. They come back to America. They're like, oh shit, let me escape communism and come to America because people are experimenting with communism. Let me go back to something that's tried, true, then perfect. So let me go back to something that's made perfectly. And that's why people try to
Yeah,
escape.
so you got to admit though, I asked him directly and he said he's not waiting. So either he meant that, which I believe Richard Hart. I don't think Richard Hart's a liar, but I also do reserve the right for Richard to change his mind or to change a strategy based on the nuances of the marketplace. So we can't pick the man's mind. He's going to do what's right for the chain, and he's going to do whatever he thinks is best for the community. That's just what he's going to do. So anything beyond that, guys, is just pure like we're wasting our time trying to speculate on it. He's going to launch it when he wants, and not a damn minute before.
Yeah, he's definitely not a liar. I mean, just because he said something and it didn't work out in that exact moment where, in the world that we live in now, like everybody needs instant gratification. Everybody needs to happen now. I want the update now. I want this now. I want money now. I want food now. I want Uber Eats now. I want this now. Like, just because he's saying the real truth, but it's not happening now, doesn't mean he's a liar. Like, it doesn't mean he's a liar. Just because you're upset that nothing's happening now, that means you're living in a bubble of your own instant gratification. But if you can wait and you can see that what he's been saying has been real this whole time, like, and you're able to like wait for something that's gonna change the whole damn world and the crypto space forever. This is gonna change the crypto space forever. If you think Ethereum is gonna be number one or Bitcoin, wait till Pulsechain launches, wait about 5 years or 3 or 2 or whatever expectation you have. This is gonna take the world by storm. Like he says before, this is gonna take the world by storm. This is the storm that's gonna happen. This is something
It's interesting. It's interesting because I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it's interesting because in the world, if you go back in history and you do kind of like a history lesson on people that changed the world or changed the category that they were in that world, many of them were very eclectic, very different, very smart, genius even, and absolutely hated. You know, um, Jesus Christ was hung on a cross, right? Like Da Vinci was absolutely hated. I mean, there's so many examples of people that came in and just kind of exploded the temple, if you will, of that whatever was the topic, or that category of whatever. And people just don't like the apple cart rocked. You know, they don't like their cabal being fucked with. Pardon my French, but that's just the reality of it. Richard is that apple cart rocker. I'm screwing with your temple and I'm going to rock your cabal to the core because I'm exposing all of your total Fugazi lies to the world. And you don't like it, right? So he knew that he was going to get attacked. That's why he got on every live stream and he took the hits from every freaking corner with attorneys and with the influencers and with his peers and you know, and he's just destroyed everybody. And that's why every time he talks, they hate him more because there's nothing that they can do to hurt the guy. He just keeps winning, and everything he says or has been speaking about over the last 2 years, 2.5 years since he launched Hex, in terms of what he sees going on in the world and the stuff going on in crypto and all the pitfalls and the security issues and all the lies, the scams and the cheating and from freedom of speech and freedom of assembly and, you know, guns. And it seems like everything that comes out of his mouth has literally, and not too far after that, been proven true. You know,
Correct.
it's actually amazing, frankly.
Yes, the only reason why I trust him is because he is not a World Economic Forum junior member. And he is not on the shadowy side. He's on the light side, on the good light side. Like maybe he got an approval of the elites, if you want to be a conspiracy theory. Maybe he got the approval of the Illuminati or whatever. Maybe not. I don't think so. And I think he got the approval somewhere higher up for him to launch something like this so he can change the world. Because unless, which I don't think he did get the approval, because then that means that he is involved with the World Economic Forum. Then he's some sort of leader in a shadowy type of way where in the end everything is going to get rug pulled and blah, blah, blah. But I don't think he is that shadowy figure. I think he's transparent. I think he's real. And I know a bunch of shadowy figures. I know how this whole ritual, sacrifice, gematria, Kabbalah shit works. I know all of it. And I think he's a real true to person
I think that's why Eric Wall in the live stream, Pulse, I think that's why Eric at the end said that this is just amazing. As long as you're continuing to do what you're doing, it's basically fucking awesome, is what he said. Right?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense to a lot of people. They think like you, like, oh, this guy has to have some kind of a connection or something to be able to do what he's doing and not have a problem. But I think we're so early that he can still walk down the street and go shopping and nobody knows who the hell he is.
Yes. Even that guy, exactly. That guy who tried to, I'm taking lessons from you. I'm going to talk over you and try to win the debate. He even said it in the debate that I'm learning from you on how to win a debate, Eric Wall. And in the end, he admitted that he has bags in Pulse. He's already sacrificed and he loves Richard Hart. Like, it was all for a show. It's all a movie.
No, he actually was asking if he could get bags of Pulse.
Yeah.
He was asking the community to sell Pulse to them, and then he asked Richard at the end. He said, "Can I like enter into Pulse Sacrifice, or can I get Pulse, Richard?" And he's like, "Nope, you're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait till we launch." What he said to him.
Yep. Exactly. Which was awesome.
Like, sorry, big dog, you had a chance to come in, and you should have stopped talking shit and just sacrificed. You know, BitBoy did. You know, it's funny is half these people, man. You know, it's funny because you know BitBoy even like the last 2.5 weeks, he's been tweeting a bunch of stuff that's pro Richard Hart. You know, and you can see it. You can see the nuances starting to switch because they know it's coming. I think it's going to blow the doors off of people. They're not going to realize how many people actually sacrificed. And then when it comes out and they see it's running like a top, you're going to see all these influencers sacrificed, man, just fucking pumping the living daylights out of Pulsechain.
Oh yeah, Pulse for sure is gonna overtake Bitcoin and Ethereum for the retail, not for institutions. Institutions are always gonna stick to Bitcoin because Bitcoin has to be regulated, it has to be outlawed or whatever, or inlawed. I don't know how you want to call it, but it has to be regulated. Bitcoin. Pulsechain is for us. It's for the regular humans, for us retail people. And
I don't know, bro. I think a lot of institutions are going to be coming in as well. They did not want to sacrifice. They wanted to make sure that it is what Richard Hart says it's going to be. And I think they're going to come in. Matter of fact, that's what we've been hearing on here for a long time.
correct. That's why he's very careful with his language. He knows to play the law. He knows how to play the law. That's exactly. He's setting up people for for the biggest thing this decade. The biggest thing this decade is a new blockchain that's called Pulsechain. This is the biggest thing in history that's gonna happen right now, and we're in it. We don't even know. We don't even know the potential. We think it's gonna. You guys think 10,000x, 1,000,000x, 10 million x. That's pennies. These are pennies. Imagine you own a damn Bitcoin before Satoshi even owns a Bitcoin. This is amazing what's happening right now.
Amen, brother. Agree with you 100%.
Don't get me wrong. The markets are gonna collapse because of Pulsechain. Don't get me wrong. The markets are gonna collapse because of Pulsechain and because of what Pulsechain is doing. Free fees, free airdrops, free money, free liquidity from sacrifice in a legal way. You're legally sacrificing for no expectation from the work of others. This is legalese language. We're in the term. He knows the law. Like this is the perfect setup. This is the perfect setup to crash stable coins because they're not gonna accept the PRC20 version of their stable coins. The PRC20 stable coins are not gonna be allowed. Lawmakers are gonna have to come in. You're gonna watch it on the news. Oh my God, the White House has to make a new law. They're gonna have to do this. Anyways, there is gonna be a new law around September 25th after the 180 days of their research back from March. So there is a bill that they had. Inside the bill, they have to research what Bitcoin is, and they have to make a law by September 25th. And he knows the language. Like he knows exactly how to launch perfectly, legally and ethically and morally and everything. Like he's the fucking motherfucker, bro. I love that guy. Even though I fucking hate him because I'm down 80% of my bags, I fucking still love him.
You're the Pulsechain moon boy, bro. Like he's taking down the whole crypto space, huh?
Yeah, bro. Ethereum's going to $3. Bitcoin's going to 3,000. Fuck everything else. I don't give a shit. Pulsechain lives long. Forever live Pulsechain. Long live Pulsechain. 1,000 years.
1,000 years. I hope, I don't believe that, but I think that Bitcoin's going to be just fine, and Ethereum's going to go on to do some cool things, but I think Pulse is going to become a major player in the space. Absolutely.
Yeah, that's for sure. A major player for sure. There will be a major player. That's, I don't want to be too bearish on the other coins. I mean, they still have a lot of skin in the game.
You lost me at Ethereum $3, man. You lost me at Ethereum $3.
No, that's just from my Bollinger Bands on the monthly. That's how I was able to see $3 on Ethereum from the Bollinger Bands. It was an easy something, but an easy chart to look at from Bollinger Bands on the monthly. You can see it going down to $3. But anyways, other than that, I mean, Ethereum is gonna take a shit no matter what. That's because, Richard Hart is a nice guy. He wants to help out the Ethereum network. Is that not true? He wants to help out the Ethereum network by removing their users, on putting their old users from Ethereum into the Pulsechain. And if there's no users on Ethereum, what happens to the price? It goes down. And Pulsechain is gonna accumulate everybody from the crypto space into his new platform.
All that mass adoption.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to reduce Ethereum fees is by off-ramping all those people using Ethereum into a new blockchain. So people can stop using Ethereum because of their ridiculous fees that they knew was going to happen when they launched Ethereum, but they didn't give a shit. And they launched it anyways. And they thought they were going to fix it by sharding it. They never sharded it. And then they thought they were going to fix it with Ethereum 2.0, but that's not going to help absolutely anybody. 2.0 is not going to help anybody. Proof of stake with Ethereum is not going to help anybody. It's already too late for them because they fixed their problem 7 years later. And that's why Richard Hart is going to wait until it's absolutely perfect. He learned from everybody's mistake, just like how America does things and governmentally. America waits. They deploy experiments all over the world. They see what happens in other countries, in other nations, in other cultures. They see what works, what doesn't work. And then 25 years later, America deploys the experiment flawlessly in a way how it should be. And that's, we're just...
Hey, Pulse, I want to go ahead and, not to cut you off, but I want to clear the deck. We got 100 people in here. Does anybody in here have any questions or comments? Does you want to chime in on something else? Switch it up a little bit. I just don't want to be rambling on infinitum here.
Yes, please. Please, somebody chime in so I can stop talking.
No, good conversation, man. I just want to be respectful to everybody else. That's all. Anybody else want to chime in? No, we'll just continue.
Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Please chime in, please.
Has John S. been in here tonight or today?
No, he has not. I mean, I haven't seen him though.
Mandalorian. Well, when was that clip of you asking Richard when he intended to launch? The clip you just shared in chat.
Did you ask when was it?
Yeah, it says here it's posted on the 22nd. Jet, is that when did you ask? When is it back then you asked it?
Yeah.
In January?
Yeah, that was months ago, correct. Yes, correct. There was just so much speculation, like people thinking he's timing the market or not timing the market. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to ask him straight up because everybody wants to know. And, you either believe what he said or you don't. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't, but, but at the same time, that was back then. He does have the right to switch it up a little bit based on the markets, right? And things going on. So, but he did speak to both sides. So, yeah, but I don't want to bring that back up again.
No, I
Beat
just
that.
saw it. I just saw it. Yeah. No, I do tend to believe what he says. But what, also you have to take into consideration what's happening right now. So, I afford him the opportunity to change his mind. But I do tend to believe that what he says, and
I actually do think that just pure speculation. I do think he is timing the market at this point. I do.
Well, honestly, I think he should at this point. I mean, taking into consideration what's yeah. But either way, I still want it to be as flawlessly. I want the code to be as flawless as possible, right? Either way. So I'm
well,
not.
For example, look at what Eric said, Thor. Right? I mean, one of the biggest things he tried to drive home was, I'll bet you $10,000 that Pulse is going to have some major bug and it's just going to go down and it's going to go down. Like, people are literally like hoping that happens, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, why would you ever hope that would happen to a blockchain? Like, how much of an asshole are you?
I think they just want to see, but they want to see him fail. That's the issue. They want to see him fail at all costs. That's all it is. They couldn't care less about the community and people, losing money, this, that, and the other. It's like, it seems like
because
the
I think
hatred
that
they have
they got a good feeling, Thor, that if he doesn't fail, there's going to be a lot of liquidity sucked out of their chain.
Exactly, for sure, no doubt. And I think everyone's got a feeling too that he's thorough and he's not going to fail, and this is this is not going to end well for them, so to speak. They're going to have to eat more shit sandwiches with all the shit that they've been talking. So I think he's going to prove everyone wrong with this. And yeah, I don't want to give anyone the opportunity to point at anything. So the less problems they have or we have when we launch, the better. I'm happy to wait.
I would also chime in and say that it could be the devs pulling the reins on Richard Hart, because Richard Hart might be just saying, let's launch it, let's launch it, let's launch it. And they're like, we'll do it when it's ready, when it's ready, when it's ready.
PB, if you were just trying to say something, I don't know if anybody else could hear you, but you were super freaking low in your volume. Could barely hear what you said.
Forget it. It's not a big deal.
He said that he feels like the devs are holding him back, so to speak, that Richard's pushing them to launch, but they're sort of like holding it back. Hey, we're not ready yet. But I think Richard definitely he just listens very closely to his devs and takes their professional opinions seriously. I don't think he's pushing them one way or the other. Honestly, I think he seems like a thorough guy. I think he understands the repercussions if this were to have any major flaws when it launches. So actually,
may I say something? May I just add something from a position of someone that's been in sales, not fighting with, but on the opposing side of engineering for 25 years. And that is, when you push engineers and devs, you get crap out the other side. So Richard is managing them effectively, getting ideas of improvements, and handling it very well.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me as well. All right, just by listening to the way he talks about subjects, he understands, the process. So I agree with you, man. And you are absolutely right. You push. There's certain things you can't, like, if you push people, especially the wrong way, like that's when things go sideways and downhill. So
Did you just see that tweet that Richard just put out about Celsius?
I did not.
And this
What did
is
you
what I
say?
mean about him being right about everything. Like the market is seeing that what he has been saying for years. Everything is coming true. Everything he has been saying is coming true. He just tweeted out, Celsians, you gave your keys because Celsius looks like it's about to collapse. You gave your keys to a middleman, the opposite of why Bitcoin was invented. You should feel bad. And you should feel bad, and you got what you deserve. Sell, do better. And then it shows the chart of sell versus Bitcoin versus Hex in terms of year on percentage. And Hex is up, beating everybody.
Yeah, it's almost scary how right he has been, honestly. Like, I think the reason why too that he's so accurate is that his talent stack is just perfect um for this for this particular market, so to speak. He understands human psychology. He understands the technology, and he's definitely has a knack for markets. So yeah, he's eerily correct about what's going on. So what exactly is going on with Celsius? Are they about to do a Luna, or like, how bad is this?
Yeah.
Their
Yes.
situation?
They are doing
Yep.
a Luna. Yes.
Oh, that's
Yep. They're like
crazy.
trying to talk everybody out of like not selling their Bitcoin, and they're trying to do everything they can to save the thing, dude. And it's just not happening, bro. One of the biggest guys in the system just started selling off like massive amounts, bro, because he knows what's happening. It's just it's going to end up like a Luna. It's down like 92, like 93% on the year already. Not that you can't be down 92%, but it's not looking good for that company at all. I was listening to a Spaces the other day, and the CEO said, "There's literally not a better place to put your money." Literally, is what he said. That people love us. It's like, why is everybody leaving your system in droves, bro? Like, it's just these people are such scamming liars. It's just astronomically crazy. And then the one guy who's building everything the right way.
It's being called a
gets treated like
scammer.
Judas. Correct.
Yeah, it's weird how the world is just backwards. And I heard you guys discussing influencers earlier. Yeah, these people are just willing to shill anything as long as they're getting paid. They don't, they don't. They have no scruples. So it's disgusting, man. We live in a disgusting world.
Oh shit.
Let's. I mean, we could still stay on the subject if anybody has any more questions, but I have a interesting theory. If anybody would like to hear it out, I wrote it down.
I would.
Let me read it to y'all, if you don't mind. If anybody has any other questions, please chime in before I start spewing some crazy shit.
As long as it's not about the sun, moon, and stars aligning, I'm good.
Go ahead, DG. Go ahead, man. Say it.
Almost, almost you got me. Fuck, how the fuck did you? But I do want to say it's almost that effect, damn. But I do want to say, history repeats itself. So let me start off like this. So same thing that happened in the 1900s will happen precisely in the 2000s. The Spanish influenza, China virus is gonna start the 1920s, the 2020s. 1920s, 2020s is the recession before the depression. In the 30s, just how they legally confiscated all your gold, in the 30s, 2030s, they're gonna legally confiscate all your gold, your digital assets, and your cash, just like how they did in the 30s. In the 30s, they're gonna, in the 1930s, they moved from the gold standard into the Federal Reserve. In the 2030s, they're gonna move from the Federal Reserve to the CBDC standard. In the 30s of 2030s, the Great Depression is gonna happen again, like in the 1930s. The Great Depression is gonna equal death, famine, the grand solar minimum, crop losses, everybody's dead. You ain't gonna make no money. In the 40s, you're gonna have some the final World War III, and that's after that. In the 1947 was the beginning of a new era, and 2047 is gonna be the beginning of a new era.
Pulsechain solves this.
Yeah, Pulsechain's gonna destroy all that. I'm joking, but
Yeah, we're the safe ones. We are prepared. The ones here are prepared for this future that is gonna happen, that I was explaining. But Pulsechain will prepare us for this future that is inevitable in my eyes.
Okay, so what you're saying in this recession that we are currently in, that is the population is almost blind to this recession is going to lead us into the depression.
Yes. And just like in the 1930s, the depression, the government took away your gold. They came into your house, they knocked on your door, they looked in all of your safe.
no, they didn't. No, they did not. That is 100% inaccurate.
Well, I mean, they didn't. Well,
I was in the metals industry for 15 years. You study it. It was not. They did not knock on your doors. It was the volitional act of going to specific places and turning in your gold. And a shit ton of Americans did not do that.
They voluntarily, yeah, the idiots voluntarily. Yeah, you're correct. You're correct.
There was no Gestapo knocking on your door, bro.
Well, they voluntarily gave up their gold, but now they don't have to knock on your door because it's all digital, so they could block your transactions, just like how Tether blocks transactions and USDC blocks your transactions. I'm thinking they might do the same thing. They might block your wallet or something to this effect. This is not going to happen until the 2030s.
Sounds
Is
like the
there any,
book of Revelation, chapter 13.
is there anything positive that you see?
In my eyes, the only positivity is gonna happen after 2047. After 2047 is when the positiveness is gonna regain itself. Right now, we are preparing for the worst, which is the 30s.
Well, I got good news for you. Pulsechain is about to go to mainnet soon, and it's going to change thousands of people's lives, and it's going to shake up the crypto industry. And so I'm glad I'm living at this present moment now, right? That I'm here, that I was able to catch this train that Hex launched, right? And all of a sudden the boat came back to get the rest of the people to pick us up for Pulsechain and PulseX to help us to receive financial freedom, right? And great news is that this channel exists, that we can come on here and share our ideas and get stronger as a group. So the reality that I'm living in right now is probably one of the best that I've ever lived in. To have the opportunity, right? Just if Pulse went to $1, 50 cents, 25 cents, that's life changing. Or a penny. Those are life changing gains for me and my family. And that's going to provide a freedom that I've been in search of for the past 10 years in crypto. So I'm great that this moment has arrived here.
Absolutely, absolutely. This thing is gonna definitely help us survive. This is the only thing that's gonna help us survive, not the institutionally bank-owned Bitcoin that's gonna be regulated to hell. They have to regulate Bitcoin because it is the future. Yes, Bitcoin is the future. Yeah, it's sound money. Oh my God, it's the best. Bitcoin maximalist talking points. Please insert here. But Bitcoin is garbage for us, for humans. Bitcoin is there for the banks, for the governments, for the institutions. They can do whatever they want with it. Everything is going to be pegged to Bitcoin. It's going to be the new international version of the US dollar, which is traded in the markets today. The markets today, everybody uses US dollar. And Bitcoin in the future will be the institution point of where everything's going to be traded from. They're going to have at it. They're going to regulate it and destroy it. There's no privacy in Bitcoin. I mean, you can look at Canada. You can get your wallets blocked if you send your Bitcoin to the wrong address. You can get all of your whole entire wallet can get blocked if you send to the wrong address. KYC. If you look funny in your mugshot that you sent to a Chinese scam website, you look funny in it, they're gonna block your wallet. They're not gonna allow you to exchange with it. So Bitcoin is garbage. Pulsechain is the future. Pulsechain is, in my words, the only decentralized platform that will be invented. So far, DeFi has not existed for me. DeFi does not exist for me up until this point, up until Pulsechain launches. DeFi has never existed for me. It's not truly decentralized until Pulsechain launches.
Well, yeah, okay. You don't think Uniswap is a good step in the evolution and milestones of crypto?
It is. And that's why Richard took what's good and what works from Uniswap and incorporated it into his own chain. I mean, Uniswap was good. There's a bunch of good things that came from Bitcoin. There's a bunch of good things that came from Ethereum. There's a bunch of great things that has happened in our world. Like, because of Bitcoin, we wouldn't be here. And he is just evolving us into a world that we have no idea how good it's gonna be. And like, it's insane, the shit that I see.
I concur. I concur, my friend.
Like, just imagine if any of you guys lived during 2016, 2017, and you bought up every single ICO that was there, and maybe 2 out of 15 ICOs made you money. Imagine PRC 20s. PRC 20, you have 10,000 chances. 10,000 chances of an ICO. If you buy one of those ICOs, because they're all, you know, basically an ICO, they all start from zero. You have 10,000 chances of one of those coins going to the moon. It's basically ICO bonanza all over again. Like, you can buy into anything, and one of those things are gonna moon. You cash out, you make your million, you cash in again into the real shit, Pulsechain, HEX, PulseX. You cash back in to the real shit, make that shit pump, cash out of that, go back into the ICO, buy that shit, pump it again, cash out. It's like, it's a fucking ICO all over again. It's just free money galore. Like, free money galore. Like, so much free money is gonna get destroyed into this world. This is the wealth transfer that everybody was talking about. This is the wealth transfer that you hear on YouTube all the time.
If I'm being hip to what you're saying, and a lot of cats on here saying, essentially, me and a lot of hip people to this blockchain, we're gonna essentially in the future be able to cover our assets against entities. We're gonna essentially be able to print money.
Yeah, yeah, we're printing money. As soon as everything launches at zero, which is a non-taxable event, because it starts off at 0, 0, 0, 0. It's a non-taxable event. This is the wealth transfer of the world. Like,
Bye bye,
institutions.
Uncle Sam.
Exactly. No, Uncle Sam is gonna go away because it's gonna collapse. Fiat's gonna collapse. But don't get me wrong, the government is on top of this. They're gonna create the CBDC. They're gonna create a bunch of other things to make sure they have control. But we have a blip in space, like a few seconds in the matter of 6 billion years or whatever this world is, 6,000 years. We have a few seconds of this whole lifetime, which is going to transfer the wealth. Like, this is the time right now, and everybody who's here, everybody in here, anybody who has sacrificed, anybody who wants to buy in at launch or after launch or 3 months after launch or 1 year after launch, these are the people who are gonna get that transfer of wealth from the regulators. And then once they see how fucked up they were, like, they're gonna realize, like, oh, it's too late. Oh shit, what am I gonna do? Let's regulate Bitcoin. Let's regulate the off ramps. Let's regulate the on ramps. And then, in the end, that's what I'm saying. In the 30s, in the end, it's gonna be a CBDC standard where you're not gonna be able to cash out nothing. Like, you're gonna be stuck in their system. You're gonna be stuck in the crypto world. The future is crypto, no matter what. And that's what they want, because you're going to be paying everything in crypto. But they're going to want to regulate that and see exactly all your transactions. And, this is why I want you guys to make money this decade and prepare for the next decade. Who knows? Maybe next decade is bullish, but I don't see the next decade is bullish. I see in the late 40s, in the late 50s, and the late 40s, early 50s, is going to start becoming bullish again. The world as a planet. back to my crazy conspiracy theories. You know, there's a reason why people build tunnels underneath Istanbul. Um,
Hold on for a second. Let's not talk about conspiracy theories too much. We like to talk about these things, just for a little bit of time, and then we got to take a little bit of break. So once you bring up that word, that's just kind of a little cue. Let's just see if anybody else out there has a question. Um, anybody out there got anything to tell us? Who's got a question? We'd love to hear from you.
Hey Benjamin, I don't know if you can see this guy down the lane, Mikey. He set his hand up forever and a day. I don't know if we have an admin available, but he set his hand up. I don't know if you can see it, but I can see it. His name's Mikey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4 down low.
Yeah, Papa, you got your ears on. Would you please unmute him?
All right, Z. I just unmuted you. Can you give us a sign of life, please?
Yo. Good morning.
How you doing? You got a question for us?
I haven't actually got a question right now, but I will want to ask a question in a moment. So if you give me give me a sec.
Right on.
I have my the old I added Pulse to MetaMask a few months back, and I think it's changed since I did that. Now, I did come into the chat a while ago to ask the same question. I haven't got around to doing it again. What do I have to add to MetaMask to be able to be able to get my airdrop and have no issue?
Well, do you have a hardware wallet?
I don't at the moment. I'm in the process of setting it up, but before Pulse launches, so I think I've got a little bit more time.
Well, no. You're going to start setting it up and get it set up before you come into this chat. So
Right.
I want you to do that right now. Do you have which one do you have?
Trezor.
Right on. Okay. Do you have 1 or 2?
1.
Okay. Well, you sacrificed, you said, right?
Yep. Both.
All right. Then you can migrate to that Trezor, but you really should have an additional one that you can use as your vault wallet.
Okay.
I'm going to direct you to the video. I want you to watch it. 41 minutes of your life. You'll be able to get it set up and come back to this chat. Is that cool?
That's cool. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. Cheers.
Yep. All right. Coming into the main chat. Bear with me. Hold on. Look in the main text chat right now. And I just posted a whole bunch of links. Did you see those come up?
Okay, yeah, cool. I'm gonna watch them all.
Yep. No. You don't have to watch them all. Just the first one.
Okay, all right.
All right. And do it with your Trezor in hand in front of your PC.
Okay.
Get that thing migrated immediately. And order a second one now to act as your vault.
I mean, why? I mean, why would I have to do it? I mean, obviously, yeah, for security
The
reasons, I should be doing it
the
immediately.
video will explain everything. If you have
Okay.
questions after that, come on back to chat and I'll set you straight.
Okay then. All right. Cheers.
And just as important, right? As your assets grow, you're going to want more than one hardware wallet. Okay.
I mean, I love
So
the confidence in this because, yeah, I'm not going to say too much on here anyway. So yeah, all good.
Yeah, just watch the
you.
video. Have your Trezor in hand. Watch the video. Go through the steps, and then come back with questions if you have any.
All right. Cheers. Thank you.
Just curious, you didn't sacrifice after the sacrifice period was over, correct?
Hey, you talking to me? Hello.
What did you say?
No, I'm on day one Saka on both.
Oh, you did it way back in whenever they were doing it, I guess. I missed out. And if I do it now, it's not real. Yeah.
No, I did it. I was day one on both.
You
Yeah,
lucky.
if you got that much at risk, Z, get off the chat now. Chop chop. Watch the video. Get the thing set up and come back. Don't let anybody else distract you. Get out of here.
Yeah, thank you.
Exactly. I validate Papa. I validate Papa.
Papa, how did the oral surgery go? That's what you had, right? Or you had something like that?
It turned out to be a first consultation. I'm due to go under the knife on the 23rd of June, which will probably be the launch date.
Well, that's too funny.
That would really suck. I'm under laughing gas. I'm having a good time. And then, you know, get out of whatever, mouth all swollen. And, oh, you missed the mainnet launch. It happened 3 hours ago.
You'd probably be better off, right? The first 3 hours, you wouldn't do anything stupid. Not that you would, but yeah, that would suck to miss the first 3 hours, man. We've all waited so long, and that would just you would if your surgery if you knew. Oh man, yeah, you wouldn't even know. That would be crazy.
I couldn't even eat my popcorn up in the bleachers. I'd have to gum it.
This is like a high I can't get down from, and I'm on high alert on everything that I need to be. And I don't know, talking to my friends about this, they all think I'm just crazy, and I block it out because they don't understand the magnitude of this thing, and it's gonna take time for them to understand. But they really think I'm kind of crazy.
Well, I got news for you, friend. That's a rite of passage in crypto, right? So that's par for the course, my friend.
Yeah, I'm like preaching to them about what Papa always does about the online security stuff. and I love them so much that I've been friends with them for like 2 decades and stuff, and I'm like, guys, I need y'all to be secured online before I transition you to this generational wealth, one in a lifetime opportunity. And that's the craziness that they think of when I speak these things, and I'm just like, whatever, dude. I don't care what y'all do. I'm telling y'all, y'all don't believe me. I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna show y'all that this thing is gonna happen.
I can see you, right? You're like, it's all about security too. Papa Boner, that's what he preaches. There's this guy named Papa Boner. He's like the security god.
I think crypto, one of the most valuable things you can do for this community, because you're on here a lot, I see you, is to understand what those vulnerabilities were, understand where all of those places you exposed yourself were, and preach those as a personal testimony to people that are coming in like you, kind of trying to understand things, you know, instead of saying, oh, it must have been Amazon. Well, there were 6 or 7 other ways that you could have easily been, compromised. And I think the more you understand where those things are, the more you're going to save new people coming into the chat because you had personal experience with those things. So I think that's one of the value, the things that you can bring value to is, we're getting new people every day. And, you went through that. And I think thankfully it wasn't it's relative, but it wasn't a totally expensive lesson that you learned, right? Because you're going to make a lot more. I think there's a lot more upside with these launches happening. But that's part of your personal story. I think that's where you can add a lot of value here on this chat is, understanding where those vulnerabilities were and making sure that new people do not make those same mistakes.
Thank you, Kinetics. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yes, yes, and yes. I was everywhere. I was everywhere in every site that I could ever get my hands on. I was in like anything that was semi interesting in a coin. I was there. Anything interesting in a IO, in a DAO. I was essentially there. So I'm gonna let the FBI and all them figure that shit out. That that they have huge networks and teams to figure out. But yeah, I fully understand what you're saying. But I'm gonna do this one time for the 86 participants in the chat right now. We never share our seed phrases with anyone or anything ever. It's one time written down, and you never share it again.
Yes. Please, 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 please listen to Papa. Please listen to this guy and his testimony. This decade, everybody's gonna get wiped. If you are not 1,000,000% secured. I mean, you have to be secured. If you're not secured, you're gonna get wiped out from the system. The system will wipe you out. If you ever traded in your life, you can see how easily you're gonna get wiped out. And this system will wipe you out. If you ever lived through the fiat world, if you were a human once before, if you're not a robot, you can easily see how $1 inflation used to buy you, let's say not $1, but $1,000 used to buy you a Mercedes back in 1920s. With $1,000, you could have bought a Mercedes. $100,000 for you to buy a Mercedes. So if you're not fully secured, you're gonna get wiped out. Just please, for the love of God, please be secured with your assets. This is the time where wealth transfer is happening. You have to be very secured with your assets. This is money. It's not a game. It's not digital. It's not numbers on a screen. This is money. This is the future. Money doesn't exist. Never has existed. This is the future of money. So please be careful with your money and your assets on the digital world.
You're right, DG. You are absolutely right. Because today, after 3 decades of me being on this rock, I actually thought about an exit strategy out of USD, and I considered loved ones. I necessarily can't exit my position out of USD because over here, that's the only accepted payment. And, my family, how I make rent and pay things and car and food and all that, I have to use USD, and I can't use anything else. So yeah, man, you're absolutely right.
And if you weren't here 5 or 6 days ago when Papa was preaching about family trust, irrevocable trusts, and the other trust, please hire a CPA, a certified personal accountant, and please dox the guy, vet him, make sure he knows what he's talking about. Don't give your money to the first CPA that you find. Please make sure you have a will, have a trust, have a LLC, please have a DBA account, doing business as an entity. Please learn the law, learn money mechanics, and learn what they've been doing to us this whole time, and we will transfer the wealth from them onto us. And if you don't know any of these things, trust and law and anything, we're gonna be the idiots who will transfer back the wealth back to the banks and the governments. It's a very quick moment. It takes a very short amount of time before you get liquidated. I don't know if anybody leverage trades here, but once you get liquidated, the price moves in your favor. So you get liquidated, it goes the wrong way, and then right after you get liquidated, the price moves exactly in your direction where you want it to be, and you were right the whole time. But you get liquidated and you lose all your money. And this is what's happening now in the real world. They're losing their money because of us. Because it's time for them to lose their money. They're getting liquidated and they're giving us money for free. This is free money galore. Everybody's happy. Everybody's euphoric. Everybody can't believe it. Nobody can believe it. Free money. Everywhere you go, it's just free money. We tapped into the free money market. And if you're foolish enough to believe that this free money is going to last forever, you're going to get liquidated. And if you're going to get liquidated if you do not have a trust, if you don't have a CPA, if you do not know how to be secure in your holdings, in your assets. Just like how people have guns and gold, they put it in a safe with a little number. It takes 3 clicks to make the safe click in order for you to open the safe. It's the same way. That's physical world. This is digital world. If you cannot correlate between the physical world and the digital world, you will get liquidated from all of your assets. All of these earnings that you're going to get from Pulsechain will get liquidated, and you're going to be stuck on the government, and the government is going to provide for you little rations of soup and bread that you're going to eat off of, and you're going to pray to God that you're going to have enough. You're going to pray to God and hope that the government is going to give you bread tomorrow so your family can eat. My family's been through this in the communist days of Europe. My father got shot in the back while he was already escaped from communism into the free land of Yugoslavia. And he escaped communism, and he still got shot in the back by a sniper while on the territory of the free land. Don't think for a second that once you reach the free land, you're gonna be free. You can still get sniped. So please, for the love of God, be safe, be secure, understand the future. This is the time where everyone is going to be happy, and euphoria is gonna be all over the place. And I just want you guys to be grounded on earth. Don't be high in the sky. Just be grounded and understand the reality in the digital world.
I think you bring up a good point, and that's security is an ever-changing thing, right? And that's another reason why you should be, as the months, days, years go by, hopefully this channel or something very similar like it will be here, you should always be checking in. And hopefully we'll have somebody like Papa who knows and who has the experience to share with us. Because going into the future, for every time that you think that you're secure, right, there'll be some type of clown out there that will figure out some type of way around things, right? Because there's money to be made. And then we'll make our moves to secure ourselves. But a very good point is going into the future, this digital world that we're living in, we're all going to have to, be paying very close attention to the security thing, especially when you have a lot of money at stake. So I think you brought up a very excellent point there.
Well, yes, as technology evolves, so does the hackers. The hackers evolve with technology. There will never be a safe point in this digital world because technology advances, hackers advance. So you have to always be on top of your security every single day. Always be on top of your security.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. Yeah, absolutely. Every minute of every day. I just want to say something about the new blockchain that's coming out. Essentially, the hackers and scammers. I really feel like we're gonna have a grace period of, I don't know, maybe an hour, a minute, a week, a month. I don't know. I'm not a scammer. I'm not a hacker. I'm not any of those. But I think we're going to have a grace period of not having to deal with that for a short period of time until they figure crap out, because it's a new technology that they don't have.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as supercomputers is a thing and quantum computers is a thing, and everybody knows, like, oh, quantum computers are gonna finally be able to crack your SHA SHA-256 code. You know, once that happens, once the supercomputers can crack your seed phrase, there's gonna be hackers all on top of it. So there's gonna be a little glimpse for the hackers to make money, just like we have a glimpse to make money now. There's gonna be a little glimpse for the hackers to make money until they patch that vulnerability up. So once the supercomputers and quantum computers, or however you want to call them, once they crack the code of SHA SHA-256, you know, there's gonna be a little glimpse where hackers can hack your stuff, which could be in the future. And you always have to be on top of it. Always. Don't ever think you're on vacation. You're never on vacation. You will never ever be on vacation. I've never met a millionaire in my life. I've met plenty of them. Never in my life a millionaire has been on vacation. Millionaires work every single second of the day. They they don't stop working. I've never met a millionaire who's on vacation. They're always working. Billionaires, they work even harder. Don't ever think that you're protected by the police or the government or whatever insurance company you have. You're never protected. You are your own bank. You will never be protected unless you are more protective than the hackers. Like, I'm not saying you need to learn how to hack. Just be aware that there will be in the future glimpses, little seconds of life where there's vulnerabilities until somebody patches it up.
Yeah, I heard you loud and clear. I think in the future, when we make this big noise, the governments over territories and states are going to be upset because now we can compete. And us being emotional beings, us humans are emotional beings, they're going to be intimidating and try to set fear into our eyes to hand over our keys and hand over our crap. And I'm not going to do that.
I mean, you don't have to do it. They're gonna do it for you. They can block your transactions. They can hinder your ability to transact. I mean, you don't have to do anything. They're gonna do it for you. They're gonna destroy your life for you. You don't have to destroy it for yourself. That's why you have to be on top of it. You have to be on top of it. Just like those smart people who bought proof gold instead of bullion gold back in the 1930s. The people who bought bullion gold got confiscated. I mean, like Mandalorian said, nobody knocked on the door, but they voluntarily gave up their gold because it was bullion. If it was proof gold, you wouldn't have to give up your coin. So I mean, it's a very complicated game, and they're the ones who invented it, and we're the ones who are lacking on what they're doing. And by the time we find out, it's 100 years later, and they're already 100 years into the future of what they're gonna plan on doing to us. So no matter what, please, just please be on top of it. Always, every single day, be on top of it. Always learn something new. Always do something new. Make something new. Make just always. Don't ever stop. Don't sleep. This is. I've never heard a millionaire sleep in my life. I've never seen a millionaire sleep for 1 second in my life. There's no way that a millionaire can sleep.
Okay, friend, I have friends who are millionaires and they go on lots of vacations and they sleep.
Yeah, but
We,
they.
we got H-Man raising his hand. If there's an admin in the chat, and maybe Mikey went to sleep. I don't know. He's had his hand up for the longest, but we got H-Man down there with his hand up. And I'm hearing you, DG. I'm hearing you and Benjamin.
They're able to sleep because they're secure. That's probably why. They're secure and they know that they're secure. That's why they're sleeping safe at night. So I want you guys to sleep safely at night. I want all of you guys to sleep safely at night. Like I don't want anybody to worry about what's gonna happen tomorrow or the next day, or oh my God, we're in a bear market. Oh my God, everything's crashing. We're going to zero. Oh my God, it's going to zero. I fucking heard this story a million times in my life. We're going to zero. Oh, we're gonna go to zero. When Bitcoin was at 3,000 back in 2017, I had buy orders at 1,000, 2,000. None of that shit got filled. And I missed the fucking boat. I had buy orders to buy a few Bitcoins at 1,000 because of fear everything was going to go to zero and this and that. None of them got filled. I made no money during this last cycle because of that. Because I wanted more. I wanted more and more and more. But you I mean, just don't sleep. Don't sleep on your security. If you're secure, you're gonna be safe.
So hey, if I could just speak freely here, DG and Benjamin up in the chat, holding it down. Me socializing with my friends and trying to expand, obviously, because I'm so adamant about this blockchain and I'm so adamant about these coins and tokenomics and all that. One of my friends has like 20 coins to eat, and just unrealized gains and all that. But he has accumulated and stuff, so he is going to understand me when I talk about crypto. And he does fiber optics and stuff. And I was jibber jabbering about the knowledge that I've learned in the past week. And like before I came in here, I already kind of had a small idea of what a node was and validators and all that. But hearing Profex and some other cats spit some game on that, like, goddamn, I got so much to learn. And so I said the word node. I shit you not. Like, I don't know, it correlated with him because I wasn't grabbing his attention. And like, whenever I was explaining about some blockchains and amazing what this thing's gonna do, and the second I said no, that's when I caught his attention because he works with fiber optics, and he was telling me, like, information that I didn't know, and he was telling me, like when these huge entities want to essentially fork off. This is like real world to crypto in my realm, and I could be off, I could be wrong. Take it for what you want. But we connected, and I was trying to share it. And so he was explaining to me about fiber optics and essentially forking off like AT&T. Sorry to say said name, or forking off all these other different big people, and like, they don't know it, but like they're paying so much money for this stuff, and they're like making their own blockchain, but they don't know it yet because they're stuck on Web 2.0, and they don't like, they don't have an idea of Web 3.0. And like, the way he was explaining it to me, it I don't know, it like ricocheted in my body. It was just like, all right, I'm gonna get you the money that I need. And I need to compete uh like that too. Also, you know, not just, but just expanding a little bit. Yeah, it was kind of cool and crazy, and it just, I don't know. I mean, I'm human, and just to connect like that, and they're thinking I'm crazy for 30 minutes, and then I say one word, and then he's just like, "Wait a minute, how do you know what a node is?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "How do you know what a node is?" And then he really wanted to know what I knew, And I was like, "Look, I'm not gonna tell you until you get a until you get a hardware wallet, a offline wallet, And like I just like I love you, bro, but I'm not telling you shit till you get that thing, dude. And like your profile is online right now, and you need to figure out how to just escape. Okay, all right. And I'm trying to, they're not up to par like most of you guys are, and so I'm just trying to my best to bring them along and contribute because they're semi into crypto, and I'm like, dude, this is the thing. Like, this is the opportunity. I'm being very expressive to them, telling my friends. I even like my boss that I work for. I told him, like, and obviously he has bigger bags than me, and I'm like, dude, and he had like a semi interest like a year or two ago, so I'm trying to tell him, I'm like, yo, we kind of fucked up, I kind of had a wrong idea, and like this thing's kind of different than what I thought, and I'm not trying to have diarrhea of the mouth, but yeah, man, I don't know, it was kind of cool connecting with him.
Well, you're doing everything you can, right? That's the most important thing. And what they do with it will be on them. But when people see that you have those life-changing gains, it makes it a hell of a lot easier because, that's when most people arrive to the party, right? When it's too late. But once they see that, those X's and those zeros in your bank account, they're going to be rushing in. And most of the time, how it works is they come in at the end, right? When it's too late. But that's part of the passage as well in crypto, is you get in for the first time in the euphoria stage, and you learn to hold those bags and go through the market and a bear market and hold those. And for most people, there's this saying that goes, a person will hold a losing ticket a lot longer than they'll hold a winning ticket. People will hold their losses sometimes for, a long period of time. But as soon as it gets green, they get itchy fingers. So anybody that's here now, right, there's going to be a lot of X's coming in the future. So a lot of people are so concerned about getting the ultimate low, getting in now. There's so many ways to screw yourself with that. But it's rightfully so. You should be concerned about that. But you should be just as equally concerned about getting out and selling at the correct time as well. Or if you have a long term, if you don't need the money and you want to wait 5-10 years, that would probably be, better, right? Because once you start trying to time markets, you're going to kind of mess it up. That's why nobody can tell you what to do, right? Is you got to live through it yourself. You got to like feel this thing out. You got to make the mistakes. The patterns repeat themselves, but they don't. They're slightly different. And the euphoria, they're always trying to figure out ways. So that's why you have to get to know yourself in this, right? It's like any career, any type of thing. You could read all the books, go to all the colleges, but day one starts when the bullets start flying, right? And you're experiencing this war. This is a war that you're in. And this is a war against yourself, right? There's going to be so many things that are going to make you do this, want to do this, go over here, go to that object, sell, time the market. There's so many psychological things that are coming, right? And it's not just sometimes the charts. It can be life. Quick little story for you. I don't know, 2016 maybe. Bitcoin, through that cycle, it went from $1,300 to $200, and I held that whole time. And it took a long time. It seemed like it took forever. I was like the longest, it seemed like, for all the cycles I've been in. But it got up to 1,300 finally again, and I needed a lawyer at that time. And at that time, I had I've been in a lot of different positions, but at that time I had like 100 Bitcoins. And I was like, man, it's been going up and down, and I needed $5,000 only, and I never had really, I thought that I was a long term holder, like so many people do. They think they're a long term holder, but they don't see all the different things coming. So, anyways, I was like, I don't want to lose $5,000, so I sold my whole position at, let's say, $1,200. I think it's $1,300. And my buyback in was at like $970. I put it back in to recoup like the $5,000 or something like that. And it went down to like 980, and my buyback was at 970, and I sat on the sideline the whole time, all the way up to 20 grand, right? Because all of a sudden it goes to 3,000 or 2,000. Like, hell no, it's going to come back. Hell no, it's going to come back. So for many years, I kept sitting there telling people. Back in 2000, about this point was about 2013. Crypto's going to be big. I held for like 3 years, a couple years, and all of a sudden I made a foolish mistake like that. The price got away. I was like, no way. Now I got 50 Bitcoins. Hell no, it's going to come back. It's not. And in the last month and a half, it shot from six grand to 20 grand. Okay, and I finally bought back in at 18 grand. Right, I ended up selling it, so I didn't lose when it went back down. But my point of telling this story, if I remember correctly, is that there's a lot of things that are going to be coming for you, and this is an internal war. And even though the patterns are very similar, what you will do in those patterns are going to be different for different reasons. There's so many reasons. Like, I try to talk about this, but a lot of people don't necessarily have the amount of experience like really hard in this game, so they truly don't see it. But what I'm telling you is that life is coming for your bags for you to make a mistake. The chart is coming, greed is coming for you. So those are things that are more important, the internal things, than the chart stuff. So I just wanted to tell you guys about that.
Hey man, just to validate, dude, what you were saying was like really cool. I learned from you. A lot of people, man. Yeah.
But I'll tell you, it's never too late, right? It's never too late. I've fucked up some things, right? But I'm here now. And this is a great second opportunity. And I'm telling you guys, like, I've been doing this 10 years, and I have not been this excited about a project or anything I've been in since I first heard about Bitcoin. Like this, there's just so many factors that are coming into play. So anybody that's listening now, like, these types of opportunities don't come that often. You can get lucky, and people get lucky and they think they're good. They're not good, they're lucky for the most part. That's my personal opinion. But real good opportunities where a good amount of people get in and kind of hear about it, and who are going to get really rich, and the people there truly understand, like, this shit is unstoppable. Like the math is done. Like, we just got to just play it all out. And, if you don't mess it all up, you don't leverage trade, and you don't do something super, super stupid, you're going to be fine. So I haven't been this excited since the first day that I heard about Bitcoin. Now I didn't get
so
yeah,
dude. You're like absolutely right, bro.
So, and I feel good. Sometimes, like a small part of me is like, man, these guys have no clue. Like they're getting lucky. They're stepping in here. These guys, they got 6 months experience, a year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 years, and they're lucking out, man. Part of me thinks that just a teeny bit, but not really, because that's why I got into this day one and all the people before us, that the groundwork could be laid so that these beautiful products, that what Richard is putting out, that people don't have to go through all the pitfalls. And you've got people like Papa Bo, you got people like Papa Boner here, you got Gamma, you got, I'm not even going to name anymore because there's so many good people in here. And if you're here, you've got a team of people that you can ask any question to any time of the day, 24/7. They don't care if there's no such thing as a stupid question, and they're going to give you their honest opinion. So realistically, you're one of the smartest people in the world now because you have all these brains working. Generally speaking, we speak about Richard Hart products, but that's a good thing for now.
Yeah, man. I just want to piggyback, like a section what you said before I forget. Uh, Talking about luck. Yeah, for so long, the way that I'm viewing things now, I think that like back in the day, I was just trying to get lucky. I was just trying to get lucky. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put some money in and see what happens, because I didn't fully understand. And now I'm geared towards, now how do I become secure? You know, because there's a double entendre there, and I think that I could speak to you this way, and you would understand that double entendre. And yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to be the most secured in this investment moving forward, future projects. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got some sharp cats in here, man. It's so crazy in here. And someone, like, look, I don't even really like, you know, put on the mic anymore, and like I let people like, you know, argue this debate, and I'm just like, wow, you know. Um, I try not to wait too much. I was listening all night tonight, and it's just like, all right, man, some cats are dedicated to this shit. But yeah, man, like, and I don't try to go off into the spectrum, and I don't try to go off into theories, and I don't try to go off so much. But like where I feel like, certain people, or maybe even one person, or couple, or handful, whatever, I feel like, technical analysis on certain things is very important because it keeps us level headed. For one, I feel that, analyzing, the technical side of things is very important in keeping us level headed. Even though I have a lot of faith in this project, it's just, uh, it helps keep us level headed, like, so we don't go so far out into like the galaxy, and supposedly, billions on top of billions exponentially. So, it just helps us keep a good ground, a good grounding, if you will.
Agree. And I think that what you were talking about earlier, I didn't hear, you just talked a little bit about some of the, bad things that happened previously or something, and people got to realize that there's a price to pay if you're going to be good at anything, right? There's a price to be paid in you're going to have to mess things up a lot. You're going to have to go through some stuff. And even if, this is relatively one of your first times in crypto and you've landed here, and it works out for you, right? There's still going to be plenty. You got to understand that like there's a price to be paid always, where everybody could do this, right? You're going to mess things up, but it's the people that no matter what happens to them, they pick themselves up and they go right back to the front lines of this crypto, financial game, right? So you got to expect. I'm just letting you guys know. You're going to have to expect to lose an arm in this game, right? And there's going to be many things. That's how life is, so sometimes like me personally, those are the things that I like to talk about because those are the things that I've been through, and those are the things that are going to keep you going, right? When it happens to you, when you lose your limbs, those are weird analogies to use in here, but when you mess up so bad and it sets you back 4 years and it makes your mind spinning crazy, right? Like I want to prepare you for those things. I don't want it to happen to you, but I want you all to be prepared. That's what's coming. Okay? In certain aspects. But now you've got such a good team of people here and a lot of such like the best. Richard Hart's got the best community. He's putting out the best products that, taking what's out there in the crypto world and all the crap out there and, doing what he does to it, making it 10 times better. You got the same thing with people here in experience. But no matter what, those things are going to happen to you. Different things are going to happen. And in closing, right, I just want to prepare you for those things so you're never taken out of this game because I'm telling you, it's worth it. When you get that financial freedom and you got that money to go travel the world, okay, or do what your heart desires and you're a free person, a true free person again, it's a billion times worth it. And you'll be able to give that to other people if they're willing to listen, learn, and if they're willing to pay the price.
Benjamin, if if they're so curious, man, they could ask a question, because like it's a day old tale of you could show the horse the river, but you can't make it drink the water, you know.
And that's the sad thing too, because you want your friends and family to see what you see, right? To experience, what possible reality that you're going to be stepping into, and you want to bring them with you, right? But success is truly the ultimate thing that will change people's lives around you when you're living and breathing that and you've gone through it yourself, right? Because you got to have the X's. Like I'm the type of person, guys. I don't. There's not as many of them in here. Is that like guys who have been through like the wars, all the wars, right? And who aren't still truly financially free, right? No, there's plenty of those guys. Actually, there's a lot of guys like me out there, but a lot of them are dead, man. A lot of them don't make it; they give up. And there's a lot of more in here because they made it through in Hex, right? So this is a original Hex community, and a lot of those guys floated in there, and they're sitting on top of a good chunk of change. But my point is this: you could have all the knowledge in the world, all the experience in the world, but people will not take you seriously unless if it shows in your bank account. And all it takes, and I'm here to tell you, is 1 or 2 mistakes. So don't make those big mistakes that are going to take you out of the game. Leverage trading, taking loans out on let's not even talk about that, but leverage trading, because that's what these things are. Going for an extra 5-10%, whatever. Like those are the type of things for a lot of people that can take you out if you're not smart about it. And your people aren't usually smart about it during euphoria periods. During euphoria, all of a sudden you've got like a huge chunk of change and you're like, damn, easy money, right? And that's usually when the party's over.
Absolutely, man. To add to that, I think a lot of people here can resonate with what you said. You had to go through some ups and downs and some mistakes to get where you are right now, because we're pre-viral. Like, I mean, I didn't hear about this from an exchange, from some advertisement or anything like that. I mean, everybody's here and lucky to be here because it's very, very, very under wraps. And so you had to have gone through your ups and downs a little bit to know, where to be, where to look out for projects like pre-launch, like we are now, Pulsechain and everything else. And yeah, what a good thing to be a part of a community like this as well. But yeah, you got to appreciate where you're at. And yeah, what you're saying is inspirational, and it resonates with me a lot.
And I want to tell you guys this. I think even more important than Pulsechain and PulseX and the way it was designed and the pumpamentals and all that, there's one thing that's even more important to your financial freedom and success than that coin, right? And those, whatever Richard Hart has there, right? I believe that that's this channel, a group of people. You've got thousands of big brains here, right? Who are going to give you the medicine. Like, that's what's truly needed. So you don't fuck it up. Because most people end up messing it up. So you can have the best coin, all these things. But so that's what I'm grateful for. That's what I'm most grateful for, is to have this channel. And they haven't kicked me off yet.
I really hope they don't kick me off too, dude. To be honest, since the great minds in this channel ain't speaking and I'm unmuted, maybe I've been coming off as gritty and tough, but yeah, I totally understand. I totally do. Hey, and also Benjamin, I was gonna kick it with you, and I was gonna ask, but I don't know if it's getting too personal, because I feel like mine's phenomenal. Just like a little joke, side note, less stress comment, and dude that spoke earlier, amazing. Yeah, I mean, I was about to search something, and I'm just reading back the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the last 8 things that I searched on Google. Yeah, if you want to share maybe one or none, I don't care. But it'd be interesting to see what you Googled, like the last 3 searches, and I'll share
Oh,
mine.
that's kind of cool. Let's do that. Let's do that. So here's my last 10 searches. NBA games today, Reddit, TMZ. That Captain Mango was in here earlier. I was seeing what his Twitter was. So I put Captain Mango Twitter. And InfoWars. That's funny. NHL games today. And Rumble.
All right. Interesting. Let's see what I got. I'm not sure my mic. Is my mic still on right now?
You're good.
Hello? Okay. Let's see. I did Hex T-shirt rate. I did Hex daily volume. I did fear and greed index. I did some Twitter influencer. I did Hex trading video call as well. Yeah. All things around the ecosystem.
Good Lord.
Fear and greed's big right now. It's the fear is real. We're close to a bottom, and you know, we're accumulating. You're in the right spot, and you're in the right project. I'll just say that.
I will say there was a couple things I didn't want to read to you guys.
Yeah, definitely omitted a couple too.
Y'all are so intelligent, man. God. All right, I guess it's my turn since I started this.
Yeah, you asked the question, Chris.
I did. I gotta come with the nays, right? Just bring an interesting point last minute, try to throw me off my game. And I'm gonna do what y'all just said. I'll share a couple. What day did Hex Coin launch? Is there proof of copy on blockchains? Maybe I'm trying to reach right here. A stretch, very very far stretch. Ethereum creator phone number. Richard Hart net worth.
Wait, we got to go back to that. Don't skip over that. What did you want to ask him?
Let's not go back into why he launches in bear markets. Let's not go back to this. Yes, there is proof on the blockchain. Yes, you can look at it. If you know how to explore the blockchain, you can explore the blockchain. Let's not go back to this subject, please, because if you want to look at the charts, look at the charts. Hex launched right before the last. Hex launched at the confirmation.
Last bear market, yeah.
Hex launched at the confirmation.
Hold on, PulseX, hold on 1 second. Crypto, finish what you were saying and we'll get back to the conversation. Appreciate it, Pulse, don't Hex. Just let him finish just 1 second, please.
What? I don't understand the question. What do you mean? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
No, just read your last couple ones that you were going to read.
Yeah, you would like to know that, huh? Yeah, I'm very curious, man.
Yeah. Pornhub, Facebook, whatever. What else was it?
None of that shit.
We want to know.
Hey, man, you really want to know my first one? Is that y'all?
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. If there's nothing else, then there's nothing else. Whatever.
Look, I'll lay it out for you if you want. I'll give you my last 8. I don't care. This is a burner. First one, intellectual property lawyer, my ZC, if you follow, copyright lawyer. What day did Hex launch? Proof of copy, Ethereum creator phone number, Richard Hart network, stock market index, stock index. Just being transparent because everything's public, right?
Yeah.
And I'm off grid, so.
Oh yeah, beautiful. I think Benjamin's point is everybody's doing their damn homework, and we got a hive mind full of people doing their homework all the time, and that's beautiful.
Yes, so Hex launched in the bear market technically, but Hex launched at the confirmation of a bull market. Right after Hex launched, few days later, capitulation candle happened. And then it went from 3,000 all the way to 69,000. So what I want to say is that, Hex launched at a perfect time. If you want me to answer your question, if I don't know the other questions that you asked, because you mentioned a bunch of questions, but if you want to look it up, you can look it up on the Hex, on the Ethereum blockchain. You can look it up at BitQuery. .explorer.io. You could look it up on Tornado Cash. There's plenty of
Yeah.
explorers that you could look it up. There's plenty of proof on the internet. Nothing's private. You can look it up on the internet.
So with that experience, do you what do you see this project doing? More of the same? You know, was it good for launching at that time, or expand on that, or what you see for Pulsechain and Richard Hart projects going forward?
Personally, he's going to launch when the sentiment is bullish. And if you don't know what bullish means that the market is in fear and greed. Bullish means you're buying the dip in a bear market. Because if you understand what a bull is a male cow. When a bull that has horns sees red, what does a bull do when he sees red? He attacks it. He attacks it and he buys all the red dumps. When a bull attacks the red dumps and pushes the price further above the higher lows, that means we are in a confirmed bull market. So, in order for you to be a bull, you want to see the price drop because you want to buy at a sale price. You want to see fire sales. You want to have 95% reduction on the MSRP price. Like imagine you want to buy a BMW for $100,000. It's a brand new car. And then you see on the market that same BMW 3 years later is going to be worth $40,000. Holy shit. I'll buy the shit out of that car right now. Because it's at a 70% premium. Off. It's on sale. A bull loves to see red candles. Like, I love to see red candles. Like, every time I see a red candle, I'm a bull. I buy the fucking shit out of it. When you're a bear, you hate to see greenery. You don't want to see any vegetation because you love hibernation. You want to live in a cave because you're a bear. So when you see greenery, it's springtime. I'm gonna fucking eat all of your leaves, all your plants, all your flowers, all of your vegetation. And I'm gonna fucking eat all of your vegetation as a bear. So every pump, I'm gonna dump on you. So we are right now in a bull market. We're not in a bear market. I don't know what the fuck world you guys live in, but everything I think of, I'm against mainstream. I'm opposite. I'm an opposite person. Like me personally, I'm an opposite person. So when the mainstream or anything says anything, I'm an opposite person. So right now we are very bullish. We are very bullish. We see red candles. I fucking want to take my horns out of my head and fucking stab everybody with my horns right now every time I see a red candle. And right now, I think that we are trying to find a confirmation where the sentiment is bullish. Right now, people are still selling because of fear and panic and oh my god, we're going to zero. Same shit that happens every fucking bear market. It's nothing new. It's been happening for millions of years. And every time when everybody has no money because they're broke as fuck, that means we're in a bear market, which means nobody has money to buy anything because we're all poor. It's like
And that's when patience pays off, and that's where you should buy. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. This is why patience is key. Because
Yes, sir.
I FOMO'd in, just like maybe everybody else, where this fucking guy is like, oh my god, we're gonna launch mid-May. But we didn't launch mid-May. And I FOMO'd in, I lost 80%. I didn't lose anything because I didn't sell. Once you sell, that means you executed the trade and you proven to the fact that you are a loser. Once you actually executed the trade to say, oh, I quit. Here, there's a fucking guy who's robbing the bank, and you're like, oh my God, you take all my money, please, take all my money. I don't even want it anymore, please. You see a robber on the street, and you just give him money. Be like, oh, take my money, please. I don't even want it anymore. It's like the same sentiment. Like, why would you give anybody your money for no reason? Like, why would you sell at these low prices? No reason. So these panic people are selling because the bulls are in play right now. The bulls want lower prices. The bulls want on sale prices because they know the future will be good and they're gonna get their gains. That's why they want to see red dumps. They want to see red candles because they want to buy the shit out of those dumps. They would buy the shit out of every red candle. Buy. When we're in a bull market, bears come out to play. I mean, everything is opposite in this world. Everything, I believe in opposite. Everything is opposite. Like anything you see on the news is opposite. Oh my God, everything is opposite. Like everything is opposite. Whatever anybody says, like it's the exact opposite. Like I live in an opposite world. Like nothing is real, nothing is true, unless you flip it around, and then it becomes true.
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you, dude. Just just looking at a few things that I ain't seen ever. Um, I'm not seeing a certain territory uh on here. There's a lot of other territories in places, but there's not certain ones, and uh, yeah, I don't know. I think I'm just spouting off the mouth.
Well, I hope, at least you can see it. But the future is bright. Whenever there is a dump, it's a lot more better than having a pump. Let me just say that. Anytime you see a pump, that means it's very bearish. Pumping means bearish because bears want to sell for a profit, and they're taking out money, and then other people have patient diamond hands. They're not gonna sell anything. And then maybe those people who freak out, be like, oh my God, I made so much money, then they sell. That's why everything is the opposite. When you're in a bull market, uh, traditionally, a bull market is when price pumps. But why does price pump? Price pumps because people are selling their gains, and people are people are buying somebody else's gains in order for them to gain more. So in a in a bear market, which people think we're in a bear market now, people are selling at a loss that they are in now. People are selling at a loss, and the bulls are so fucking happy that people are selling at a loss because they know that whoever did that mistake is going to regret it. And these bulls are creating the dump because they need the price to be lower. Who's going to buy, like if you're an investor, who's going to buy something when the price appreciates 2x or 3x or 5x? I'm not gonna buy something that's overpriced. Like, would you buy a BMW that's worth 3,000? and you would pay 20 for it. Like, I wouldn't pay $20,000 for a 3,000 BMW. I know that BMW costs 3,000, so I'm gonna wait until people, and then when they sell me that BMW for 3,000, then I'm gonna buy it.
Hey, please don't hex me, bro. Did you change your name recently?
It's, you know, it's
Crypto.
one of my first accounts.
Because I'm just trying to figure out if you're the same guy I was talking to a week ago or so. So how do you define bear market then? 2 minutes.
Red candles.
A bear market is when everything is green.
Oh, green.
Yeah, man, I'm
Right.
telling you.
Yeah, they're ready to sell. Yeah.
I'm an opposite person. So a bear market would mean everything is green. People are selling to buyers. So for example, a bull market is, oh my God, we're going to the moon. But in reality, people are selling to you. They're cashing out, and people are buying it. They're buying it. Oh my God, 10x, 5x, 100x. Oh my God, they're selling you, and you're still making gains. You think it's a bull market, but in reality, there's people in the game older than you that they've been in gains forever, and they don't give a fuck, and they're just selling it to you. And
Okay,
then,
so according to your logic, no, you had your 2 minutes. So according to your logic, you get to a market bottom in a bull market.
yes. So let's say traditionally a bear market is like, oh my God, everybody's dumping. Oh my God, where's the bottom? Who knows where the bottom is? I don't know where the bottom is. I'm just a noob. I don't know how to trade. I'm bleeding out. I'm negative 95% in my portfolio. What should I do? I'm gonna sell the bottom. I'm panicking. I sold the bottom. I just had a friend come to me not even 5 hours ago. He came to me. He's like, he just told me he sold his hex at 7 cents, while he had the opportunity to sell it at 50 cents. That's fucking bullish. That's bullish. That's super bullish. I would take your fucking 7 cents hex, for example, because I want that sale. I don't want to buy 50 cents. I'd rather buy.
Keep
But
going,
you don't
DG.
have any hex, right? I asked you last week when you got into hex, you said you didn't.
No, you're confusing. I don't know. You asked me if I'm the same person if I change my name. I don't know who you talked to, but yes, I have $16,000 worth of hex. It's worth $4,000 now. What am I gonna do? Sell it? It's worth nothing. What am I gonna do with $4,000, $100,000 X? What the fuck am I gonna do with the $100,000 X? What am I gonna sell it now? I'll fucking let it go to zero. I don't give a shit about $16,000. What am I gonna do with $4,000? That's garbage. I don't know who you talk to.
So you missed the hex launch though, right? You said you said you've been around for a while. You had an opportunity to buy Bitcoin. You told your friends about it. They ended up making, hundreds of thousands or millions. And then you told people about hex, but you didn't get involved.
Maybe,
right?
yes.
Okay.
That story,
Okay.
yes. Well,
Just checking.
when Hex launched, if you don't remember, it was during a bear market, and just like now,
But you,
I have no dry powder. I have no dry powder because I fucking went all in into Hex because of mid-May launch. I have no more dry
Locked and
powder to
loaded.
do shit.
Locked and loaded. That's fine.
So
You'll be all
that's what
right.
I'm saying.
Yeah, you're
Just like 3 years ago, I was doing all the research. I was posting shit about all kinds of shit, Dara, HashGraph, Hex, all kinds of bullshit programs to all my friends. And yes, one of my friends did pick up on Hex. I didn't buy anything because at that time it was a bear market. I had no cash available. And 3 years later, the same motherfucker who I recommended Hex to, that same motherfucker told me about Pulsechain. He's like, yo, nigga, it's fucking July, August. Yo, buy this fucking Pulsechain. Fucking get in this shit, bro, right now. That motherfucker did me a favor. Just like how I did him a favor 3 years ago. And he's the one who told me about Pulsechain. Even though I told him about Hex 3 years ago, and I was just spewing at the mouth like a drunkard retard, and somebody caught it. But 3 years
CLS,
later,
watch your
the
mouth,
favor
Benj. I'm
returned.
gonna put you on
you don't
CLS. I'll put you
strike
on
me as a
mute.
drinker.
If you're gonna continue with your
Please.
mouthpiece, I'm gonna put you on mute, bro.
So Benjamin, my question is for you, because you haven't been in this chat. I mean, you started coming back, so it's good to hear your voice. But how long have you been in Hex? Benjamin?
Might have checked out for the evening. I see Mando in chat. What up, Mando?
What's up, guys?
I'm sorry, did I say something incorrectly? Why would you? I'm sorry if I said something.
How you felt, man, and I heard
Yeah,
you, and
you did say
I
something incorrectly. You're
understood you.
cursing, and you said a couple of words that are not supposed to be said at all.
All right, forgive me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we got to tighten up on the way we speak, because there's, a lot of people in here, and there's admins in here that kind of like, like this is for the community. So we got to tighten up on our language. That's what he's like kind of politely asking, man. You do have knowledge, dude, and you're like hip to the game, bro. And what you just said is just like confirming that this is the place to be in crypto right now. And like I think you mentioned earlier about Bitcoin just being like a horrible coin, and I kind of agree about locking up the wallets and stuff. And that to me just screams private network, and like it's just, since it was the first, it's all, and yeah. But I hear you. They just want us to tighten up on how we communicate, and other people that uh, aren't financially mature, so to speak, you know, not liquidate all themselves and stuff. So we gotta like tighten up stuff and all that. But yeah, dude, I'm hearing you, man.
Forgive me.
I was enjoying the conversation about the hive mind that's doing their own research, coming together and sharing ideas, and just where all of our heads are at right now, where our minds, our hearts, and everything is right now. And I think we can go down paths of, what's Richard Hart thinking, and when is it going to launch, and why is he doing this? And I don't think any of these answers are binary. I think that there's a little bit of influence in both directions, right? I don't think he's making this decision solely based on the market or solely based on when the code's perfect or any of that. I think there's definitely some gray areas, but the fact that we're on here trying to talk, and speak on it intelligently based on our research is what we need to continue to do. And it's going to launch. And when it does, I think we're all just waiting for that big day. And we're a hell of a community, man. With the brilliance in this chat it's unheard of. I mean, I managed teams. My engineering team grows to 50 engineers sometimes. I've got 10 core developers, and we do embedded programming, somewhat mission critical stuff. And I know what it's like. I know these projects can take a long time, and there's all sorts of things that change and come up, and it's not all black and white, but just the fact that we're on here and we're sharing our thoughts and ideas and things that we've researched and come up with, and there's no bad ideas. It's we're a community that helps people on board and cares about the project and wants it to succeed. So I just those are my thoughts, and I really enjoy coming in here every day, just hearing who's in and what people have to say.
Amen, brother.
Please don't hex me, bro.
You're also appreciated, man. Everybody's situation that found themselves here is something to account for. We've all made our way through crypto, and to be in a project like this, and it takes something to be here before launch of Pulsechain, and even to hear about Hex. Like, I've been researching crypto like ruthlessly, looking for just pre-launches things and good projects, and like I would have never heard about Hex had I not heard from my buddy's mouth. Like, and I'm looking at everything. We talk about looking at everything, and everything gets exposed to people that finally come to the exchange. When it's already hit its IPO, ICO, whatever you want to call it, and then it gets on and it does its thing, and then everybody hears about it. So we're all here by grace of God, by word of mouth, by anything, whatever. But appreciate that first and foremost. And all the people that are here because they've been looking around and they've been around. And we're here and we're sharing in all those experiences that I can appreciate. Just to expound upon everything and everybody else in this chat, I appreciate that for what it is and for what this project is to me. And I won't even get into it. We've been getting into it, each and every conversation, and we dig down deep. We dig down really deep, and the deeper we get, man, the better it gets. So I just want to say that on a surface level, that's what it is, and just know where you're at, and just keep contributing. That's all I gotta say right now. Cheers.
Hey, Double O. Talked to you the other night, and so you heard about Hex from a friend, and I also heard about Hex from a friend, and I'm wondering how many of us heard about Hex from a friend, because it's not really something that you find without doing a tremendous amount of research,
Right.
and digging. And so it's interesting that it doesn't come up mainstream. Why don't we find it mainstream?
Well, for one, it's not pre-viral, so you're in the right place. You're on the part of the chart that you want to be on. You look at all these coins that have been successful and done their things, and that's when you hear about them. And so that for one should show you that you're in the time that you want to be in. I know Hex has already proved itself, but yeah, how do we not hear about it, right? There's a lot of that's a good question. We've discussed it. There's gatekeeping. There's exchanges. There's all kinds of stuff in the ecosystem. But I mean, when you come to utility and all that stuff, that ties into what's really going to make it, and what this whole blockchain and crypto was made for. It resonates with those people that have been out here, and all this manipulation from big financial and all that stuff and everything that's going on, and regulation and everything. So why haven't you heard about it? That's a good question. There's a lot of reasons why, but just thank yourself or whoever brought you here, because it might be a huge thing because you're very early. That might be the only thing that I can answer to that.
Well, I mean, I brought other people into the space myself, and it just seems like there ought to be a better way than just word of mouth. I know it's the best way, but to onboard people and show them what the project is, and have them do their own research. Yeah, I guess it does feel like there's a lot of gatekeeping going on, and I also see that in stock markets and things like that too. With central banks and and what they manipulate and allow through. So
Yeah, and when you look at what Richard's doing and making sure that project is not a security and not going to be like brought up on lawsuits like XRP
right.
and whatnot as well. That's promising. And we're just really early. It seems like.
I mean,
I agree.
I don't know if anybody heard of Walrus. Walrus was talking about 5 hours ago. Walrus made a very good mention during a live stream in one of his videos. But what he said was a guy who invested into a Genesis block, which was called Ethereum. That guy invested was it $3,500? Something like this, less than $3,500. That guy invested less than $3,500 in a Genesis blockchain called Ethereum. At that time, that was 2015. I'm not sure if anybody of you guys been around that long, but I was around that long, and people were telling me to buy Ethereum. Buy Ethereum. It was 30 cents. Fuck that. People told me to buy Ethereum when it was $30. People were telling me to buy Ethereum when it was $30. I said, fuck that. I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I don't give a shit about Ethereum. New blockchain technology. What the fuck is that? I don't give a fuck.
Bring it home for us, Paul.
And Walrus mentioned from a $3,500 investment, there's a guy who made $350 million after 7 years from a $3,500 investment after 7 years. And if you're it's insane. It's insane. Like, I had the opportunity as well. I had the same opportunity. I have plenty of opportunities in my life. This Pulsechain, I think, is the last opportunity for free money. This Pulsechain is the last opportunity for people to make money. Like, there's gonna be many Pulsechains after this. Don't get me wrong. There's gonna be many. There's gonna be many people. There's gonna be many people, developers, who's gonna create Pulsechain copies. Oh, free copies of your PRC20s.
There's 19,000 projects right now. There's 19,000 fucking cryptocurrencies right now. But what one of those you gotta pick and choose. Like, what one of those is actually improving and expounding upon the differences in the groundwork that these networks have put out, and what's improving. Any breakthrough technology, you're going to have to see, like, are you going to go with this one, that one? Are they expanding and improving from what the last one did? I mean, Bitcoin, okay, store of value, right? Ethereum, smart contracts, networks, speed of contracts, bandwidth, transaction fees, cheap, fast, whatever. Something was needed for the third, and Pulsechain has remedied that. So I'm going to get back behind anything layer one network style, whatever. You're going to have to go with one that's going to be making those improvements that needed to be done on that network layer. And Pulsechain's doing that. He saw all those things. He saw all those things with securities, implications of being a security and all that too. He saw it on network bandwidth of transactions needed to be going through, and faster transactions and cheaper fees and everything. So it checks all the boxes, right? And you're here early, and even still, you like HEX, store of value, yield, CD kind of thing. And everybody, you're hesitant to get in early to any of these things that innovate and do the things that they should do and check all those boxes. Like, should I get into it? Is it going to last? Should I stake? Should I do this? Should I do that? Well, you just look back at Bitcoin and whatever, and they're not doing anything to improve on what they started at 13 years ago. Okay. And I'll just cap it off with that. It's just like, yeah, they're going to have some longevity and it's going to have some gravity and it's going to persevere. At least those. Okay. So we're here early. You know that.
So
And
I got a
just
question for you guys
resonate with that.
on what you guys are talking about.
Yes, sir.
I'm not trying to interrupt anybody, so if you had some final words, please ask.
No, please do. Please interrupt.
Go ahead.
All right. So, here's my question. There's 76 people that are on here now. And my question is specifically I'm talking to somebody that's never invested yet. They didn't invest the HEX, Pulsechain, or PulseX. Somebody that's fresh, that's new. To be very specific, they know about Bitcoin, but that's about it. Just it's going to be an onboarding question. So my question to you specifically is under 30 seconds. That's my disclaimer. Can you explain? I can go whenever anybody's next. But if you're trying to onboard somebody that's just got into crypto, that's fairly new, that never invested into HEX or any Richard Hart projects, starting from today on, if somebody asks you specifically today the question, what is HEX? Can you explain under 30 seconds to somebody that you're onboarding that has just a little bit of crypto experience? How can you answer somebody you're trying to onboard on the question, what is HEX? And can you give me your best explanation under 30 seconds?
Yeah, pitch your mother, basically.
Well, basically, it's like if you under 30 seconds, HEX is the new store of value. HEX is the new Bitcoin. Imagine you buying Bitcoin at $2 and you don't want anything to do with the crypto market. You're not a trader, you're not a leverage trader, you don't know how to read the charts. You're a newbie and you have no idea what crypto is. And you don't even know what stock market is. You don't even know what a Nasdaq 500 is. You don't even know what a S&P 300 is. You don't even know what bonds, all that bullshit. You don't know nothing about the financial markets. What are you gonna do? Buy HEX, stake it for less than 7 years, whatever the average is. Do not stake it at more than whatever the average is, and you will be guaranteed a profit when your stakes end.
No. Why are we guaranteed? You can't use guaranteed either. Why is it better than stock market? Why is it better than any other $19,000 cryptos? All that stuff.
You are guaranteed because the DXY dollar index will further go up. Markets will crash because the dollar is going to gain strength this decade. This whole decade, the dollar strength will go up, and which means everything is correlated to the dollar. Why is HEX perfect? Why is Pulsechain perfect? Because it's not correlated to the dollar and the DXY market, because it has its own decentralized exchange. This is the first time in history where it's not centralized. This is the first market that's not centralized. You think of DeFi and you think of Uniswap and you think of something, oh my God, it's decentralized. It's not decentralized. It's correlated to Ethereum. Ethereum is correlated to Bitcoin. Pulsechain fucks up that whole system. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to curse because there's kids listening. But Pulsechain will destroy every market because it's the first coin that's not correlated to anything. It's correlated to its own chain. It's correlated to its own market.
Pulse
It
chain or
has
hex?
Pulsechain has its own market. Pulsechain has its own market. There's
Sure.
10,000 new ticker symbols that you're able to trade on Pulsechain. This is the first time in history. Imagine you trading Tesla. You want to trade Tesla in the S&P 500? Who wants to trade Tesla right now? What are you gonna make? What are you gonna make in the stock market? You're not gonna make nothing. Imagine you buying a Tesla at $0. You're gonna buy a Tesla stock market call option at $0. You're what is it gonna do? Is it gonna go negative zero? Is it gonna go negative zero because you own Tesla copy clone?
Hey,
No.
don't hex me, bro. I just want to clarify one thing. Post chain is not gonna be. It is gonna be correlated. Because right now the only thing I guess you're trying to say the correlation from Bitcoin and Ethereum is the hex, because hex's most liquidity is held in the hex USD pair. So with when Pulse Chain comes out, Pulse Chain is gonna have a big pair in ETH, I believe. So there will be some type of correlation. Um, so yeah, Hex is the one that is gonna be breaking these limits of the correlation to Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that.
For the moment, yes, you are correct. For the moment, until the market realizes what Hex is capable of, we know what Hex, not Hex, I'm sorry. We know what Pulsechain is capable of. I mean, and Hex, since Hex is the store of value, and that's why everybody has to exit out of the altcoins into Hex as a store of value. But
Yeah, but I
Pul-
think the question was towards Hex, I think, specifically.
yeah, I'm sorry, I might have miscalculated things, but Pulsechain will decorrelate. Pulsechain will decorrelate from the markets. Pulsechain is the only thing that has been invented that can be a decorrelation from the markets. Pulsechain will decorrelate from the markets and create its own market within its own ecosystem.
So
And
you're
that
bullish?
I'm bullish. I'm fucking ready to hibernate right now, bro. I'm fucking
You
gonna
know
eat all
why
the
you're
baby
right?
stuff.
You know why I think you're right?
Hell yeah, brother.
Can you
Because
explain
the
why
people
you think?
believe in it, dude.
Can you explain why you think it will decorrelate and how?
Well, I just mentioned it, but it is because it's creating a whole new ecosystem of 10,000 ticker symbols with 20,000 symbols of not even 10,000 ticker symbols and 20,000 liquidity pairs. So for one to one means that you need the PRC20 and the ERC20. So that means you need 20,000 more, not 10,000. That means you need all the 10,000 coins that are here now. You're gonna need 20,000 more coins to add liquidity, which means it's
So
creating.
what does that have to do with the pulse chain correlating with the market, with the legacy market?
Yes, that's why, because it's creating 20,000 new pairs and then some, it's making its own market. Like imagine you're living in the 1920s and the Federal Reserve just announced there's a new stock market with 5 different pairs. You are now living in that
Yeah.
lifetime where there's
But
gonna be
okay,
20,000 new pairs. There's gonna be
so
20,000 new pairs.
those pairs, so those PRC20s will be okay. I understand those will be broken from the legacy markets because they would follow what pulse chain, because all of the pairs are with pulse chain. Now, when it comes to Pulsechain, what is this going to be its biggest pair? Now, that question is where it goes to what it will be correlated to. Now, aside from it decorrelating in the future, um, it would have to we could possibly see that if it surpasses Bitcoin and and all other tokens from now on uses Pulsechain as liquidity.
You are talking about surpassing Bitcoin in price or in market cap, because that doesn't matter. Pulsechain is gonna have the most users, is what I'm saying,
But
and the most.
that's not the only parameters towards decorrelation and especially in the market.
Yes, but because we're creating so many different pairs, we're creating our own ecosystem within an ecosystem of USD. We are creating a whole different market. Like, we are creating a whole different stock exchange, not a Chicago mercantile exchange. We're not creating a New York Stock Exchange. We are creating our own decentralized exchange. This is the first decentralized exchange that will be invented. Not Ethereum, not DeFi. I don't know what the fuck DeFi is. This is the first decentralized exchange
Okay,
that
you're
will
gonna
be.
you keep repeating. So okay, let's go back a step. So when you started saying about correlation, you started naming said ETH is correlated to Bitcoin. You said ERC20s are correlated to Ethereum, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So now Pulsechain is coming out. It's launching a fork of Ethereum. Its first bridge, its first communicated bridge to another chain will be Ethereum. The first tokens being traded back and forth would be Pulse and Ethereum. So why do you not think if Ethereum is correlated to Bitcoin, that Pulse chain wouldn't be correlated with Ethereum? Now PRC20 tokens, different situation. They're going to be paired with Pulse chain, so they will correlate with Pulse chain.
Yeah.
Now
Hey,
I'm not
Mela.
talking about as the chain. I'm talking about the token itself.
Yeah, he's fully aware, man, what you're trying to spit, man. Do you have admin power, bro? I'm just curious. Or is admin listening?
Yeah. You need something?
I don't know. I mean, can you unmute someone? Because someone's listening.
Oh yeah, I got you. I just scroll down. E Money, what's going on?
Hey, actually, in E-Money, great to include you in the conversation, but I mean, I'm just curious. Impulse has his hand raised. I did spot a cat named Gary. Well, he just left. Damn it. He was listening and he left. I just wanted to see if you could unmute him. You know, he literally just left. Damn it.
Hey guys, why
Yeah.
don't we get back to
If I don't see, sorry, if I don't see you guys that with your hand raised, if me or another admin doesn't see you, just be patient. We will get to you. I'm gonna start scrolling down more often now.
yeah. Anyway,
So
back to Super Bull's original question that we got sidetracked on there is how are you going to onboard somebody in 30 seconds, give your explanation of how to onboard someone into
Elevator speech. I like
We
that.
went
Yeah.
on a rampage.
Okay.
We went on a rampage for more than 30 seconds. What I would say about Pulsechain in 30 seconds is it's a blessing in disguise.
It's
It's a once in
Hex.
a
It's
lifetime
not Pulse
opportunity.
Chain. The question was for Hex.
Is it really for
Go
Hex?
for it.
That's what I wanted
I'm
to
sorry.
clarify because I didn't want nobody to get confused.
My bad,
yes,
dude. Yeah, the same.
Pulsechain.
But
All of
Okay.
both
Pulsechain
is
will
a blessing in
all of
disguise.
Pulsechain will be going to Hex. All of Pulsechain,
Oh,
all of
Jesus
it.
Christ. What?
Hey,
Oh,
the
sorry.
question,
Sorry.
go back to the same,
Was my
go
mic
back
on?
to the same spot. Okay. Where we were. And that is You know, how are you going to onboard somebody into Hex, right? 30 seconds. So, you know,
30
I'd
seconds.
like to hear that in 30 seconds and then somebody else speak up about it. If it
In
was
30
me,
seconds. Yes.
right. If it was me, I'm going to direct them to howtopulse.com. And that's exactly where I'm going to put them. And that's
Very
what I
good, sir.
No on because I
Amen.
get off the tangent. Hex, what hexnoob.com, howtohex.com. What are the other ones?
Yeah, there's so many things, but yeah, howtopulse.com dictates all those things. So that's one key tool you could use.
I've got a comment for that 30-second thing for
Go
Hex, and I agree. I don't think you're going to explain Hex to somebody in 30 seconds. So I think the 30-second window is more important to get their interest peaked versus explaining to them what it is. Because if you can
No doubt.
peak their instance with something like, you know, the stock market, a good return in the stock market over the course of a year is, or over the course of 10 years, is 7% a year. Hex has a potential of a yield return of 40% per year over 10 years. Which one do you think you'd rather be in? So you hit people where they want to be, which is making more money over time, pique their interest, and then you say, okay, if you're interested in this, this is where I would go to learn how to pulse, Xnoob, those websites you guys talked about. If you can't pique their interest in 30 seconds, it doesn't matter how much you talk to them, they're never going to listen to you.
Well done, sir. I agree.
Yeah. Good job, Joe.
I would say if you're into crypto, you got to look at this Richard Hart. He's the most transparent owner of a coin in all of the 20,000 coins in crypto. It's crazy. The guy is on every week. He's transparent. And look at the project he's doing. You know, get him going in that direction. And then you can start talking about CD and a store of money, the potential of X's. Even though he's talking about PPs, but whatever, you know.
Did you say store of boner? Is that what I heard?
No,
Did I get-
storage of money. I said storage of money.
Like storage of boner better.
I think there's no specific, no, even with piquing people's interest, there's no specific one thing you can say that applies to all people. So if it's somebody that you know, you kind of hit on their trigger points. Are they looking for generational wealth? You know, are they a trader? Are they somebody that doesn't have a job that offers a 401k? So they're not going to have a retirement account when they hit 65. Each one of those people is going to have a different thing that's going to pique their interest towards Hex. So you almost got to have a little information about people before you figure out how to get that hook in their mouth and get them going to the fishing boat. That's all the information.
Sure. I would say let's get past that. Let's get past, like, you know, where's your money? You know, you got a savings account, you got investments accounts. You know, the money market in general. Yeah, your savings account is getting you 0.00 whatever, right? You ask somebody, you know, what are you doing with your money? You know, where do you put it? Where do you store your money? Store of value, that, this, and that, whatever. That's
Yeah,
how
but
I would start.
I'm afraid of crypto. Okay, what if he says, I'm afraid of crypto? There's been rug pulls.
Well, I think you got to identify exactly what he's afraid about in crypto, because again, there's many different avenues to approach that. So, for instance, you brought up the rug pull example. So, if they say they're afraid of rug pulls, and you say, well, Hex has been up and running 100% for 2.5 years. If it's a rug pull, it's the longest rug pull in history.
Okay, no, not about
It's
that
most
specific. How
profitable
about
rug pull.
security?
Wait,
Yeah, how about
ways, because
security? My money getting stolen from me, not from Hex, but the overall um, maneuverability through the market. So like you said, there's different questions why people would be skeptic. Yeah, so it's hard to nail down.
For sure. And if you're already past all those things, that's how you know you're early adoption, right? And the question is, how do you get somebody that isn't past that? One is security, of course. And one is doing your own research, of course. And we're all taking risk at this point, and making sure that they know that as well, and getting past all those obstacles, and onboarding, of course, knowing that the risk of being so early, the rewards are that much greater at the same time. That's really what you got to disclose at the end of the day. And everything else after that is details, speculation.
Right, and somehow instill in them that it's the only way to get out of the rat race that we have. It's
Yeah,
much
and the upside and the pros and cons from each, they kind of meet at the ends. This is it's where ends meet. It is what it is. Either way, like, you're gonna put it in the stock market, you're gonna put it in your bank account and not do anything, or you're gonna go this way or that way. I mean, that's really where the ends meet.
I think one thing that a lot of new people that I've talked with have an issue with is it's not real, or there's nothing, backing it. They say it's made up money, it's fake money. Well, if you think about it, the stock market, people felt about that the same way in the beginning. So they had a piece of paper that said they owned a part of the company, but they couldn't sell any part of the company. They couldn't do anything with the part of the company. They just owned a piece of paper that said, and hopefully the company went up in value, and then they could sell their piece of that company for value in the future without affecting the company itself. Crypto is similar, but obviously not the same, in that value is based upon what people are willing to pay for something. As a business owner and a manufacturer, I can only sell my products for what people are willing to pay for it. So you get into good products, you do the research, you find the things that are not going to be the rug pulls, that have been around for a while, have things like Telegram groups like this, have Facebook influencers that are very knowledgeable and can explain things very well. With Hex is very fortunate to have, and you just got to kind of start getting them down that road. They're either going to get hooked in and want to dig deeper, or they're going to have the same opinion that it's just not for them and they're going to walk away. And trying to convince those people is really, really difficult.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult until a lot of people will sit on the sidelines and watch. They'll be like, yeah, they'll listen to what you say, and they'll hear all the good points you say, and they'll wait till it's viral and get it in at the wrong time. But we know all the good points. We're here. It will get viral. I mean, you could say Hex is already viral, or you could say it's pre-viral for a lot of reasons. But you take those chances, and you see the vision, and you see it earlier than other people, the better. The path is being paved. It's not pretty. It's not easy and all that, and that's how you know you're early. But for everyone else, I mean, this is the future. Centralized finance.
Well,
It
what I
is what it is.
uh man, what that guy say? Give me a second.
If your people you're trying to onboard are people that are close to you, like close friends or close family, one thing that I have done I actually set up kind of like not a kind of a trust, but just in my little group and said, look, if you've got $100 extra that you want to try in crypto, but you don't know how to do a wallet, you don't know anything about security, you don't know that it's the right thing for you, but you want to try a little bit. I got a pool of 5 people together. We all put in $100, and I said, here's the deal: put in $100. We're going to hold it for 2 years. At 2 years, you can do whatever you want with your money. Or between now and that 2 years, if you ever want to get out because you're scared, I'll buy your shares for the $100 you put in, no matter what the price is. That gives them the security that they're not going to lose that $100. And in my eyes, that hex is going to be worth a heck of a lot more than $100 in 2 years. So I know I'm going to be better off in the beginning. But that way they can watch it and see how it goes, and it starts to pique their interest and start doing some more research. Maybe they'll get in on their own.
That's a beautiful example.
Yeah, yeah, that's a pro move.
Yeah, you were saying earlier that I mean, you weren't like digging too deep into it, but you were like, the realism in Hex and the realism in Pulsechain and the potential and stuff. Earlier you were saying some relative like that, and that comes down to people needing to do their own personal research and evaluate for themselves, right? Like all we could do is to just spread knowledge and power and the future of like what we know what's gonna happen, because like we're so solid on this. But a lot of people are just, since all these crap coins came out and were just so useless, and no founder. You couldn't find the founder. You couldn't find the team. You couldn't find these people that were making these things and stuff. So it just comes down to just research, and like at a certain point, the learning curve grows exponentially, and
Yeah.
it yeah, yeah.
That's what we know at our level, right? No, anything right behind you can catch up to your level. But everyone else that doesn't have, this knowledge base and group or anything, they're going to sit on the sidelines. They're going to watch. And what is our job? Our job is to get in there and see who's innovating within the space and getting to that point where the network it has that user friendly, graphical user interface. It's easy for, the consumer, like, Apple was to phones. It's gonna onboard everybody on itself. We just need to look for the network and the network that improves upon all the other things that were the problem with us as we go on and develop in this ecosystem. With Ethereum and the gas fees and the transaction times and the bandwidth and everything like that. He's doing all that with the fork in this project. So that's a beautiful thing. It's going to go places. It's going to be long lasting, just like Bitcoin, just like Ethereum's long lasting still to this day, 10, 12 years later, no matter if they've improved too much or not. Just keep yourself in that space. Keep yourself in that area and keep looking to that to guide, the sheep behind you, what have you, that are waiting to see what is really going to be it. But everybody else is here right now, early adoption and leading the way. So yeah, just keep thinking, how you explain that to them, and how you maneuver within that. But we're in a pretty good place right now. I'll just end with that thought.
Amazingly perfect.
It's not a perfect space right now. We know that. It's very questionable
no,
A
what
lot
you
of room,
said.
lot of room for improvement. So
Absolutely.
we got to consider that. And a lot of good people around you right now in this community that have found themselves here for what reason or whatever. It's not just a person that's got on board. You're here for a reason. You've understood this at least, and this project has piqued your interest just like me, and we're here sharing ideas about it.
I wish I could. That was very good responses for the 30-second response time. If anybody else wants to chime in, that's amazing. You guys are fucking amazing.
Yeah, man. You know,
Guys, can I tell you? Can I just say something real quick? I'm sorry. Can I just tell you something real quick before you say that? Really, really quick. If there's only maybe
Yes.
about 200,000 people in this community, and only about 140,000 sacrifice for Pulse and PulseX altogether. When you take that out of 8 billion people on the planet, you're fucking here by destiny. This is you're here at the right place at the right time. Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
to let him lay the gravity. Yeah, keep going, man. And let him know.
Oh, that's all.
That is all. And you're completely right. Yeah.
Preach, preach.
For lack of more words, that I mean, you can't say it any better than that. There's all kinds of details we talk about every day. But yeah, it's real. You feel it. It ain't fake. I mean, people are here for a reason. Like we all the reasons that I just discussed, and that you hear here every day. It's not fake. It's something else. And everybody's here.
I believe.
Go ahead.
I believe because of this unique, very, very unique set of circumstances where you've got all of these big YouTubers, these YouTube influencers, just influencers, period, who secretly sacrifice, who are not talking about it to their audience. Once it launches and everybody sees that it's a working, badass project, all of them at the same time are all going to start telling their followers, which basically is the entire crypto market. Basically, it's all of crypto. They're going to tell everybody to go get their free copies, and then they're going to tell everybody to come and get these like cheap NFTs. And I believe that we're going to see Pulse do record-breaking fucking pump, record-breaking grind upwards.
No doubt. No doubt. And I think we could all speak to why we're here. And I think I just did. And I know why Wave Rider's here. I know why all of you guys are here. Mostly, we can collectively boil it down. But I think we've summed it up. Like, we've seen the ecosystem. We've been around coins. We've done this and we've done that. We're early adopters and we're innovators into like what's next. Like, Bitcoin, Ethereum, what needs to be improved. That's why we're here. And I mean, we wouldn't be here early on this project if we weren't looking for the next one and what needs to be improved and all that. So, I mean, just ask yourself, why am I here? What are we doing? And that can help you really cultivate the thesis to tell other people, what it is and what to get on board with.
So, dude, 007.
Yes, sir.
So I got a question for you. Just tell me how you feel, your perspective, right or wrong.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, by the way, that wasn't financial advice.
No, yeah, never financial advice. Only my strong opinion. Strong, educated opinion.
So Sudu 007. So let's say if you're talking to somebody that hasn't invested into crypto ever, somebody that's a virgin, somebody that wants to get into Hex, they want to get into our community. Am I late? Am I early? What are my options?
Oh man, you're gonna start me over? I sound like a broken record right now. No, you're not late. Accumulate. Study the macros. Study the 4-year cycle of the whole crypto market. You know, take Bitcoin as a flagship. You know, follow
That's
Bitcoin. Bitcoin is
financial
going to
advice.
dictate.
What this man says is not financial advice. But continue. Sorry to interrupt. This is not
Thank you.
financial advice.
Not financial advice. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the disclaimer. Yeah, Bitcoin is a flagship. Of course, you know the 4-year cycles go as they do. We're in a bear market. You want to accumulate from the top of Bitcoin, trace a year later, and start buying whatever project you like to invest in to appreciate the most rewards first and foremost. But you know, projects come and go. Has Bitcoin come and gone? Not yet. Still here. 10 years later, you know, 3 cycles later, still making all-time highs, but you know, things are still innovating and it's still early in this case. So, but you know, what is your goal? What do you want to do? Where do you want to hold your money? What you know, piques your interest? You want something you want to hold in that's going to actually appreciate better than your savings account? Okay, we've got that, you know. But do your homework and see what's happening in this space and see what's happening in the stock market. You know, you want to take chances on new projects. They've got the most gains, 1000x from the bottom of the chart. Just
Yeah,
like any other stock that
man.
started when they started, you know, it's businesses, you know, it's whatever. But
Most opportune time, you know.
right. So you're going to start me from zero. That's where I'd start. But
That's
no.
exactly what I'm doing it, you know.
As far as Pulsechain, though, to be here right now, you have to take them from square one to what you know now, with all that, the macro to the micro, and everything with every crypto project that's out there. 19,000 coins you can bet your horse on. But what are we talking about? We're talking about what the crypto environment needs. You know, expanding upon the networks that, you know, facilitate all these projects. You know, Ethereum, Bitcoin, whatever. You know, we need faster transaction times. We need cheaper fees. We need better security. We need, you know, not proof of work, proof of stake, etc., etc., etc. You know, once they understand all those things, then they come on and they see that, you know, what project do I need to be looking for? Well, here's one. Come along. You see how these have done, and they've been here for 15 years, and you're scared to get into this one at the ground floor. What else would you rather do? That's where I would start, and you go from there. And they have questions, and you answer, and you kick it back and forth like we do here. For the third time, but Super Bowl, give me your rebuttal. I think he bounced out. Yeah, we're all here for the same thing, though. We see what it is, and we're here to be at the ground floor, and we want to involve other people and everything like that. But like we all started in crypto, we were vicariously looking. We were waiting for the pump. We were waiting for confirmation. Like we were studying and all that. So you can tell a lot of people a lot of things, and all these things that are compelling and make a lot of sense, and or. But a lot of people just don't understand until they dive in and learn for themselves, or see the success, like we were talking about earlier. And that's okay. I mean, we're the ones that take the leap, pioneer.
Hey, dude.
Saw, dude.
Dude.
Saw, dude.
Now I get it. Wow.
Yeah, it's the meme
Oh,
video.
really?
I see that shit. Yeah, yeah, I get it, dude. Dude. Yeah. Hey, I was
Well,
just curious if any listeners out there, man, and some OGs want to chime in and stuff. Like, I was just curious if they have like a 2FA on their stuff, or a like a multi-factor authentication, because it's so difficult for me to enable an email, excuse me. I was so close to enabling this bad boy. I just wondering if anybody has that, like a 2FA.
Google Authenticator.
Yeah, dude. Yep.
Are you asking for one or?
Nah, man. Like, look, I'm on my laptop right now, and I don't know. I had to verify that I'm said person, and I find it kind of a little difficult. I've been on it for like the last hour. I find it really difficult to get off of the central exchange right now as I'm viewing it, because I'm on Google, and that's one of many. And yeah, man, I'm just like itching to get some hex and fall asleep, maybe catch 4 to 6 hours, and then try to rebound tomorrow or whatever. But yeah, it's just I have to get this 2FA, because I've tried every other option to verify my account, and I even did my phone number and everything. It still doesn't like it just doesn't work. Like and I really want to try this website that somebody had kind of offered me earlier way back, and well, I mean, I'm trying to go through the steps, and it's difficult, and I don't know, I like the outlook and stuff. It's just hard to enable
what website?
2FA.
What are you talking about?
Just like a like a exchange and whatnot. I really like the outlook, or the outlook, the the template, and everything. It's just like I'm making the account right now, trying to see if they offer Hex, and they have like different kind of options. And I'm not talking about
Yeah, which one?
and stuff. Okay, like one of the OGs in here. I don't even know if
Yeah,
I'm really
is it
yeah.
matcha.xyz or
No,
what is
it's
it?
like
What's going on, guys? What's the word
Oh,
on
there you
YouTube?
are.
Oh,
Hey, you missed
dude.
your
Oh,
whole
dude.
question. I saw it.
Oh, dude. Hey,
But,
one thing real quick.
No,
Matt said record-breaking pumps. That was not financial advice. LOL.
Oh, thanks.
LOL.
It is financial advice.
Yeah, only to your mother. So what website, crypto?
I was hit BTC, and
Oh,
I'm like trying to it's I'm pretty sure old timers.
Cool, yeah. You probably Google that shit, right? You should actually YouTube it and get verified. Two-factor
um,
verification on Binance. I don't know what are you even trying to do there, dude? Clear it up a little.
yeah, careful,
No,
careful.
trying to
They
verify.
recommended hit BTC to him earlier for getting. Yeah, I think Profex did. Right, I heard that. Hit
Yeah,
BTC. Yeah.
like earlier the conversation.
Oh, it's getting on an exchange. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's earlier. Like I already been around multiple exchanges, and I just like since they've been around too, it's just like hey, and
Yeah.
trying out website and all that, but uh, I enabling this thing and going forward, it's just like it's very difficult to verify that I'm quote unquote said person online. Yeah, it's just coincidental. I've been spending an hour where, like, if I was really putting my
Right.
information in, it would go a whole lot smoother. And like,
You gotta
I'm
send
not.
in your driver's license and shit, right? You gotta KYC this. You already do all
Yeah.
that?
KYC is usually
Yeah.
a mandatory.
I'm sure you've done it. Sounds like he's been on other exchanges, so yeah.
I'm on the like last step is just enabling this damn 2FA, the multi.
Two-factor authentication. Yeah, your
Yeah,
phone
yeah,
to
dude,
get
yeah.
So
codes and stuff.
that should be easy. I mean, the only thing so are you if whatever exchange you're dealing with, and if it tells you to enable it, you enable it. It gives you a code. You take that code to the app, the authenticator, and then insert it. Once you insert that code, it will give you a code that will disappear by like with time, and that code is what you go back to the exchange and enter.
Yeah, like your password, it's going to be
There's
your
no.
two-factor, second factor authentication. You'll put in your password and you'll send a code to your phone. You'll put that into the website. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm hip. I've added multiple because they gave me options to do so to add them like the original 2FA. There's certain websites where you have to add them to get the 2FA, and I don't think I have them added or something, and it's just no way for me to add them. I'm gonna figure it out. But
Is
I
it
just
not
want
giving
Yeah.
you a code to add?
What's
to.
up, guys?
Nah.
I got a question whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I'd go just look up some YouTube video about it or something, unless somebody else wants to.
Or go to the FAQs of the exchange.
GSA.
The FA, the
Sometimes you don't even
FAQ.
need it. Like Binance, you didn't even need it back in the day. They said, "You want to turn it on or off?" Right? And I'm like, "Nah, no." And then finally, I did, and you turn it on. It's pretty easy. Some of QR codes too. You just snap a picture, boom, goes right into your authenticator.
Yeah, you see this, guys. I don't know if y'all are even looking at the same page as me, but like that KYC section fellas, like that becomes obsolete once Pulsechain uh, launches. That KYC that they have to verify that you over this internet wave and all this fabulous stuff that's about to happen to us. That KYC, ladies and gentlemen, is like um essentially like that's gonna
What
go
site is this?
yeah,
What
man. They
site?
can't be
No, you don't
they
understand.
don't
We don't need KYC for Pulse Chain and all this internet wave stuff, man.
I've
You
been
got to
through the
understand
KYC.
what it's for.
Yeah,
I've been through
exchanges, you just
the
need a KYC basically to onboard your dollars to convert and then send out to your wallet.
Hey,
yeah,
crypto. What exchange are you talking about? That is
got that for
showing you this?
the hit BTC. The hit BTC.
Okay, you said somebody in the chat gave you this link. I mean, the voice chat.
He sounded very genuine and stuff, and I ain't trying to promote no said
Yeah, no.
whatever,
Pro,
but
Profex and them recommended hit BTC
Yeah.
for getting hex on an exchange. You can, yeah.
Oh,
So you
on the
can't get
exchange,
it.
exactly.
Yeah, you can't
Oh,
get
okay.
it on Coinbase and whatnot. So hit BTC was their first centralized exchange that they recommended.
Oh, to get it on the exchange. Okay, I
Right,
understand.
right. And you could use Coinbase or whatever to get your dollars onboarded, ramped into whatever trading coin you want to send. Because most of the trading for Hex and of course Pulsechain is going to be decentralized exchanges like Uniswap, and PulseX is going to be one of those exchanges, right? So you're going to have to decentralize your assets to exchange. But hit BTC, I think, is one centralized exchange they recommended to accumulate Hex now.
Okay.
One of the
Is
few that I
there a
know,
reason?
right?
Is there a reason why? Hold on. Is there a reason why crypto you don't want to get it on a DeFi wallet? If you don't hold your keys, it's not your asset. You're just holding a placeholder. Can't stake it.
oh yeah,
Right. They were
I'll
talking
probably have
about
it.
that.
I'll probably
Yeah, they were talking about like a cost basis, cheapest way to accumulate Hex. Yeah, to get it
Okay.
on HitBTC because you can buy it
now.
directly there apparently. But yeah, yeah, the trading is mostly decentralized, so you're gonna want to get set up centralized on your wallet trading.
Not to interrupt, but I got a question for the community. If that's cool.
Yeah, but the other guy, just get your USDC into your freaking treasure. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Get that cash into your treasure. It'll be fine. Then you can buy Hex. Okay, go ahead, Super Bowl Pitbull.
I just want to have my dry powder on this machine right here and get ready to rumble. You know,
Nice. Rumble that machine up, dude. All
I
right.
want to have my
Good
feet
luck.
on the trigger. All right, I don't want to have no hula hoops. I want to be able to execute when I need to execute. So I'm going through different alleyways, and I really like this one. It's I don't know. I just read a little square box that says I can withdraw 5 BTC monthly, and I like that number right where we're at. So
So set your account up for those different exchanges that will be, a cheap route for you to accumulate whatever you want, and do a little test transaction to buy something and to send something to a decentralized wallet, and just work out your routes, using decentralized exchanges like Uniswap and Matcha.xyz to set limit orders to buy these things you can't get on exchanges and stuff like that, and just work your route and in and out basically, you know, the most cost-effective way you can do is basically what you want to do. I use Coinbase. I use Matcha.xyz. I use MetaMask behind my hardware wallets. You know, practicing best security possible hardware wallet behind MetaMask dummy interface, like we preach in here all the time. But you know, the necessary evil is the exchange from getting your US dollars from your bank account to an exchange into USDC or whatever asset. If you can get HEX, which HitBTC was recommended to get HEX on, you can't get it on Coinbase. So I think that, to clarify, HitBTC was recommended for that. But exchanges are necessary to get your US dollars onto crypto at the end of the day. So work your routes out in that aspect, but that's the whole idea.
So I got a question.
I
Not trying to.
j-
I just hope what happened to you didn't leave a bad taste in your mouth about the DeFi space and being decentralized.
Hey, DG had mentioned that he didn't quite fully understand about DeFi or like where to find it. Maybe like he said something way earlier. I don't know. He could be passed out by now because it's 3:10 for me in the morning over here. But anyways, no, like I mean, if he's listening or whatnot, it's like some wallets offer that DeFi option, and Crypto.com just offered it, and Trust Wallet been having it. It's like that Square box, the DeFi, and then that's where you obviously find decentralized apps that offer their product. I don't know if he's listening, but I just wanted to like bring that out, maybe brain fart, but yeah.
yeah, I just want to mention that 98% of crypto coins are scams. So if you think about it, 10,000 coins, 98% of coins
Right,
means
dude.
100 coins are real.
1,000.
10,000. But if Mello would like to bring up the subject that he mentioned before towards me, I would like to respond to the subject that Mello questioned me about, which I would love to respond to, but I forgot what he said. But we can
I do. Hey,
continue
listen, I
further.
do apologize, buddy. I didn't want to. I wasn't trying to come at you. I just wanted to have a correction of what you were saying. That's all. And that's why I wanted to. I asked you for explanation so you can back it up. That's all.
No. I mean, I was listening this whole time. I appreciate everybody's words with the 30-second hex pumps and everything. You guys have been great. I mean, and what Crypto was saying and everybody else, Benjamin and everybody. I mean, you guys are doing an amazing job. But if you want to discuss the other subject, I don't know what you said, which I already forgot. But
The correlation.
yes, the correlation.
DeFi.
Yes, DeFi, because because we are talking about DeFi right now, and I think Pulsechain is the first true DeFi project because DeFi has been controlled by the Bitcoiners and the Ethereumers. There's no such thing as DeFi. It's all correlated to the institutions and the banks, and institutions and banks are Bitcoin and Ethereum. Bitcoin is America, Ethereum is Russia, and Binance Chain is China. So if you operate on China, if you operate on Russia, if you operate on America, that's a government statement, whatever. But we sacrificed for freedom of speech, and Richard Hart knows the legalese language, which means that we are creating a whole new market. We're creating the NASDAQ, which means that we don't correlate with anything else. We're in a whole different ball field. Like
We are our own identity. You are your own identity. I'm my own identity. Said person is his own identity. Yeah. Yeah, man. To keep it going, dude.
Yeah, we
on
correlate
the
with the
pool.
largest pool. We correlate with the largest pool of liquidity in all the markets. That's the
And
only correlation.
what
We're not going to be separate. The largest pool of money is what we correlate to. So if there's a huge USD stablecoin in Pulsechain, we'll correlate to that. But overall, whoever has the most money, we all sort of trend toward that. The whole
yes,
market sort of moves
but
that
we
way.
we we invented our own liquidity pool by sacrificing to the liquidity pool.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
some
So
No,
let's
people,
see how
some
we
that
didn't
plays out.
sacrifice. We didn't sacrifice
No.
for the liquidity pool. One and two. Now, what H-Man just said right there, that is something that we are planning for Pulsechain to be true, uncorrelated DeFi space, where it is how you are speaking of. Now, if USDC becomes the biggest pair, just like how Hex became, or how USDC became the biggest pair for Hex, if it became the biggest pair for Pulse, then we will see our own movements. We won't, if it's literally it's literally going to be more focused on Pulse side, and USDC is going to be stable. So that's where the correlation comes from. So I understand where you're saying, and it could get there, definitely, and that's something I'm waiting to see, and I'm hoping to see.
yes, I mean, imagine everybody sacrificed to one address, and and just imagine that address that you sacrificed is the liquidity pool. You just sacrificed to the most biggest exchange, which is the liquidity pool. That address is the liquidity pool. So you sacrificed your money for freedom of speech, freedom of movement. And now that address will become the liquidity pool. And for you to start a
No,
blockchain,
it will not.
you need
Yeah,
you need
so
No, it
liquidity.
will not.
the liquidity pool comes. So yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you
Let somebody
sacrifice.
else explain. Let somebody no no. Let somebody else explain.
Okay, well, go ahead, please. Correct, correct. But a blockchain needs to start with a liquidity. You cannot start a blockchain without any liquidity. And
That's what the AMM is for. And that's what the AMM bot is for. That's what where the liquidity is gonna come from to start it.
So yeah, we understand you want to break away from all the other chains and have your own. Or, us have our own chain. Yeah, get it.
Hey, so post don't hex me, bro. Do you understand where we're coming from?
I think he might have got clipped by a car because he was pretty close to the road. No, he made it to the fridge. Hey, please don't hack. You back?
it's a theory of mine. It's a theory of mine of why we sacrifice. We sacrifice so then we can create the liquidity pool inside of the new blockchain. Because the blockchain is not going to survive without liquidity.
So we sacrificed almost more than $1 billion, and this is how the new blockchain is gonna advance because we already have liquidity in the new blockchain. Every trading pair is gonna have
No,
liquidity.
no, you
Sacrifice.
are wrong. You don't get it. If Richard will put all that liquidity in the liquidity pool, everyone will sell everything. If he puts in just $100, nobody will sell a shit until we don't appreciate and thicken the liquidity pools.
Correct. The humans, us, we need to create the price. The humans need to create the price. But he has bags to back up the price. That's why we sacrificed in order for us, to like create the pair. Like I don't maybe I'm very far off in the world. I don't know. Maybe I'm not making sense to anybody.
Lank, maybe you can explain a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So you sacrifice for the freedom of speech and the freedom of movement, depending on what product you sacrifice for, and your money is gone. Now, there could be an airdrop when Pulsechain and PulseX comes out, and you may get those points allocated to your wallet. Period. As far as
correct.
liquidity and what you're saying, it does not exist. There's no correlation from that wallet that you sent your money to the liquidity being provided on either side when Pulsechain comes out. Period.
Correct. But we sacrificed
There
to.
is no but. No, no, no. There is no
Yes,
but.
one second,
There
one
isn't.
second. One second. Did the original address, the benevolent address of Hex, did he ever made any transaction in his life? He had made
Yes.
few transactions. He
Yes.
made few transactions. He made few transactions so then he can keep the token alive. So in this case, we provided insurance. We provided insurance for the blockchain to move forward. All the sacrificer, all the sacrificers provided insurance. The OA or whoever we sacrifice,
No.
the
No.
sacrificer will not
No.
enter. The
You did not
sacrificer
read the
will not
website.
enter.
You did
Yes,
not
I
read the
did.
website.
Uh,
So
the
you're
sacrificer.
interpreting it wrong then.
I'm imagining.
Exactly.
I'm not
What's the meaning
interpreting.
of sacrifice?
I'm
What
imagining.
is
It's all an
sacrifice?
opinion.
Look,
No, your opinion
he's
is
just
not valid.
theorizing. No, he's just theorizing because he sees
Crypto,
the vision.
crypto, please don't butt in.
I see
CLS,
the
your
vision.
opinion is
I
not
see the
valid.
vision. I see the vision of what the OA is gonna do. Not I'm not saying what he's gonna do
That's
or
your
how he's gonna
speculation,
operate.
which is wrong.
Correct. It could be wrong. I agree with you. I'm just thinking out loud. I hope. I mean, I just wanted to
Okay,
retouch.
so
Maybe I said it
what
wrong.
you're
I'm sorry.
thinking,
I'm sorry.
what you're thinking, okay, so what you're thinking of or what you're imagining is way off what Richard Hart has said is going to happen with the chain, with AMM bot, with liquidity. He's already said the same things we're saying. And it's like, you know, this is the truth and this is like the information we're trying to pass on to you. And it's like I understand we understand you want it to work a different way, but we're telling you this is how it's going to work. Aside from what the price is going to be when launch comes, we don't know that. We don't know what the liquidity size is going to be when it launches. We don't know the semantics. We just know the functioning of this PulseX DEX, where the liquidity is going to come from. So day one, we'll be able to trade our Pulse and PulseX tokens
Yeah.
aside along with PRC20 tokens. All of that is going to be able to be traded. You won't be able to trade if there's nothing in the liquidity.
Yes, we're able to trade because we sacrificed, and he has
No. So okay,
something to
did
trade
you go and
against.
watch the video? Did you go and watch any of his streams about how the AMM bot is going to work?
I'm thinking. I mean,
No.
So,
So
yes,
so
I would
speak
like for
out
you
loud.
to.
I've
What
watched
the
every
AIM
stream.
bot's
I've
gonna
watched
do?
every stream. I'm just thinking a little bit outside the box. We sacrifice to a liquidity provider in
N-
case of a
Okay,
disaster. This
no, you did
address
not. You did
will
not read the website.
provide help.
Mello,
Oh,
I'm gonna mute him.
oh,
I'm
Mello
still
was
not
saying
dealing with it.
something about the AIM bot.
The guy,
Mello was saying something about the AIM bot, and I would like to know what he was saying. I'm sorry, guys, but he mentioned that, and I would like to know what he was saying, and then we could continue this nice debate. All right, gentlemen.
Okay, I'm gonna post a video. I'm gonna go find the Richard Hart video of his stream with the timestamp. And I'm gonna post it in the main chat.
Yeah, for
That's
the
for you.
new guys,
Put it on
we
the
should come
guys.
from a spot of certainty and not try to put our wishful thinking in front of other people because they might take it as a fact when it's not. So let's just stick to what Richard said and don't come back on this one.
Well, we gotta validate. Yeah, the argument came to a point
But
where we had to all
with
agree
all
and
due respect,
validate,
the
and
dude
we
is
came off of that.
intoxicated. The dude is intoxicated, is late for him, and he doesn't understand the liquidity pool and the sacrifice. With all the respect, let him come tomorrow and let's have a chat from a certainty point, from facts, not from wishful thinking.
exactly, and what I said was facts, and that's how it stands.
Yep.
I agree. I'm not disagreeing on your facts.
And crypto, if you
Uh,
want to learn about the AMM bot, there's a video um, on how to pulse YouTube. Just scroll through the videos and it would tell you exactly how the AMM bot works um, for PulseX.
Super Bowl, you have the floor, sir. Welcome back.
1 second, one second before
What's going on,
I
everybody?
reject
Hope
all.
all is well, y'all.
Do y'all know about the YubiKey? I'm trying to validate such merchant, and essentially it's giving me the option to press a button to authorize. Do y'all know about the YubiKey? It's like
Um,
essentially a
what do you?
UB.
I've heard of it. What do you specifically trying to? Are you trying to load data on it, or are you trying to just?
Well, sir, I can't. There's no way possible to be anonymous online without verifying you. And I tried all avenues, I promise. So that's my only option. And I looked it up, and I don't know really. I don't know. I see a lot of big names underneath there, and I'm not trying to say such names, but these are centralized names. So I'm just trying to
Okay, so
validate
you try to stay away
security
from
protocol.
YubiKey. Their servers that they use get hacked often. Um, so I can send you an email that someone sent from them from their site.
So they pretty much they compromised. Is that what I'm hearing? Are you saying like you know
Yeah, if you're
they
looking for an authenticator, I can really recommend Google. But if anybody else knows a safe one, um,
what if I look? I need the instrument. Okay, I need the hardware. What if I write whatever's on there, make my own? Because like what I'm reading right now, the first line, I can't really pass it up, and like I'm almost out of options to get in where I want and comfortable and secure before I get the hardware wallet, the cold offline wallet. The line that I'm reading, since we talked about it already, the industry's number one security key, enabling strong factor, multi-factor, and passwordless author authent authentication. I'm sorry, but yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. I need some way where I execute faster without any without with minimal interaction with this machine. That's what I'm going for, and it's you know what I mean. Like it's just like a kill switch, if you will.
I think those are
I'm just trying to
general
validate.
security questions that you should Google and then come back here if you have anything related to Pulsechain or PulseX or Hex.
Yeah, man, what I plan on doing with Hex and PulseX is becoming my own bank, and potentially in my future, there's a huge bag in front of me, and I need to position myself well, right? So
You
I'm not gonna.
could
So I got a
have a
question
hard, you could
for the
position
group.
yourself in Hex by having a hardware wallet using a centralized exchange with fiat and then to crypto. Or if you have crypto already, you could swap it on Uniswap. If you want
Yeah,
to
that
learn
hard
more about
coming
Hex,
in 3
you
days.
should go to hex.com, read as much information as possible, and then come back here. There's a lot of links on hex.com. There's Hex Security that you could go over there and talk to members about security and how to set up two-factor authentication and just these little like security things.
So your two-factor authentication, was it fully online?
Yeah, you'll find it. He's basically saying we're not here to hold people's hands. We've told many people this. I don't want to sound rude, but that's just how it sometimes goes. A lot of
I got a question for the community. Not trying to interrupt anybody, but whenever y'all ready.
Yeah, man, go ahead and shoot, dude. Like yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, this is Super Bowl, Filipino Super Bowl. Right now, there's only about like 63 people on.
Yeah, but there's a couple people that are talking and really challenging me. So, what's your question?
Crypto, I'm not challenging you. I'm trying to keep the room about Pulsechain and PulseX. And the question that you're asking are not pertaining to that. You want to be anonymous online, it seems. You have to go do the research on YouTube and then maybe come back here and shed some exact knowledge on what you want to do. But there's nobody in here that would actually tell you exactly how to be anonymous online or get the tools related to it,
Yeah,
especially if you
I'm sorry, Link, dude. All I was asking about was YubiKey, and I might have been over expressive and over exaggerate. And this is not advice what I say or do or act or share. First and foremost, man, all I was asking because I kind of
I could
with
send
the
you
guys
Hex
in here,
security.
I
I could
genuinely
send you
respect, and I
I
was
could
just trying to
I could
vindicate YubiKey, and I got my answer. I'm very sorry to impersonate on this channel. This channel is big, so I'm very sorry, man. Just
I'm gonna send you the Hex security group and you could ask your questions in there. They're very helpful. I believe so.
hey, thanks, man. Thank you. I take my online security very important in certain avenues that come across my eyes. I just the cats that are really respecting the game that's trying to gain. I want to vindicate merchants that I purchase from before I make purchases. So I'm sorry. I'm new to the security thing and I'm learning as I go and I'm eager to be set up. By the way, I'm gonna give this thing a go, but I'm gonna be cautious. I am also gonna ask advice when Papa wakes up because he's probably sleeping or something. But I'm gonna ask his advice and his opinion because I respect it very much because he introduced me into this world of security online, and he's well versed and experienced in this realm. Uh, I just want to gather his opinion before I execute and see what he's thinking on this. Yeah, before I move forward. Just saying, like anybody trying to vindicate security, like the number one guy in the chat that I relate to in here, his name is Papa, and he'll set you straight. He'll get you secured and having you holding the bag a long time and gaining in the process.
Crypto, the most important thing for security is your understanding of it. So you have to put the hours to research and not ask people and expect for them to somehow teach you what others are learning in hundreds of hours. So I'll say study Linux. You can look at Linux Mint, have hardware wallets, and have a very big awareness by studying many hours about security, because until you do not understand how the stuff is works, it doesn't matter that you have the latest technologies and the latest YubiKey and the latest whatever. If somebody can social engineer you, or you may make a mistake because you don't understand how the stuff is working in the background. So you have to put tens and tens of hours of study.
Hey, crypto, and please don't hex me, bro. I posted the video in the chat. And please don't hex me. Please go watch the video and then come back in here. I will unmute you, and then I would like to see what you took from that video. Is that cool, Link?
Yeah, yeah, he understands. He wrote it in the main chat. Thank you.
So there's about like 57 people on the chat right now. Let's see who wants to answer this question. So if you're trying to onboard somebody brand new, they're only in crypto for the last year. These are the scenario. you're talking to somebody that only knows about crypto for 6 months to a year, and they ask you a question. What is Pulsechain and HEX? If they said to you, explain HEX and Pulsechain under 30 seconds, how would you use those 30 seconds to explain what HEX is, what Pulsechain is, to somebody that's new to crypto under 1 year?
Yo, I swear, are you on like a recorder or something?
Like you said, like the 3 times
Do you
in
hit
1
do you
hour.
hit rewind? Like you just hit rewind or something? I'm sorry, like that's like
Yeah, why don't you give us yours because we've already done it like 3 times.
Filipino always thinks there's somebody
We
new
love
in the chat.
Let's go.
He's always thinking there's a new crowd in here.
All right.
That's always
I know everybody. I know everybody's laughing, which is great. It's always great to have that. But yes, I just got back on the chat
And Filipino,
30
let me just say, you were trying to get
seconds
that
ago.
question in when there was
So I
still
don't know what
enough
happened the
lines
last
right
5
now.
minutes. You know.
Are you a pre-recorded line?
What I caught from that 2 minute, how old is that video?
Yeah,
You
go ahead,
Filipino, so check it
all
out.
those
You
videos were
active.
made within this past 6 months.
Okay, yeah, I had to be testnet, and I had the testnet. I think he slipped up in that video. He told his actual what he holds in liquidity, I think, and then
What?
No,
just
what you
speculating after that.
what you heard was how much percentage of the Pulse PLS supply he's gonna use for the fixer but he still doesn't know.
Yeah,
That's what
and
he said.
then he said he said one sentence, and it was like what I got from that was like you're pretty much gonna be locked in, buddy. You know, like just lock it in, and then you're gonna be golden. Okay, you know that's what I got from that sentence. I'm like like you essentially like it's just a no brainer at that. You know. But yeah, he spilled the beans. So
Is that even the real Filipino though? I don't even think it is because he said the same thing last 3 times. He entered the chat, nothing else.
Mello, we played a
Let us
game earlier. I
let
was
us know
just
you're
curious.
the real Filipino. Come on.
Mello.
Yeah,
Mello.
he's the
We
question
played.
guy, man. He comes in with that question, man.
Yeah, he
That's what
comes
he
in with
does.
more than that though. He's only coming with that the last 3 times, nothing else. Come on, man. We're waiting for more.
Yeah, but he stipulates how many people are in, and
He's a hype
yeah,
man. He's a stimulator. I know.
Yeah, man, we ain't got no
He's the
hand.
Super Bowl.
They all muted,
Super
man.
Bowl.
The admins are sleeping, man. They the OGs.
We want the
You
Super Bowl, bro. Let us know what the Super Bowl's thinking,
All
man.
right.
We want to know what you're thinking.
know. Can I ask you a
So when
question?
he
It was a
says,
game.
I say this to say that, I say this to say that, does that mean per se?
Say?
Does that mean per se? Does that mean per se when you say I say this to say that? That confuses me.
So honestly,
Great statements.
honestly, I love this community. You know, we're like 100,000 people strong, and then there's like a repetitive 50 to 100 people. Part of this community that's on this chat. And for those that are busting my balls, talking shit and having fun, I get it. Respectfully, I agree with you. So that's
Love
dope.
you.
Yo, Les, you gotta
I'm
get your
not looking.
mic open.
I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it in no negative way. But at the end of the day, I understand where you're coming from because it's very hard to be on this chat for the last year and some change, and try to entertain the OG crowd with good questions per se, right?
Technical talk. And so I think that, oh, and by the way, on the sacrifices,
Yes, sir.
So I'm just trying to ask a rookie question. There's only like 70 people on here. But if you want to answer, my rookie question to keep the conversation going is, I only figured out Pulsechain and Hex today. I learned about it yesterday. I have somebody on this chat to listen to this question because it's a newbie question. But for somebody that's new to crypto, why is buying Hex today when I only learned about Hex within the last 24 hours or 48 hours? My question is, why is Hex a good crypto to accumulate? Am I late or not late to buy in Hex? What is your perspective?
Can I answer this? First and foremost, hexnoob.com. And then hex.com. There's a couple websites on this chat that
Hold
could
on, H.
give you some detailed information. And then two, essentially, if you're speaking about hex alone, then what I got like 10 more seconds. This thing is a CD from the bank into crypto, plain and
Brother,
simple.
OG. You're not. Let the OG speak like his question says. I'm not even an OG. You're not an OG either. I'm not, I
Yeah,
I
I
knew
wouldn't even
about
pipe
Hex
up on
5 years
this
ago.
one.
Hold on.
Yeah, he's right.
Let the OG
He's
speak.
right.
Let the
Let
OG speak.
somebody else that would really speak to that
And
question.
and, and
But let,
respectfully, let me just tighten it up for whoever wants to answer. But in under 30 seconds, so we can hear like more perspectives. If I haven't heard of Hex in the last 2 days, my question to you in under 30 seconds, why should I invest into Hex and Pulsechain under 30 seconds? Thank you.
okay.
So are we under the same print? Are we? I'm gonna go. Give a stab at this. Are
Go
we
for
under
it.
the same pretense of this person knows about finance or knows something
Okay.
about investing?
Thank you for your question. The pretense is a very rookie fucking crypto person, only been in crypto for 1 year, only 1 year crypto knowledge, and yesterday he learned about Hex and Pulsechain. Why is it good today, as in right now? Why is it good to invest into Hex and the potential Pulsechain in the future?
All right.
T-shirts. The
Here.
T-shirts.
All right. So you're the other guy, right? Okay. So, hey, dude, what you're invested in? Are you gonna give me a response? I'm playing it. Come on.
Okay, I'm on an exchange. What should I do?
No, you have a year experience. So okay. Do you have a MetaMask? Are you in DeFi?
No, he's
No,
asking
I don't know what
why
that
should
is yet.
somebody invest. He's
Okay,
saying he's
so
like
so
essentially
so
asking
so
why somebody should invest. Oh, sorry.
so
No,
to
I
make it
think
very easy.
Filipino needs to, since he's coming up with the parameters, he needs to be the one answering the
Yeah.
question.
Okay, let him answer.
At least
Thank you. Listen,
30-second
thank you.
answer.
Thank.
Start with your 30-second answer and let us respond to your 30-second answer.
It's gonna be 30. I'm gonna be giving you answers. I'm gonna give you a question, and you're gonna answer me, and then that's it.
Okay, again, this is Filipino Super Bowl. My question is, you're talking to somebody that has 1 year only of crypto experience. They're gonna ask you a question. They found out about Hex and Pulsechain yesterday specifically. And my question is, why is Hex and Pulsechain a good investment for the future? If you can answer it under 30 seconds, thank you.
But you have to answer your own question. If you don't know the answer to your own
Hear me?
question, please answer your own question.
Sorry, Super Bowl.
It,
Super Bowl, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Because I'm going to have a
Yeah,
go
we
at
can
this
hear you,
question.
Fruits.
All
Go
right, so
ahead.
30
Go.
Go, go,
seconds.
go, 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 go,
Right,
go.
30 seconds. Sorry, can you start the clock? Clock started? Good.
Started.
Okay, hi.
29.
Start the clock.
So you know about so if you had been given the opportunity to invest in Bitcoin and Ethereum when it first came out, would you have taken the opportunity? Because right now, if you would
Yes.
put $1 in, you would have 1 million or 100,000 pounds. Hex and Pulsechain present you with the opportunity to get on the ground level. You want to take a
To
chance?
answer
You
your
want to take a punt?
to answer your
There you are.
first question, yes, I would. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. So that's the opportunity, and you don't have to take. It's not a huge risk if you've got $100 that you want to invest. That's the potential. Time. Just keep it in, hodl, and let's see what happens. But that's the opportunity
Okay,
that Hex and Pulsechain present
okay,
to you. That's me.
okay. Crypto fruits. My question to you is: explain to me under 30 seconds what is Hex, please.
Certificate of deposit. It gives you the opportunity to stake your hex, and you're guaranteed to always end up with more hex at the end of the time that you have invested for. And people have benefited from it increasing in value in terms of the capital gains amount and also in terms of the interest that they've accumulated over the time.
Thank you,
There we are.
crypto fruits. Under 30 seconds. What is Pulse Chain? I just learned
Oh,
about Hex and Pulse Chain, but can you please give me what is Pulse Chain under 30 seconds, please?
fantastic. So given that you've been in crypto for a year, I know that you know about Ethereum and other blockchains. Pulsechain is a layer 1 blockchain. It basically is going to be a complete copy of the Ethereum network state. It's a blockchain, a layer 1 solution. People are going to be building smart contracts onto it. And we know that blockchains are really successful.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
First off, thank you so much for contributing and giving me your opinion and perspective under 30 seconds to my question. So does anybody else in the community want to answer this question under 30 seconds? Explain to me what is Hex and why should I invest in Hex? I just learned about it yesterday. 30 seconds, go.
Want to print your own money? Invest into Hex.
Hallelujah.
I think
It's
crypto
hard.
fruits
I
did a
think
great
I
It's hard
job.
beat.
to
I think.
follow.
I
I
think I
know
beat the
it's hard to
record.
follow fruit. I think
I
it's
think I
hard
beat
to
the
follow.
record.
It's hard to follow fruits.
Yeah,
But yeah,
we need a better term. We need a better term of printing money. We can't be just saying printing money out here. We can't just be saying that. We need because we
On top.
evolve.
I mean, we
We
got our
need a
elevator
better
So
speeches,
definition
crypto.
of
but
money.
it's got to be hooking
So
to
so
doing our own homework.
okay, I'm gonna go one person at a time. This is a great convo. Crypto, you started talking. Please give me your definition of why should I invest into Hex under 30 seconds. I just got into crypto within the last year. I just heard about Hex yesterday. What is your perspective at this moment?
Oh, it's too good to be true. I know what you're seeing right now, and you just can't believe it. You can't believe this opportunity in front of your eyes. Take it. It's an opportunity once in a lifetime. It's generational wealth. This is gonna set the precedence for the next 1,000 years. It's not no joke. I don't know. I feel fully confident. You might be in a better position than me, but me taking precautions and certain security stuff, I have to legitimately wait 3 days to start staking. And like I'm gonna be doing that, and I'm gonna have different strategies. I think I'm on like 25 seconds. But yeah, opportunity of a lifetime. You want your kids to be good. You want your kids to be good. You want your kids to be good. Yeah, I think Hex is where it's at.
Crypto, thank you for your answer. 30 seconds is up. If is anybody else in the community that wants to answer this question? Uh, again, thank you for what he just answered. But why would you tell somebody under 30 seconds why they should invest into Hex if they learned about Hex yesterday? They only been in crypto for 1 year. What is another under 30 seconds on how you would pitch somebody or onboard somebody under 30 seconds? Go ahead.
It's
We would
very
love to
simple.
hear.
It's very simple. Buy Hex now to get your clone copies of PHEX. So you could get your copies on PRC20 network, and then you'll be rich on the PRC20 network with your clone copies of Hex on the Ethereum network.
Essentially, what he's saying to uh, my level and what I'm understanding is that he is speaking about that old saying, knocking out two birds with one stone, and it's gonna be a double banger.
Thought you already did your 30 seconds. Hold on.
Not to be rude, but fair statement. The second person, do you want to finish your 30 seconds respectfully?
I think he said exactly what I wanted to say. Kill two birds with one stone. You buy Hex now. You don't know shit about Hex. You don't know what Hex is. You don't even give a shit about crypto. You don't even want to know what crypto is.
He said a year, bro.
Get clone copies of Hex, and you're gonna get rich off the clone copies, not off of Hex. You're gonna get rich off the clone copies.
5
Again,
seconds. Get Hex, get rich.
Again, that was a second response. Thank you. There's only 53 people. I'm going to re-ask the question. I want to keep going because this is great convo. So if somebody can ask again, the question is specifically, if I just learned about Hex 1 or 2 days ago, I learned about Pulsechain 1 or 2 days ago, I've only been in crypto for only a year. The question specifically is, under 30 seconds, explain to me what Hex is. Under 30 seconds, explain to me what Pulsechain is and why we should invest into it today.
Filipino, we need more of your energy during the day. Over here, in the other side, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of these cats, I think, is on the other side. They might be sleeping, to be honest. But we need more of
Not
your
the answer
energy.
to the question.
Hold on.
And actually, Filipino, let's flip the question onto you. I have a question for you, or for anybody, for everybody, really. So
So
if I
thank you
was
guys. Real quick, thank you guys. I'm going to answer my own question under 30 seconds. I'm talking to somebody that's only been in crypto for 1 year. They just found out about Hex and Pulsechain yesterday, and they asked me a question. Explain to me what the fuck Hex and Pulsechain is under 30 seconds and why I should invest. Period. Here's my answer. 30 seconds, go. Okay, great. You heard of Bitcoin. Do you understand what Bitcoin is? Okay, great. Bitcoin is store of value. That's the number one use case. So Hex is Bitcoin on steroids with bells and whistles. That's what Hex is. What is Pulsechain? Do you know what Ethereum is? Great. Consensus network. Pulsechain is Ethereum when it first launched on steroids with bells and whistles. At the end of the day, with both projects, store value. You put in $1 today, you're hoping that your $1 turns into more 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line. Store value. Under 30 seconds, that's my breakdown.
Bells and whistles.
If I was new to crypto and I asked you that question and you answered with that, I'd be totally lost. And I used to sell life insurance and investments.
So Filipino. So can I ask you this question? How would you onboard a Bitcoin maxi to Hex? I'll give you A minute.
If I don't mind, I'll start. If you are a Bitcoin maxi, that means that you lived through 2016, you lived through 2013. If you are a true maxi, if you're not a true maxi of Bitcoin, that means you bought after 2016. If you're a true Bitcoin maxi, that means that you lived through the ICO phase. Pulsechain is 100% ICO. Every single coin is an ICO. And from the video that you just sent me, means that every single coin is gonna produce 1000x because the AMM bot will create liquidity for you. If not, the other noobs will create liquidity for you to sell. And this is an opportunity of a lifetime where every single coin is gonna pump and dump, but every single ICO has pumped and dumped and exit scammed. So would you be able to trade, and are you a trader, and can you trade the tops and can you trade the bottoms as an ICO?
Okay. First thing, uh, it's not 1,000. I think what you're saying with every coin is going to be 1,000x. It's the reason that's happening is being ETH pulse. Sorry, ETH is diluted with Pulse, so it's going to dilute the ETH and do the calculations on both sides and actually bring the ratios, you know, alike on the Pulse X. So I don't think there's
correct.
no pump and dump or anything like that. But um, aside from that, there will I don't know. I mean, there is gonna be people that are gonna provide liquidity, but that does that answer your question to or to your imagination of our sacrifice wallet or anything that has to do with the sacrifice has nothing to do with the liquidity?
I mean, back to the original question, I don't want to take up too much time, but I listened to the video and he clearly mentions that each coin will provide liquidity at 1000x, and Richard Hart says in the video
Not
that
a
it
thousand
even
X.
yeah, he says it in the video that you just
So
mentioned.
each pair is going to be diluted 1000x because Pulse Chain
Diluted
and
1000,
Ethereum
and it's
not 1000x up, down dilution.
dilute. Yes, yes, because Ethereum is no longer valid. Pulse Chain.
No, because Ethereum's supply is way less than Pulse Chain supply.
This is why the ratios are happening, because there's too many opportunities in the Pulsechain network, and he says it himself that like even 1000x is too low for the liquidity, and if you add a liquidity pair, 1000x is too low. Like you're not gonna be in the range to collect fees if you do 1000x. So
He's not going to do that. He's not going to allow people to exit. He's not going to do that. He's going to make people put liquidity in. But he will give any chain, any coin, you don't need it, but he's going to have starting liquidity. So day one, before the bridge, any dollar value occurs, you'll be able to swap. So he's giving people the opportunity to do that with this AMM fixer bot, which is taking the PLS supply, some of it, and going to the Uniswap dexes and purchasing the pairs. Now, when it does that, it's going to dilute ETH. So when you dilute ETH, of course, you're going to have to dilute the ERC20. So when you bring it over, the bot's going to fix it however it fixes it. And day one, there will be some type of pair. There would be there will be all the pairs will be available where you can go in there and take your tokens and provide liquidity if you want.
Correct. That's why I'm 100% agreeing with you where he is going to dilute Ethereum users. He needs Ethereum users to use his network. And the more users, not price doesn't matter. The more users that Pulsechain has, the more the price goes. And the more the price goes for every other coin. And this is why 1000x is pennies for the AMM bot. Because the 1000x, the 1000x is pennies because the AMM bot is just starting the ratio. And the real people, the real market, the real humans will create the real liquidity in the PRC network, which is a whole different exchange, doesn't have anything to do with any other market. It's a whole market by itself. So,
well, yeah, for the first day or two, I mean, for the first 24 to 48 hours until the bridge occurs, if that's what you want to talk about.
I believe a lot longer. I believe for many years, actually, because doesn't matter if you,
As soon
doesn't
as
matter.
there's, so where's the,
Like,
hold on, let me ask you
the,
this. Where's
the dollar
the price
value, the
discovery
dollar
going to
value
happen?
doesn't matter.
Where's monetary value coming from?
The dollar value doesn't matter, but the monetary
Where does
value,
it come from?
the
Where is it going to come from?
dollar value doesn't matter, but the monetary value comes from the bridge, from the oracle of the bridge. The monetary value comes
From
from the
which
oracle of the
chain?
bridge,
From which chain?
from from the sacrifice of the Ethereum chain.
No, it's not tied with the sacrifice address. Has nothing
It
to
comes,
do with the sacrifice.
it comes from the Ethereum chain. It comes from the Ethereum chain. Oh,
Okay, so now that means people will have to bring Ethereum, bring it over to Pulse, bring that value over, and pair it up with Pulse in the DEX. Or they can take USDC and pair it up with Pulse if they want to. Now that will give us more opportunity to take our Pulse and either swap to ETH or swap to USDC and bridge out. Now that is a correlation.
yes. The only monetary value comes from the oracle of the bridge train of pulseramp.com. But who is creating the monetary value? It's the ratio trading within the first 3 days of launch. The
Can I
ratio
give
trade creates the monetary
my
volume,
two
and the
cents onto
bridge
his question?
acknowledges. Yes, please go ahead.
All right. So to sum it all up, he's talking about two things when it comes to when he announces a main launch. Tell me if I'm wrong. The first one is the momentum of the AMM bot buying up everything and having its own algorithm and mathematical equation. What he's going to start putting ratio pricing. And that's why the AMM bot is there to put a smart contract in place, to put things in place so there's no fuckery, so people can overall not do things and game the system. And then the other side of it is when he announces main launch, before the bridge, we're going to be able to play the swapping game. And we're going to be able to play the swapping game of seeing what you can get for this or this, whatever may have you. When you're swapping before pre-bridge, you're playing the ratio game, meaning that you're not going to know exactly what you're going to get, but there's going to be a ratio of, oh, if I want to swap PulseX for Pulsechain or HEX for Pulse or USDC for this, whatever, you're going to be able to put the pricing, what you want But at the end of the day, we're all not going to know price discovery until the bridge happens, until he announces that specific bridge, and then the overall who's going to buy and who's going to sell at an exact price with the AMM mathematics, and then price discovery happens. Boom. Bottom line is nobody's going to know, and nobody should be fucking, excuse me, swapping or do any ratio trading if you don't know what you're doing. Period, point blank. So if you don't know what you're doing, don't play that game. Period, point blank. So what is your next move? Price discovery. So all you got to do now is, I'm trying to make sure everybody knows, the next golden time, just like Pulsechain Sacrifice, golden time to buy Pulsechain. Sacrifice for PulseX, golden time to buy PulseX. The next golden time to buy PulseX and Pulsechain is the first 24 hours of price discovery. Because in the future, if anybody brings up 1000x, 10,000x, 100x, they're going to talk about the lowest part of the chart versus the highest part of the chart. And what I'm telling people is, you're not late. Anybody that's listening right now that's new, kind of new, if you think you're late and you're all like but hurt that you didn't get the Pulsechain or PulseX Sacrifice, don't cry over spoiled milk. The next available time to buy legendary pricing for Pulsechain and PulseX is the first day of price discovery. Not financial advice. My 2 cents. Good luck to you. My 2 cents.
So yeah, now back to Filipino. Back to the question: how do you onboard a Bitcoin maxi to Hex in under a minute?
I'll do it under 30 seconds. Specifically, a Bitcoin maxi. Okay, what your Bitcoin maxi? What's the number one use case for buying Bitcoin? Number one, they're gonna say store of value. Okay, guess what? The reason why you should get into Hex is because his number one use case is store of value. You put in $1 today, you look 2-3 years down the line, it's more money. Store of value, number one use case. That's why you're buying Bitcoin.
Oh,
That's why you're gonna buy Hex,
okay.
because
So
Hex
that's like every other coin. So why should I get Hex?
Hex specifically is Bitcoin on steroids with bells and whistles.
That's not going. That's not gonna fly. What is Hex? Why should I get Hex? I mean, if all these tokens store value, it looks like Bitcoin is doing better than these tokens. Well, why should I get Hex? What's you know? It's on steroids is not gonna pass it with Bitcoin maxis. Come on now.
The number one question answer to this is that if you didn't buy Bitcoin when it was 30 cents, then why the fuck do you buy Bitcoin? If you want to buy Bitcoin when it was 30 cents, buy Hex. It's as simple as that. Hex?
Hey, can we take a like a 2 second break? I just got like a quick question.
The
I don't
world
know if I'm
doesn't
right.
the world doesn't stop for you, but go ahead.
Yo, what's up,
Yeah,
crypto?
I'm on said site. That's pretty much common knowledge at this point. I'm on a said site. It's a pretty common site. to look at Hex and see how it's performed against the USDC. Next to it, uh, I don't know if that's an address per se. That's what I'm asking. It looks familiar like an address on. Okay, I'm just gonna say it because it's common knowledge, and we all looking at it. Trading View. When I look at when I go to search for Hex against the United States dollar coin, if I'm not mistaken, or USDC. It's Hex slash USD slash C or whatever. And then it has the same numbers as a mainnet. I'm just curious if that's like a wallet.
No, that's the contract address.
You're a freaking genius, dude.
Yeah, and anytime if you have an important question about security, please button. If you have any scams, please button. And
Hold on, what? If you have any scams, please butt in. That sounded so wrong.
if yeah,
Listen,
yeah, no, no, I'm saying like if you have any scams, like please make sure and
you report
contribute
it.
and
Yeah.
yeah, report it and like do not
Mellow.
fall for the scam. Like please ask us first before you click any links or before you type in your seed phrase. Please ask us, hey, is this okay? Is that okay? If you are involved with anything, please do not be shy. Please,
Yeah,
please talk.
yeah. Express. Say whatever you got because you can't get this hot product that's about to launch. Uh, Mellow. I just wanted to ask again because you just said that the blah address. Um, it was
Contract address.
yeah, it was a smart contract. So what is it tied to? What? How do I? It's smart contract tied to what?
So whenever you purchase a token in the DeFi world, decentralized world, that is the contract address. Every token has a contract address, a specific unique contract address that you use to purchase tokens. Now, what a DEX allows you to do, a decentralized exchange allows you to do, is you can input these contract addresses and use your wallet to purchase them. What's said token of that exchange. Now, you got to be careful. You have to cross reference every address you get. You can't just go ahead willy nilly just
This
entering
thing doesn't
addresses.
show me the entire address. This thing does not show me the entire address. Okay.
I mean,
Uh,
if you click it, you can find a way to view the whole address. You can copy it and just take it to an exchange and then paste it. And when you paste it, it'll say, "Oh, confirm to import hex," and it'll tell you hex. It'll show you the logo, and then you hit import if you're on Uniswap, and then you proceed to your purchase.
all right. Hey, so I fully understand what you're saying. Got my finger on the trigger for Hex. Okay.
So yeah, if you're in the
I just
DeFi
want to
world,
confirm with
that's where
you.
you deal with, and you just got to be careful though, because these smart contracts, you don't know what you're reading. This is just a something for your security posture. Um, when you're dealing with smart contracts and you're approving, confirming a smart contract to spend or anything on your wallet, when you make a swap or trade, when you connect to a decentralized application, which is a DApp, you got to be wary of what you connect your wallet to and what you approve or confirm your wallet to.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. You're right. You're right. And like later in the day, I'm gonna ask some guys that are really hip to this. Whenever you do sign on those smart contracts, there's a lot of code that I truly don't understand in those smart contracts. And look, I just wanted to validate this Hex quote unquote smart contract because I can't see the entire address and I can't go down further routes. It's just
whenever
yet.
you want to find a contract's code, you always go back to the blockchain explorer. So the explorer for every chain has an explorer. It's basically a ledger system of that chain. It has everything you need to know about every single token, every single wallet, every single transaction. So you can go into there.
Block.com?
Excuse me.
Blockexplorer.com?
No. It's called the Block Explorer. So every chain has one. So one for Ethereum is called Etherscan.io. For Pulsechain, we don't know yet. Um, for like Binance, it's a bscscan.com, and you go to these websites and you can view every token that every chain has launched.
Please, for the love of God, do not use Binance Smart Chain. Fuck the
Hey, crypto.
CCCP.
Crypto.
He left. I think he'll come back. There he is.
But anyways, there is do you know about explorer.bitquery.io?
One more time.
That's for
The
Bitcoin, right?
It's for any blockchain, anything.
No,
My friend,
I stick with the more
the ethers. Yes, yes.
accredited,
No,
yeah, more accredited ones.
no, no.
That
It, it's called explorer.bitquery.io. I just found out about this today. I mean, I don't want. It's not financial advice. It's just a website that my friend hacked me. My own friend. He white hatted me. He white hatted me, and he knew exactly how much money I made this month, and I was fucking freaked out. This guy just came like a couple hours.
Wait. Okay. BIT. But you said query. I didn't catch it.
no. Listen, I
Yeah,
don't. Okay,
I don't recommend
I
it.
don't like the sound of that. Hold on,
Man,
Yeah,
whoa.
yeah, I don't recommend it either.
I don't like the
I do
sound of
not.
that. That's what I'm saying.
I want to be
For every
white-hatted. Hold
chain
on. I'm
has a
curious.
specific.
I'm curious. And then
Every
we can
chain,
move forward.
I know. You can be curious. You can be curious on. Hey, you can be curious on the so-called accredited explorers for these chains. I don't know what site that is. I don't recommend you going and searching it up. Bitcoin has a different one. I don't know what that is. Ethereum has a different one. Binance has a different one. If you want to go see somebody's wallet, you can. All you need is their public address. You take that
Correct.
public address and you
look,
can go look at it. Okay. So
Mello, you were laying it out perfectly for this dude. Okay, I was just gonna add before it got derailed again. Crypto. When Merch was looking up when you gave him your address, and he was looking up all these transactions, and you were trying to see all the approval, they were going to etherscan.io. Okay, forget about all this other bit whatever blah blah blah. Don't go there. Okay, if you've learned anything here, it's not to interact with contracts you don't know exactly what you're dealing with, because that was one of the vulnerabilities. So if you want to research exactly how you got your shit rinsed, you're going to pay attention to this. You're not going to get distracted with all these other sites. Listen to what Mello is telling you and write it down. Etherscan.io.
Correct. Go to the Etherscan.io and learn how to read the blockchain. That's the main website that you need to learn from. Etherscan. I said something. I retracted. But go to the main website and learn how to read the Block Explorer. But if you don't mind, may I say it one more time? The website? I mean, I don't want to.
No, no,
No,
no.
no, we don't care.
Okay. No problemo. No problemo, my friend.
So crypto, since you didn't hear that because you dropped off for a second, now he dropped off again. Okay. I hope you're listening, crypto. And you wrote down etherscan.io because that's what they were looking at when you got rinsed, and they were trying to figure out what had happened, and they were tracking all of these NFT sales and everything else in real time. They were using etherscan.io. Okay, don't get distracted by other sites and white hat this and that. Mello's laying out knowledge for you right now. You have to understand your vulnerabilities because your security posture was so messed up. You had 6 or 7 areas that you could have messed up on that caused you to get rinsed. So it's important for me that you understand all of those innately so that when somebody comes into this room and you just happen to be on here, you can speak up and say, look, don't interact with contracts that you don't know exactly what you're dealing with. You read here, look here, go to etherscan.io. You should be the one doing that now from now on, right? Because you learned that lesson. So let's get some value out of this discussion and listen to what Melo's saying because he's laying it out for you right now from start to finish, like the foundational stuff that you need to know.
Yeah, so I mean, listen, crypto, you just gotta keep going and learning. If you want, at this time, we're just gonna leave that situation, um, and post. You know, try not post. Don't hex me, bro. Try not to, you know, blurt out
No, that's the last time.
websites and stuff.
That's the last. That's the last time I'll ever say that. I DM'd you. I hope you don't mind that I DM'd you, but I'm not trying to scam anybody. I DM'd you personally, and I'll never say it again. And I'm very sorry that I DM'd you. With full respect, I don't want nobody to hear any of this nonsense that I'm talking about. But with full respect, I retract my statement. Yeah, no, I have other things, but I'm gonna retract my statement. I will not say anything about this any further. I'm sorry about the topic that I brought up. I'm truly sorry. But the number one reason that you guys should take with this with a grain of salt, please learn how to read the blockchain. I don't know how to read the blockchain. My friend showed me a few things. He white hacked me. He knew my address. He knew all my transactions. He knew how much money I put in, how much money I took out. He learned how much money I put in the liquidity pool on Uniswap V3, and I was freaked out. I was freaked out because one day I might have been who knows what, and I put a code, a partial address. I didn't even post my full address, my public address. My public address. I didn't post my full public address. I posted a partial of my public address. And even with my partial address, my friend was able to white hack me and know exactly all the transactions I did within that wallet. And it freaked me out. So I'm just letting you know.
Yo, it's not okay, listen,
To everybody.
it's not a white hack, okay? It's a public blockchain. It's for everybody. Okay? Anybody can see it. It's a ledger system. It keeps every transaction, every block on there.
Correct. It is public. Everything is public.
So
If
it's
you
not
want
a hack.
public,
They
it is
just saw.
It's public if you want it to be public. Even if you post a partial of your public address, it will become public and you will. I mean, yeah, exactly. It's public. Everything is public. Everything on the blockchain is public. And even a partial address can be determined
I
through a
mean, of
partial.
course, it's not no two public addresses are the same. So if someone gets half of your public address, they can do a scan through a system of generated addresses of all the addresses in the chain and find the address. It's not.
I had no idea until my friend told me tonight that he's been viewing my account for the past 3 years. I had no idea that my own friend has been viewing my account for the past 3 years since I posted a partial address of my account. I had no idea. And like trying to warn anybody here, even a partial address, you can be viewed, in other words.
So anybody's info can be looked at. So now I would say the mistake is posting your address, because if you didn't post your address, he would have known that was yours.
It was not my address. I posted a partial address. I posted the first 10 digits, or who knows what I posted when I was drunk as fuck 5 years ago. But for the past 5 years, he was able to view all my transactions from a partial address. It wasn't
the minimum you need is 7 or 8, sometimes 6.
correct. So I had no idea until today. I had no idea today, even until today. And from a partial address, not even from the full address of a public address. It's not my private keys, it's not my seed phrase. It was a public address where you can see in the description of every video on YouTube, oh, please send me Bitcoin. They give you their full address. And I mean, it was a partial address in a personal group. And my own friend was like, wow, you doxed yourself. I had no idea. Like, I had no idea. From many years ago, he's been watching me and my transactions. And good thing he's my only best friend.
What's up, everybody? I had to leave for a quick second, but what are we talking about?
I thought you left for 30 seconds.
Oh, I thought you got scared of the maxi.
Oh no. 110% super bullish on every and any Richard Hart project. And I'll defend it bar for bar. Only 46 people on, handful of people unmuted, especially the people that are unmuted. Say something.
Don't forget, we're on HEXradioapp.com. We're on DLive.com. Everything is recorded.
Hey, Super Bowl, I'm curious if you don't mind. I just wanted to ask you a question. Are you from the Bay Area in California?
A good perspective. No, but yes, I'm from the West Coast though, but not from the Bay.
Oh, okay, okay. Some reason, I don't know, I had a feeling you were. The way you talk.
Oh yeah, 110% West Coast. Raised me, made me, and everything in between. And we're talking the entire West Coast, from Seattle, Washington, Vancouver, BC, all the way down to San Diego, TJ, LA.
That's what's up, man. Hey, so I appreciate you prying on with your 30-second question. Not to go back to that, right? But I guess I get what you're trying to do. You know, you mentioned how you're trying to, onboard. You also mentioned like hooking up earlier in the day. You had mentioned like hooking up your nephews. Um, you also talked about, you're asking like, how do you close somebody in 30 seconds? That's a nuance that's like, clueless to crypto or new to crypto, right? So it caught my attention because that's actually like what I'm focusing on. And like when I used to sell life insurance and do when I had my own office, so my goal was to like reach to middle and low income families because it's like nobody else is reaching them, right? And that's how I got into that, by the way. And so I guess where I'm going with this is like, I used to meet people. I used to just straight up meet people on the street, at the store, waiting for coffee, right? And I'd pitch them, I'd just talk to them. I wouldn't even pitch them. I just talk to them, right? Get a phone number, and then, I'd hit them up. And when people met with me, they met with me to, quote unquote, give them some education. 99% of the time, everybody there walked out with a life insurance policy, some kind of investment. And I guess where I'm going with this is the number one thing that I focused when I was doing that is like how to dumb it down to like the ridiculous because of the kind of people I was reaching out to, right? So I had to like literally dumb stuff down. Um, Obviously, when I met with engineers and stuff, it wasn't the same. I had to print out Excel sheets and whatnot and explain. But when I met with, middle low income families, I'm talking about like, my family, my cousins, my aunts, I had to just straight up dumb it down in order for them to understand just the concept of, life insurance and what you can do with it and just, with cash value, how you can pull out tax-free loans. Just I had to figure out how to dumb it down. And that's actually what I'm trying to do right now with crypto. Me being new to this, since January. So because of the people that I'm trying to reach out to, I'm trying to figure out like something like what you're trying to ask, like how can I close somebody really quick? But it's kind of hard because like when I talk to somebody, like for example, tonight, earlier when you started asking that question, I was out doing some late night grocery shopping, and I was in line waiting to pay, right? And the guy in front of me who was just finished paying, he offered to give the cashier $20, and the lady's like, "Oh, I can't take it." And then he goes, "All right, well, if you don't want it, look what I'm gonna do with it." And he just like turns towards us that were in line waiting, and he just kind of just threw it up in the air, and then it just fell on the floor, right? And I looked back and I was like, shit, I'll take it, right? So I literally just bent down, took it, and long story short, I started talking to the guy. I was like, man, I do this all the time. I pay for people's coffee when I'm in line. I pay for the car behind me. It's doing stuff like this, goes around, what goes around comes around, right? So anyways, long story short, I'm going to be meeting with this guy. Literally, I just met this guy, right? I'm going to be meeting with this guy this weekend for some coffee because I told him, one of the things that I do is I'm helping onboard people into crypto. And he goes, "Oh, really? That I've been thinking about that, right?" So it's just it's cool how you were asking that, right? Because I was paying attention, just trying to see what people would say, kind of pick their brain. But at the end of the day, I just think that you got to kind of read the person. I don't know who you're like trying to reach out to, but I'm literally trying to reach out to everybody. Um, Anybody that I talk to, just back like when I was doing my insurance business, anybody that I would talk to, anywhere that I'm at, I just drop a conversation with people, and if it goes there, it goes there. So yeah, man, I like what you're doing. I'm also trying to figure out a pitch where I can just dumb it down. Just kind of like, give you guys what I got is when I start talking about Hex, I talk about, I ask people, do you know what a CD is, right? Especially if they don't know nothing about crypto, right? Most people know what a CD is, even though maybe they don't even have one. So I just tell them, you know what a CD is? Yeah. Well, okay. Well, pretty much I talk about how crypto, some of these projects aim to solve some problems that are, out there. And I said the problem that Hex is solving is, it's the world's, first blockchain CD. And I just compare the CD in the bank, to the yield you can get with Hex, right? And a lot of the times they don't understand, and they're like, "Well, but how this or how that, right?" And I just think that sometimes people just get too technical, and I kind of turn it on them and ask them questions like, "Well, do you know how your phone works? Do you know how your car works, or do you know that you just press that button and it turns on and you go where you need to go, right?" So I kind of help them bring down their guard so that they can understand that they don't need to know everything about it. Just like I even ask them, "Do you even know how your bank works?" So that's kind of like where I go with it, right? That's just kind of a a little bit of an idea of like where I go with it. And but to be honest, I've yet to close somebody on a 30-second. You know what I mean? It's required work, holding hand, asking questions about this. What is a MetaMask? So there's a lot involved. So if you are on that mission, bro, I just want to know. I want to let you know that I'm on that mission, and it's quite a struggle. But I just want people to win in general. It doesn't matter who they are.
Thank you for your comment and testimony. My question to you is yourself individually. How long you been into the crypto world, and how long ago did you get introduced to a Richard Hart project, hence Hex?
I got into crypto. Well, to be honest, I actually bought crypto last year without really knowing what the hell I was doing. Um, my wife's cousin came to visit. He was talking about how he got into these projects and they blew up. And it's just his excitement alone is what kind of like got me intrigued. But I was asking him, and he was like, "Well, you got to do research, right?" But I didn't know what he meant by that. So I literally, just went on Google and I just, Googled the word crypto. And I mean, that alone can take you on so many directions, right? And then I Googled, Bitcoin. And to be honest, like I said, I didn't really know what I was supposed to look for. So I just kind of, based on what he said, download the crypto.com app, and I just kind of like went on there and just, I just like took a certain amount and kind of just spread it between random, just randomly picking, catchy names or, just whatever projects I thought, right. I didn't really know what the hell I was doing. So that was last year. And then nothing happened. Obviously, I just, closed down the app, never looked at it again. And then, so January this year, my boy, I always tell this story, so I'll make it short today. My boy was bugging me for about 10 years about, crypto, and Bitcoin, right? Like sending me messages. I grew up with this guy. During that time, though, I was busy, running my insurance business and learning the industry. Just it was a whole new world for me. So every time that I would send me a message, I would ignore it. 10 years later, which was January, right, this year, I received another message. And this guy's sending me like weekly messages on Instagram, on, by text, look at this video, look at that video, look, Bitcoin's going to do this and blah, 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 right, blah, blah, blah. Like, he just wouldn't shut up. And I always ignored it. And then I think it was like January 18 or something like that. He sent me a video like at 11 p.m. And I was just chilling here in my living room. I have insomnia, so I just like stay up. It's 2:45 right now. So anyways, he sends me this video of, Richard Hart. It was how billionaires making people rich, right? So he sends me this video, but he just sent me the link. It was just a YouTube link. And I clicked on it, right? And then I see that it was like over an hour long video. And I never click on freaking long videos, not even like 5-minute videos, because I'm not going to sit there and, what is this video this guy's trying to send me, right? But for some reason, that night I watched that video. And when that video ended, my thing was like, who the hell is this guy? He's talking about helping people. He's talking about like, he wants people to win. He's been doing it for years. And I was like, this guy is talking exactly like, doing the things that I do, that I've been doing all my life. Cause I'm always, want to like help other people. I just want people to win in life in whatever possible way that I can help you. I will try to help you. Right. So I was like, man, I need to know more about this guy. And he was talking about HEX. Right. And then I was like, all right, well, what is this HEX thing? HEX.com. Right. So I go and I look at HEX.com. I would say, okay, so it's like a CD, but in the blockchain. I'm like, what the hell does blockchain mean? Right. I was totally clueless to all this stuff. So I kind of ignored all the Bitcoins. I mean, all the crypto stuff or the crypto message behind that video. And I just started to look up more of Richard Hart, right? And I started seeing these videos and 2020 recap, HEX recap, 2021, HEX recap. And I was just like, oh, shoot, it looks like, this guy really did, make a lot of people millionaires, right? So then I started looking into HEX. This was all that night, by the way, January 18th. All this happened that night. Stayed up till like 5, 6 in the morning, just reading and looking at videos, right? I looked into HEX and I was like, okay, well, it looks like people got into HEX and got rich, So this is like a boat that, I missed. The price at the time was like 20 cents. And literally the next day, I fell asleep. The next day I woke up and I ended up in the PulseX chat. Now everybody's here on this Pulsechain chat, but everybody used to be on the PulseX chat. And I'm just listening. And I end up hearing Walrus speak. And Walrus was just going off, giving all this info. And I sent him a message without knowing that, no DMing, nothing like that. This was literally my first day on there. I sent him a message asking him a question about staking HEX. And Um, he kind of helped me out with that. So first move I ever did was I have some money saved for my daughter who's 3 years old. So I just took that and staked it. I staked all of it for 15 years. And I figured, my daughter would be 18 at the time. And then after that, I
Let
was
me,
like, okay, that was
let
a
me
cool
interrupt
rush.
you. Let
Yep.
me interrupt you and ask you a question so we all can get on the same page. Just answer it specifically. How long ago did you actually join the community? Meaning, when was the first time you actually bought your first hex? Not when you heard about the community. How long ago? 1 week, 1 month? Have you bought any hex yet?
So like I mentioned, I found out about this, all this on January 18th. The next day, I literally liquidated my daughter's stuff and staked it for 15 years. So January 19th, I bought Hex, staked it for 15 years. Soon after that, I ended up on PulseX. What was it, like 3 days later? I went all in on PulseX. Like I went hard, all in on PulseX. And this was just off, the genuineness that I felt coming from Richard Hart, me just listening to him speak, right? So yes, to answer your questions, ever since then, so I first bought it at 19 cents. Ever since then, I've just been, buying more here and there. Bought it at 19 cents, bought it at 15 cents, bought it at 14 cents, bought it at 10 cents, and just yesterday bought it at 5 cents.
All right. So first off, uh, thank you for giving me your testimony and whoever's listening. Overall, because you're new, and it's always good to see and hear other people's testimony on what they done, why they done it, and the reason why they got onboarded to Hex in this community, and why they're so bullish, confident, uh, towards Richard Hart projects. Right. So, uh, with that said, did you sacrifice for Pulsechain? Well, no, not Pulsechain because you just got in January. Did you sacrifice for PulseX by
The
chance?
answer to that. It did, man. Now I'm wondering if you're paying attention.
Did you say yes? No, I mean I know you did, but did you say yes again?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but listen to this. Every coin in the supply of PulseX, because you're in PulseX, you're not in Pulsechain. But did you know that every coin that's ever going to be in circulation within the PulseX supply, did you know, I don't know if you did your homework, but did you know that every coin in PulseX will be minted from the sacrificers? Which means that there will be no coin, there will be never in existence ever again any new PulseX coins, because the way how the supply works in PulseX, I'm not talking about Pulsechain or Hex or anything else, but with PulseX specifically, there will be never in history again a chance to buy PulseX. Do you know this?
Well, I know that people will be able to buy it once it goes live.
Yes, you're able to buy it because of the sacrificers, but the minting process and the supply of PulseX will never be created, will never be minted. There will be no more ever to exist in this lifetime. The PulseX that has been minted came from you, from me, and from all of us who sacrifice for PulseX. The PulseX coin will never, ever, ever be minted ever again. There will be no such thing as buying PulseX. There's no minting. There's no process of nothing of PulseX. There, whatever the sacrificers bought,
It's not inflationary.
be if you excuse me, if you want, go look at the PulseX.com website, and you can see it clearly on the PulseX.com website that there will be no coins ever minted based on the USD value that is
Yes,
sacrificed.
yes, I did know that. I did know that. Yes.
So you're fucking smart, bro. You are fucking smart. You sell insurance. You are fucking smart, and I praise you. I praise you, and I kneel down before you, bro. You are an amazing person, and I hope your granddaughter fucking lives 100 years, and everybody else's granddaughter lives
I
100
appreciate your
years.
words, man. I appreciate your words. I'm
Because
just trying to do my part in
this
this community.
is
You
a
know what I mean?
magnificent opportunity. So I just want to let you know that your coins will never be duplicated, ever. Whatever you bought last year will never be duplicated for PulseX.
Correct. And I still have a lot to learn. This is why I just stay on these, on this group, just listening. A lot of, it was really hard in the beginning, just understanding just terminology in general. Like I remember the word FUD this and FUD that. I'm like, what the hell is FUD? Until I Googled it. And, I just stay on here, like listening, taking notes, connecting the dots, researching stuff, for me to try to make, have it make sense. And, yeah, man, I'm doing it little by little, and I'm just trying to bring as many people as I can. That's just the thing about me, I just, like I said, I just want people to win. I don't care if you're blood, I don't care if I even know you or not. Like this guy that I just met at the store, 2 hours ago, I'll be meeting with him, and I'm gonna, pour my heart out into helping him understand what it is we got going on here. Um, but yeah, this is why, like, I really appreciate what like Walrus and a lot of what a lot of people are doing in the community, because I like how he talks about how he literally just he has a passion for this, and he just spends most of his time just talking about it and helping people. And he talks about how he sits down with people, he doesn't charge them, they offer him money. And that's literally how I used to be when I had my business, and I really look up to that guy. So yeah, it's freaking awesome to be here.
You are fucking awesome.
Thank you, man. Appreciate your words. Good guys in this community, and I know that ultimately, genuinely, a lot of us, think the same. A lot of us want others to win. Um, like another guy I really look up to is Papa. You know what I mean? Like that guy's like um just repeating the same message. It reminds me of, us in our business. We're just, repeating the same message for 10 years. Nothing changed. You know, yeah, laws changed here and there, but in regards to like what our message was, it was just the same message. So sometimes, um, it'd be you'd get tired, and of just doing the same presentation again. Sometimes I would do 4, 5, 6 group presentations, all in one day. By the end of the day, I'd be done. Um, the most appointments I did in one day was like 22 appointments. And I'm talking about like drive, meet with someone, boom, done. Drive, meet with someone, boom, done. Drive, and I was just very passionate. And yeah, I made good money on it. But ultimately to me, it was the feeling that I had knowing that I put somebody in a better position, in a better situation, even though they didn't really understand what the hell just happened. Like little did they realize that then, the next generation is going to be well off. And, this is why I love this community, man.
Oh yeah, bro. I talk a lot of crazy shit, and then once people think I'm crazy, it's already too late. it's already too late for them because I talk a lot of crazy shit. And once they realize when I'm not crazy, and they realize I'm talking shit, real truth, it's already too late because I'm like the fucking oracle. I talk too much crazy shit. Nobody understands anything, and then when they realize it's, oh shit, some fucking noob told me about some shit like 10 years ago. It's like, oh man, it's already too late. It's already too late. But I'm glad that you help everybody. Just like how I try to help everybody. They're gonna take it for granted. They're gonna take you for granted. But you don't need to care about that. You don't need to care about you helping other people. They take you for granted. You made them millionaires. Don't expect them to fucking ever give you money back. I made my friend a millionaire, and even to this day, he won't talk to me. He's my best friend. I made him a millionaire, and he will not talk to me, even though he talks to me. You know, talking about this and that.
Definition of good friend.
He's a good friend. He's a good friend. He's all right. Everybody's all right. I don't have any disrespect for anybody. I don't care if they made million before me. I don't care. But if I explain to them Pulse, if I explain to them Hex before anybody else knows, and they made millions off of my spam that which you are spamming other people because we're in a euphoria state about, wow, buy this, buy this, buy this, buy Pulsechain, buy Pulsechain, and everybody looking at us like we're spamming the shit out of them, and then maybe one guy is gonna buy Pulse. That's fine, like that's fine. I don't care. I'm still broke as fuck. I don't give a shit. Like I leverage trade. I 500x. Like I can make $10,000 in a day, and I have this month. I made plenty of money this month. I don't give a shit. But leverage trading is not a good thing to do for your health. Like, and I really don't recommend anybody doing that. But if you really want to help somebody, they will take it and they will acknowledge your saying, but they will not be grateful for what you said, and they will not recognize what you said. But they will do what you say, and they will buy into whatever you say. But don't expect to say, oh my God, I told my friends to buy this and I made them millionaires. And don't expect like, oh, I expect at least like $5,000, made them a millionaire. No, it's not gonna happen like that because everybody's greedy as fuck. Everybody's greedy, and they're not gonna give you like, oh, here's $5,000 when you're done. Even though you told me about Pulse, even though you told me about Hex, thank you for telling me about this. But once they see that they have $1,000,000, they're not gonna give a shit. But at least you made humanity better. And that's the bottom line. You made
Exactly.
humanity better. You made
Exactly, man.
humanity better. You made humanity better. Even though if they're drug addicts, even though if they're who the hell, hoes, prostitutes, whatever the hell they are in this world, even though whatever the hell they are, you made humanity better. And you know what the problem is? Problem is the banks and the governments, they don't want normal human beings becoming rich because they're like, oh man, fuck these humans, fuck these prostitutes. What the fuck? They made themselves rich. They don't like that
Please
shit.
don't hex me, bro. I don't think that.
Objection.
Yeah, objection.
Objection.
You're getting a little far off there. Just reel it back
Plaintiff is
in.
non-responsive. Okay, I've listened to this for some time now. I have to ask you: are you currently drunk or on drugs?
I am not currently drunk or on drugs, but I actually do drugs and drink. But currently, no, I am not.
Okay, in that case,
No. But I am in that
In that
phase.
case, I'm not gonna mute you, but I'm gonna ask you to not rant on all your thoughts and all your life. Like
Correct. I'm sorry.
silence
Please
is
forgive me.
okay, and you're
Yes.
getting on rants that are completely off topic to this channel. I don't want to hear about
I was agreeing
any.
with. I was agreeing with Alamak 888. I was agreeing. I don't know. I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
I don't think the governments mind if you, you know, become rich because they can tax you more, right? There's these tiers that you run into. The more richer you are, the more you're taxed. So not being rich isn't an issue for the government, at least here in the States.
I mean, if you don't want to get taxed, all you have to do is change your birth certificate to a state national diplomat, change your diplomat status into a state national diplomat, change yourself into a DBA, doing business as corporation, and then you put yourself into a trust fund and you an entity of yourself as a straw man. You can do many things. I mean, this is legalese talk. I mean, I'm sorry to
I
interrupt
didn't
any.
know anybody else that knew about that stuff, man. That's crazy that you're saying that. I don't think that's this is for this channel though, but I completely understand what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Boner knows about this stuff, so if you would like to discuss about Papa Boner, he is very well informed about diplomatic status.
As in, like renouncing your citizenship type of deal.
In a sort of way, you can.
Sorry, Despom.
You want to renounce specific way. You don't want to renounce your citizenship in a non-formal way. You have to renounce yourself in a formal way through correct language with hyphenation and the correct language in the now, not in the past or the future. You want to correct yourself in the now. It's a whole bullocks type of status, if you understand.
Yeah, I watched a
Now,
documentary with Roger Ver in it, the guy who made different crypto, but he went that route. He had to pay, like, if there's like an exit fine, you have to pay um, quite a large sum of money. But um, yeah, I've heard stories about that, but never considered it. Wouldn't consider.
Ver was a good guy back in the day, but now he's fucked. But he actually did an interview with Richard Hart. If you want to look it up, he did twice the live stream with Richard Hart. Roger Ver. He's I don't have no hard feelings with him. He created Bitcoin Cash or whatever the hell. I don't know. He denies it, but whatever, man. Like everybody's trying to be a good guy, and basically, in the end, everybody's trying to be a good guy, and the world is fucking us. In the end, if you don't understand legalese.
Well, my question to you would be, uh, how is it that Bezos and Musk were able to be so successful if the world is trying to uh, screw us?
I didn't catch the first part. I understood the screw part, but not the first part.
Oh, I was just pointing out if the world is against you, then how did uh, Musk and Bezos become so successful?
Oh, well, that's simple. You have to create a different entity of yourself. You have to create a straw man, different business as. company. You have to do a DBA, and you have to make yourself a corporation. You have to make yourself a corporation, even though that ties you into the legal system, which is forbidden by Bible. But you have to play the game, and if you want to play the game, then you tie yourself into the game with a doing business as entity, which you can do very simply, and create yourself as a corporation, which you already are a corporation, and you can easily evade any tax or lawsuits or etc. And you can pay yourself dividends through the trust. If you have a trust, you can legally evade anything through a trust. And all the wealthy people do not pay tax. Like, if you are a billionaire, I've never seen a billionaire pay tax in my life. There's no billionaire that ever has paid.
Elon Musk pays tax. Everybody pays tax. We are
Yeah,
not
no.
about
Pay tax. Yeah,
evading taxes here. Everybody should pay their taxes and not go to jail. The system will fuck you over if you don't. If you have ways of reducing your tax legally, sure, use that. Please, everybody, do not evade your taxes. You will get fucked by it.
Yeah, like I mentioned, that conversation is not for this channel, but I know exactly what you're talking about. It's literally a whole different world, just like crypto.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet now.
I have a question for the group. Coming as I'm very, very new to crypto. I always start that way. I've been listening and learning a lot, as a lot of people are on this voice chat. I've heard time and time again people saying that in the 26 to 48-hour period before the bridge opens on Pulse, that there's going to be ratio trading, and that everybody says, if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. I wonder if the group could go into the why, not just if you don't know what you're doing, don't do it. I'd like to understand maybe a little more beneath the warning what could possibly happen or what's going on in ratio trading.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I was just gonna say, I have a great video I could send you. Walrus actually touched on this, but if somebody can answer that right now, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I'd like to see that video. If you want to put it in the chat, that'd be great.
The first two things that come to mind is the size of the liquidity pools. You going into a coin of three things. You going or using a coin that is heavily crowded. So if all the people do the trade in the first hour or so and you want to get in as well, you'll get horrible execution because of the slippage.
I mean,
Yeah,
the
I got a
ratio,
question.
you're gonna get destroyed because you don't know what the actual price is. So you might destroy your account by trading something for the wrong ratio with the wrong liquidity pool for the wrong number at the wrong time, and you think you're having a good deal for some. You don't know what you're doing, like, at that time. Like, it's even I don't know what I'm gonna be doing at that time. It's basically you were born on the Columbus ship, you invaded America, and then you go to California, you see gold, and then you're like, wow, I'm gonna take all the gold for myself, and then the government kills you. And you're like, oh my god, what am I supposed to do with all this gold?
Yes, I don't understand that. I'm sorry.
Let me ask you a question, Jack. You
Me
sacrifice
neither.
for PulseX.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I'm that new that no, I didn't sacrifice for PulseX or Pulse, but I have a lot of EHEX, which is going to come across. So if that makes it more specific to my question.
So, um, the video that I was talking about, Walrus goes into detail about because that question does come up a lot. So he goes into detail about if you don't know what you're doing, then you shouldn't do nothing, because he talks about how if you sacrifice for PulseX or Pulsechain, that there's most likely you're never going to get it any cheaper than you got it, right? So he said you don't know what's going to happen. So that's why he goes into more detail, but that's just kind of like the gist of what he was saying. Now there is a lot of game theory, like for people, like for example, that are holding ERC20s and they're gonna get a copy of it. So this is not advice, but if I was you and I didn't have any, right? Like what I would do is I would swap some of those ERC20s for PulseX or Pulsechain. But that's just what I would personally do, because, like right now, I didn't sacrifice for Pulsechain. So I'm actually holding ERC20s so that I can go ahead and swap some of those, for Pulsechain, when it becomes available. So, but there's a lot of game theory, there's a lot of things you can do with it, but that's just kind of what I wanted to touch on.
So I understand that. Yeah, and I can understand exactly what you're saying, that people who sacrifice, well, they have an investment. Whereas, say, I've got my ERC20 and it gets copied over to PHEX. To me, that's almost like casino money. It's free chips. Or am I looking
No,
at it the wrong way?
no, yes, you are, because every PRC20 is gonna start off with a value of $0. Every coin, every PRC will start off with the value of 0.0000000.
It's not gonna be the actual value, it's just the virtual value for tax reasons. Not everything will start on the trading pairs with 0.
They'll bring over the liquidity
Your
from Uniswap, right?
Yes,
Once the
the liquidity will come over too from
no,
the existing pools.
once the bridge, once the
I had enough of this. You're muted. Okay. In regards to your coins, the tokens that are copied over, so your PRC20 version of HEX, those because they're a duplication, they might have a different value than what you have on the Ethereum side. Nobody knows that value, so they will be likely traded at a different ratio towards other stuff that has already a pre-existing value based on the sacrifice, for example. And nobody knows what that ratio will be. But your hex on Pulsechain might be later worth more and be valued more or less. Nobody knows what it will be. So if you start trading the ratio based on your assumption, you might fuck yourself over from this. Even though the chips that you have are just like play money for you in the moment.
Yeah.
You don't know. Maybe the hex on Pulse will be $1 within like 2, 3, 4 months, or they may become worthless. Right? You don't know. So I'm more biased towards it's gonna be higher value because of the utility it already has. And the second thing is the trade might be crowded because everybody who has hex bought specifically for the purpose of trying to get into Pulse or PulseX will want to have that trade, and therefore you might be what's the word? You might be to you might succumb, I think is the word. You might succumb to slippage at this point in time in the early days. And then if you had just waited 2 or 3 days or waited until the ratio trading is over, then you can see, oh, this other token, this other liquidity pool is worth this and this amount of USD. And then the one that I traded in is this and this much worth. And then you will see what the real value that you exchange for. But in the beginning, you will have just these ratios, and then you have to assign the value personally to that, while taking into account what is everybody else is going to value it at. This is what's the hard part.
Right.
So
So you're
yeah,
basically trading with a blindfold on, right? With these ratios. Yeah, you won't know what you just traded until the bridge opens and the value is bridged over, and these tokens have dollar or cent values assigned to them.
so I understand both. You know, obviously you could rob yourself of future opportunity if you just kept the PHEX after bridge and watch it appreciate over time and understand that you're trading blind. I wonder then why so many people are talking about it and saying that if you are experiencing it, they're going to actually do it. So knowing that it's such a risk, are they just more of a risk appetite? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. So what we usually do in this channel and what most YouTubers are talking about is you can do it. You can try to maximize your input, try to get into a better position, but there is also high risk if you don't know what you're doing, because somebody who is completely new to crypto, like we onboard people that are no coiners, for example. If we send them on the first day on the ratio trading, and let's say they sacrifice as well something, if we send those people onto the trading pools in the first day, they likely get wrecked because they don't even know what slippage is. They might see something shiny and they're like, oh, look, I'm getting here a really good deal. And then they get slippage of 20, 30, 50% and wreck themselves because they don't understand how the system works in the background with the market maker, with the automated market maker. So if you inform yourself, if you ask questions like you do beforehand now, then you are probably going to be fine, but it's still a risk for you because you need to know what you're doing. This is why it's
Yeah,
only recommended to people that are either veterans or been trading before, understand it completely, and we don't want to have as a general information spread out, oh yeah, it's fine to trade on the first day. No, it's better to save the community headaches and let people just keep their wealth that they already have and be in a safe
correct,
position.
correct. Do not, if you, I mean, I have a friend who was a genesis well of Ethereum, and this guy told me to buy Ethereum when it was $30. I didn't believe him. I don't care. But if you are the type of guy who wants to take risks at first day of a Pulse launch, you must have the biggest balls on earth. Like, even I don't have the biggest balls on earth, and I'll still do it because I'm a dumb idiot. So do not ever trade. And this guy who was smart, he said, listen, I don't care about you or this or that. And you know what? This guy is actually better than me because he's able to hold on to his bags and not do any transactions. And the number one rule in crypto is the person who does the less transactions actually wins more. The person who does the most transactions wins less. It's as simple as that. If more transactions you do with your wallet, the more you lose. The less transactions you do with your wallet, the more you win in the longer run.
I have actually I've heard that from some people that are long in crypto and long in trading in real life as well, that less moves is often the best play. And listen, I appreciate the information. I listen to understand. I'm not challenging anybody. I really ask these questions so I can get as best an understanding as I can. Thank you.
I mean,
You should also go to K4K crypto channel and look at what he has to say about all this trading.
What was that? K for K?
Yeah, K4K crypto.
K4K Crypto has an amazing channel, and he can teach you about security as well. There's a 1 hour video about how to do your MetaMask and to Ledger. He's a very good guy. He's a good hexagon. He's a smart guy. Teach you about the
I've
testing.
already I've already done the Papa Boner videos, and I've already set all of that up for MetaMask and hardware wallets. So again, I couldn't have done it without this group.
Correct, but the trading is a whole different animal. Security and trading is a whole different animal, and especially before pre-bridge. Like pre-bridge has no monetary value. The bridge, the oracle of the bridge will give the coins the value. You do not I mean wow, if you do one mistake, if you if I mean not mistake, I mean maybe you're smart, maybe you can do something correct and you can do more money than anybody else. But if you do one mistake for anybody out there and you do something crazy and you pump some dumb shit coin and you fuck up and you sell all your bags of Pulse or PulseX, you will destroy yourself in the long run. In the long run is what I'm trying to say, that the less, I mean, what I'm trying to say is the people who do the less transactions actually make more money.
I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't destroy myself. I'd lose the opportunity in the future because the coins are free to me. Because I haven't sacrificed. Unfortunately, I actually would have if I knew about it, if I was around at the time, but I wasn't, so I'm not going to cry about it. But I won't
And
destroy myself, but I will absolutely could lose huge opportunity if I just held PHEX into the future.
I
I
mean,
get that. I understand that.
in that sense, I mean, if you wanna be some sort of crypto god, that you can buy some coin and get a copy clone and be a god in some sort of PRC liquidity pool. If you want to be a god, like if you want to be a god, you can buy some ERC token and then, for example, Hex, and you could be a god in the PRC 20 version if you really want to be some sort of god. But like, what is the point of being a whale? There's no point of being a whale because whales don't buy, whales don't sell. Like, why would you want to be a whale? It's
Yeah, I understand where we're going with that.
Sorry, it's incoherent blabbering. I had muted him already. I warned him. I'm gonna mute him forever now. I had enough of this.
Oh,
I think I've got I mean, obviously, I don't understand it, but I get where you're going, and I just don't like being told, "Don't do that." But I like to understand. I seek to understand, and I appreciate the feedback.
right. I mean, I understand where he's coming from because the ETH Genesis well, who bought 3,500 into the ETH ICO, has never sold a single coin and was now at the peak worth like 350 million. So, you know, it's just food for thought. But you didn't, like you saying, you didn't sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX, and the community is telling you, you know, if you want to get into Pulsechain and PulseX, that is the way to go. So you can get into the Pulsechain or PulseX pre-bridge, right? So, but
You will also have likely sellers that want to get out on day one and they don't care about the price, because some of them will try to drain the existing Pulse liquidity pools. Wow, this is so hard to say. So
Yes, I've
they
heard
will
that.
try to get out on the bridge, and people that are trying to get on the bridge, like yourself, can take that trade with sorry, not we have the bridge, but you can take the trade to get the pulse that they are trying to sell, maybe. So you have to do some maneuvering, maybe sell your hex for bridged in EUSDC, and then use that EUSDC to trade it for some pulse. And once you have the pulse, you got what you wanted, right? So you basically got the buy-in at the, let's say, ICO price. And if you compare it to Ethereum, everybody before you was able to go into the ICO, and then there is some free coins floating around at 30 cents to $1. Sorry, to $2.88 it was for Ethereum. There is some trading back and forth. The price drops down almost to 30 cents, which was the ICO buy-in price, and then the people try to get in at that point because they missed the initial Ethereum ICO. They get their tokens, they trade back and forth, and then the project over the span of a few years goes up to the thousands. And then does it really matter if you bought at 30 cents or at $1? If the price went up to $2,000, you know, it's all relative at that point. And the same will happen for Pulse. There will be some initial trading back and forth, and then the adoption will come later.
Again, I appreciate the feedback, and I understand exactly what you're saying. And the people who I listen to who have a lot more experience than me have been saying the same thing as well. There's going to be opportunity at the bridge. And that's actually, I think they were calling it the Wild West, that there's going to be a lot of swapping going on in the first couple of days of bridge when they're trying to find the price. So, and there could be, you know, lots of opportunities there as well. So thank you again.
so if you see that's I'm assuming you sacrifice for Pulsechain and PulseX. If you see a 50 to 1 pulse for 50 PulseX, are you swapping pre-bridge?
My personal situation is that I didn't get enough PulseX, so if I see a ratio that's good, or well, the worst thing is 1-to-1, I guess. But if there is a better ratio than 1-to-1, I will likely take that trade just to equal out the balances a little bit.
I remember, I think some guys, that Mandalorian was mentioning that we might see a 2-to-1 early on, and then once, you know, people make some trades, it could go higher or lower. But I assume it would only go higher. The pulse to pulse X ratios. What are your thoughts on that?
Was the yours specifically addressed to me or to the chat?
Yeah,
Sorry, I
yeah.
didn't. If it was to me,
So,
sorry, I didn't catch the question.
I think Mando was saying that the pulse to pulse X could ratio could start out at 1-to-2, and then from there you would see the ratio go up from there. So like one pulse for maybe 5 PulseX, but starting out it would be one pulse for 2 PulseX, and it could, but that would be like the starting point.
Well, nobody knows what it's gonna be. The first guy who's creating that pool is the guy who initiating it, but then people will trade on it and they will move it back and forth because basically it's an arbitrage opportunity. If you have the two sacrifices were essentially the same dollar value per 10,000 coins. And if you use that pre-existing value of 10,000 coins are $1, then you're and you set the pool at 2-to-1, that means you're betting that one of the coins will outplay the other one by 100%. It means the other one is 100% more value in the long term. This is what you're betting on. And the same is the other way. If you trade it against the ratio, so 1-to-2 instead of 2-to-1, then you're saying, oh, what I have is just worth half and I want to get into the better coin.
Okay.
But it's like a big bet. I believe that the ratios will be very close 1-to-1. On the testnet, it was kind of crazy because the testnet ratio was indeed 3-to-1 almost. I think it was like 2.8 or something, 2.8-to-1. So one pulse was worth 2.8 PulseX, meaning if you take the SEC values, the SEC US dollar values, that means that people value Pulse almost 3 times more, 300%. That's kind of crazy. That just based on the dollar value, you get a 300% trade on that.
Yeah, and that's based on the fact that the layer ones always do better, right, than the dexes, like Ethereum's performance versus like Uniswap per se. Are you in the camp that um, you believe that PulseX will outperform Pulsechain in the short term, and then Ethereum will, sorry, Pulsechain will outperform PulseX in the long term?
Yes.
So when it comes to like the mainnet launch, do you think Richard will give us a live stream or like tweet about it through Twitter to let us know that it's live, or do you think he'll just launch it and let us know once the bridge is up?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm hoping he does some sort of live stream. Um, be pretty cool way. I don't know how he did the. do If you were you around for Hex when that had launched, did he live stream when that was live, or did he? Guessing he did live stream.
Yeah, there was a launch live stream. So he launched it and then he started the live stream. He gave out all the information and he was awake for like 2 or 3 days, didn't sleep, and then he went on to live streams of other people that who was it? Who's that trader dude with the TD indicator? Get his name.
Tone.
Yeah,
Waves.
Tone Waves, exactly. Was arguing on the same day, on the launch day, with Tone Waves and lawyers. It was ridiculous. And he did like a 2 or 3 hour stream on his channel as well during launch.
That may be why he feels he doesn't like coming to the U.S. Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So yeah, I'm guessing it would be a. I don't think he would be on stream for that long, but I could be wrong. I guess he stayed up for 30. You said 48 hours. It's like Hojo has his hand raised. It's gonna be interesting to see um, these liquidity pools and like these bridges. Who's gonna be providing the liquidity early on? Because I know Hex like Hex early on didn't have much liquidity, which was part of the reason why it was able to do so many X's early on. So I wonder if that same kind of strategy would be employed for Pulsechain early on. Um, but maybe you have some insight on that, have an idea of what could happen, say like first year or two. Hey, Das Bomb.
Sorry, one moment, please.
Do you have a question there, Jag? Or
No, my finger just slipped. Sorry about that.
yeah, if there's anybody out there who has Pulsechain or PulseX questions, don't be afraid to ask or raise your hand. Das Bomb looks like he's kind of busy right now, but he'll be back shortly. I'm pretty sure. Oh.
Okay, I'm back. I had to deal with the guy just now. After I muted him, he started posting in all channels and in the detractor channels that I should be doxxed, and posted his spam chat as evidence that I'm a bad boy.
We all love you, don't worry.
Das, I have a question. Maybe coming from a newbie, you'll notice it, but when the airdrop happens and you have all these holders of ERC20 tokens that get the airdrop, how are they going to know that they have this airdrop that's dropped into Pulsechain and then know how to use it if they're totally unfamiliar with the ecosystem?
Just general buzz. People, everybody and their mother will talk about it on Twitter, on Reddit, on forums, Bitcoin Talk. I mean, it will probably not last on Bitcoin Talk that long because it's specific. You will have YouTube videos done. People will have word to word. What's the saying? Mouth to mouth?
Mouth.
That sounds wrong. Okay, mouth to mouth.
Sounds totally wrong, but
word of mouth.
Word of mouth. Yeah, thank you. It will spread through word of mouth and so on, and people will just realize over time and like, hey, I got some free airdrop here. Most of the airdrops, and especially with something big as something that has never been done in crypto, it will make rounds.
but there's no way that it goes like to everyone's wallets that all of a sudden you've got new tokens that you should take a look at and see, or something like that.
No, wallets don't actively track specific blockchains. There is no advertisement system in wallets.
Okay, thanks.
Not yet. Maybe this RH wallet will change that. Or is that not possible to code?
Well, you can code advertisement into anything, but do you really want your wallet to advertise to you? I'm not sure about that.
Right, with all these dusting attacks. I have a question, Das. Do you know how many uh, projects specific to Pulsechain will be launching around at the same time as mainnet launch?
You mean like working blockchain products
Yeah,
for Pulsechain? I don't
yeah,
know.
for Pulsechain.
I mean, some will just work right out. Anything that doesn't require front end or not a particularly hard front end, and then everything that's doesn't rely on like weird stuff like DAI or oracles or so on should be workable right off the gate and easy adjustable with the front end if they have one. Let's say thousands of coins and projects should be able to work quite fast. And I know personally, I know about, I don't know, 20 or so that are gonna be that pledged to be working once it launched.
Okay, and so are they gonna do so the copies for their coins, um are they gonna have a wrapped version of those? Or like if you're holding those ERC 20 tokens of their project, if be um they'll have parity on Pulse Chain or not, or if they'll, make their own.
There are both kinds. Some are pre-existing and they just have the duplication, and some are only launching. So they're preparing that now and they're only launching on Pulse.
Right. And do you know, so the ones that are only launching on Pulse, do you know how many you said there was 20, or because when I look
20
on
that I
the
heard of over the course of the time. We don't name specific ones here.
right.
But the ones that only launch on Pulsechain, I think there's like a handful or so that I heard of.
Oh, okay.
There are some
It's a
aggregator sites
small
where you
number.
can look them up and YouTube channels. So
Yeah. I, I've seen about 53 on the aggregator site, but it doesn't seem like some of those are going to go live when mainnet launches. And I'm not here to promote those at all. I just was interested in knowing um, um, there were going to be more. But
you
or if you're
can go
involved
to
in them.
Pulse Trading to find out what all the other projects are.
Oh, okay,
PLS Trading
cool.
as a channel for that.
So, do you have a delegator in mind that you're planning to delegate to, Das?
Nope.
And so, in with delegating, do you know if there's going to be like how is that going to work? So you're going to delegate your Pulse chain tokens, and you're going to receive a portion of the fees. Is there like a percentage that you could expect to see a return on that? Like, like what percent, like an APY or an APR that you would receive? Is there like an expected return on that, or will it just kind of be random?
I don't think you can create an APY because it depends on the uptime and how many transactions there are. So it will fluctuate. I don't think you can have a API calculation from that. What you can calculate is how many percent of that node you will receive. So if you are I don't know 1% of that validator pool, and the validator is sharing 90% of its revenue, then you get 1% of those 90% of the tokens. That's, I think, the extent that you can calculate.
And what is your advice for farming versus staking when it comes to the PulseX platform that's coming out? Is there any like any community members that could explain how all the farming works? Are there any videos that you could suggest to people to watch?
Yeah,
go
to
interested in doing
K4.
that?
Sorry. Go to K4K crypto K4K crypto YouTube channel and look at his explanation of how all the liquidity pools and the farming and so on works. He shows it on the testnet. But the basic gist is you need to provide liquidity first before you can farm the pools. So you already need to have enough of a stake to make it worthwhile. And the single-sided stake farming just with the PulseX won't be available in the beginning anyway, because it has to be voted on. That comes in a little bit later, but I'd say take everything that you can get on that one because it's risk-free. The liquidity providing and farming has some risks to it, because you have impermanent loss. I would only do that if you know what you're doing. Again, you have to inform yourselves about liquidity farming first.
Right.
Wait, I walked away for a second, Das. What did you say about what's the one that you suggested to take that was risk-free?
The risk-free one is the single-sided PulseX and the delegation.
Right. And why is that? Why is it risk free to for any like newcomers out there who may not have used like farming or staking before or delegating?
Because you're not trading and not giving away your coins. You just say, I have this amount, can I get something in return for that? That's the only thing you're doing. But they remain in your custody.
And
Yep.
are there?
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just saying, Das, you have a couple of hands up.
I'll unmute in 2 or 3 minutes. I'm in the kitchen right now. I'll be back up at my PC in a sec.
Okay. So I know that some of these, you're gonna have to approve contracts, right? When you're doing some of this staking or farming. What like risk is there with, signing some of these contracts? Like, should people be worried about that at all? I guess he's away from his phone. But basically, what I was getting at is like some of these contracts you're gonna have to sign and approve and give them permission to like use your coins, and in doing so, um, you could be vulnerable to um, getting dust attacked, where they
Okay,
could take all your coins. But Daspom could explain it better than me.
I'm back. So you're only giving permission to one contract. So your trust is only in the PulseX contract for this. It's not multiple contracts. You would give approval limits. And like I said, you can see it on K4K Crypto. You can see exactly what is happening. He shows it in his videos, how it's used and so on. You approve different types of coins. If you want to trade a specific coin, you approve that one to the PulseX contract. And if you want to be safe, you basically have to find someone who can read the contract for you or look at an audit of the contract. And what's the word in English? Scout it? No. You have to verify for yourself that the PulseX contract doesn't have any admin keys and is not taking your money. But you only have to do it for one contract. You're not doing it for multiple.
Yeah, I wonder if there will be like maybe a community member who would make a website for that, so that, or if that would be possible. 'Cause I think that would help help save a lot of people from pain if with these a lot of these new projects coming over. kind of food you making, Das?
Just got some carrots.
Was it dinner time for you or lunchtime?
Early morning.
Oh, eating some carrots, nice. Might I recommend some hash browns and bacon? Saw Pepe with his hand raised not too long ago, but guess he hopped out.
No, he's unmuted. He's there. He's
Oh,
unmuted.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about filing blasphemy charges against Das Bomb for not having pizza for breakfast.
Dude, last week
yeah.
I had a pizza burger. You have no idea how delicious that was. 2 times in a row. Nom nom nom. And
I
for the
knew I
last 3 days, I had homemade lasagna. I made everything from scratch. I'm so fed up of everything that has some kind of pasta or I don't know, anything that's like pizza or bread or anything. I'm so fed up with it because of it.
Pizza's like my go-to lunchtime meal, even though I know it's probably not the best for me, but just can't stay away.
met an Aussie fellow who introduced me to these golden potatoes that if you were to slice very thin, place them on top of a pizza with rosemary and bacon. Tiny little bit of olive oil to spread the aromatic. It's unbelievable. That hash browns sure sounded good.
Yeah, that sounds the rosemary with the thinly sliced potato. I wouldn't want a heart attack though. That's yeah. Uh, I'm more of like I go for the basic, just like pepperonis and some jalapenos, but I'll go for like the margarita pizzas every now and again, or like some pesto base with some chicken and like tomatoes, like the cherry tomatoes. Those are always
Raw red
amazing.
onions too on that pesto. Oh yeah. In the presence of heat, raw red onions emit a little bit of juice, a little bit of water, and a lot of sweet. Oh, a little bit of chicken. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Do you do the like the wood fire, right? There's like I think it's the brick ovens, or like they have like the traditional like the Domino's Pizza Hut versus like the brick ovens, or is that the wood fire oven pizzas? Forgot, but the wood fire ones I think are the best.
Sir, that may be the name of my establishment.
The wood fire.
So over the years when I went to Italy, I mapped out the golden dimensions of a proper Neapolitan wood burning oven, and ultra low dome, a deck made from the volcanic soil near Mount Vesuvius. It's just unbelievable. Small mouth. Oh.
Yeah, I bet the pizzas are amazing.
I mean, I set up just a lab to experiment with flavors, and I've tried it all, but I perhaps like you enjoy parsimonious toppings because the true flavor of the wheat can be presented with a proper crust. And if you load it down with toppings like most Americans do, you lose that. And part of the reason why Americans do that is because the crust sucks in this country. We use the wrong flour, we use the wrong yeast, we use the wrong water. We basically do everything to productionize the making of it, and it's a sin.
I was going to ask if you have any opinions as to if there are any particularly low carb crusts that you find tolerable, or if the idea is just ridiculous. Because I love pizza, but because of the crust, I can't really enjoy it anymore. I mean, I've found some low carb crusts that are tolerable, but it's not the same.
Yeah, so if in fact a crust is made with a strain of wild yeast, and by wild yeast I mean there's like 2,600 different yeasts in the world. The bacteria component of the yeast breaks down the gluten strands, simplifies the carbohydrates enzymatically, makes it very digestible, and I would suggest trying that. Find an artisan that actually uses a leavened dough and see if that doesn't help you. I have low carb yeasts and they're off. I have low gluten crusts, they're off. But with my artisanal dough, celiacs can eat it, a crust, and not have any gastric distress whatsoever. The local celiac group over here at the university comes in here once a week, and it's a revelation for them to be able to eat real food without having the side effects.
That's cool. I hadn't heard of that, so I'll look into that more. Thanks.
Pepe, gun to your head, forced to make a decision. Papa John's, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, U.S. name brand pizza manufacturers. Who would you go through if you had to?
I wouldn't. I'd starve. Look, man. Honestly, if you understood how these things are made and the chemicals that they use to make them, the cheese isn't real cheese, even though they say it is. I mean, it has cellulose in it, so you're basically chomping down on paper. It's just disgusting. I mean, it really is. I think McDonald's would have a healthier menu. So, they use seed oils in the dough formulation that enhances inflammation. I'd rather starve. I really would.
There's this one firm out of
choose one.
There's this one firm out of New York. I think it's Empire Pizza or something like that, but just delicious pizzas up there. A good buddy of mine owns a business up there, and he had me ship a couple down. I think they ship them frozen so that it doesn't get all fucked up, during the shipment and all. You can just heat it up in your oven. Do you guys offer that service? I'm kind of curious now. You're kind of getting me intrigued.
Yeah, during COVID, I sort of did that. I called it a half-baked pie, where we would lock in the smoky flavor of the wood burning oven. But you know, you've got to pack it with dry ice, and then you got to charge like 40, 50 bucks a pie. It was just too hands-on for me. So the best way to enjoy it is come on in, let me crank up my proper Neapolitan wood burning oven, and enjoy it the way a Southern Italian would.
Fucking people giving me hungry this morning. I gotta go eat some breakfast now. God damn.
You know, Richard Ard has nothing on me when it comes to purity of vision in terms of how to execute the philosophy. So that's one of the reasons why I get what he does, right? I understand, you know, not having admin keys, because that's similar to not putting oil in a crust in your dough. Using purified water with the right pH level to propagate the yeast properly, and then rising the dough at the correct temperature range so that enzymatically you can receive the full flavor of the yeast. It's just unbelievable. It really is. And this wild yeast thing that I'm talking about, you know, for thousands of years, that's all people had. It was only when we used baker's yeast to productionize bread that we went away from it. And that's when, you know, everything went to hell in a handbasket. And then bakers took over making pizza, bread bakers, and they know nothing about pizza. A pizza dough is nothing like a bread dough. Nothing. Yet they claim that, you know, they're the last word in authenticity. They are hacks. They're as bad as the idiot that made Luna.
Pepe, have you ever tried a sourdough crust for pizza?
Well, so sourdough is a wild yeast, okay? Sourdough came from San Francisco, which, oh, by the way, actually is identical to an Italian strain of yeast on one particular island outside of Napoli. So everyone says, oh, San Francisco sourdough. But sourdough doesn't have to be sour. You know, it can be sweet. It can have this weedy fragrance, this floral nature to it, done properly. But improperly, if you let it sit for 24 hours at the wrong temperature with the wrong water, you know, it could turn kind of nasty, like a sourdough. I don't care for the sourdough flavor. It's too pungent. I prefer more of the true essence of the wheat.
Yeah, I have a whole wheat based sourdough that's fresh farm to table, made here locally. That's out of this world best sourdough I think that I've had here in the States, besides my brother-in-law's in England, who uses a over 100-year-old starter.
Yeah, I mean, the first leavened bread was in Egypt, right? I mean, there was this, you know, slurry of water and flour that was left out in the heat of the sun midday, and it began bubbling and gurgling, and you know, the peasants and the butt flappers, they had to eat unleavened bread, basically like what you would feed a freaking parakeet with, right? And the ruling class got to eat leavened bread. So it's been around, well, for thousands of years, perhaps millions.
Yeah, it's incredible. I never knew about the starters and the hand-me-downs of how they keep on going. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so when I had my Trojan yacht, I would take it out to this island at the mouth of Tampa Bay called Egmont Key, and I set up my little trap to capture wild yeast, figuring if there was a yeast sturdy enough to stand up to not only the nature of a marine environment, but also fend off all the other yeasts, because there's a war going on constantly, right? One strain comes in and it just attacks the other. But that's where I captured my own. And I maintain 9 different yeasts from all over the world, just about on every continent. And I prefer my dominant local microflora.
I'm coming over soon, Pepe, for pizza.
Promises, promises.
You just wait.
Well, you know, Mr. Jiggs said he's going to crank up his wife's Model X and drag you along with him and come on over. So I think that may be the case.
That sounds like an excellent plan.
That and a pleasant glass of Chianti. Ah, I mean, the Italians have it so right. I mean, say what you want about the French. The Italians taught the French how to cook, right? In the 1400s, an Italian princess married a duke over in France, and the food was inedible. They were basically eating slop back then. And so she summoned her royal, chefs and brought them into France, and then they've sort of taken it in a completely different direction with sauces and smaller portions and so forth. But the Italians have it right. The just ultimate level of freshness, served properly with great libation.
I think you'll get a good laugh out of this. The other night I was with clients at a very fine Italian restaurant here. It's been around for more than 30 years. And I asked for a Merlot, and he looked at me. The French waiter looked at me with disdain and said, "We only serve Italian wine here."
Italian wines are tough, right? Because the really good ones just have a lot of tannins. Like my favorite wine is called Salaya. It's by Antinori, and retail it's about $450 a bottle if you can get it. And you need to open that thing for about 4 hours. So if you're an American, you're going to have to order 2 bottles of wine, right? You're going to have to order like a Camus, which as soon as you pop the cork, it's ready to drink. Whether it's Napa Valley or Special Select. And then let that Italian breathe. You let that thing breathe for a few hours and you will be amply rewarded. It's almost like delayed gratification.
Unfortunately, I can't appreciate wine like many people, most people. I just don't have the palate for it, or I have an allergic reaction to it. So me and tequila are just fine.
Yeah, I'll bring some tequila for your visit. You'll be fine.
Oh, I'm even happier.
speaking of like alcoholic beverages and things like that, has anybody ever done like a taste test type situation where I mean, most people have a favorite beer or so, and like maybe you drink a couple of them. And have you ever tested as to whether you can actually tell the difference if somebody after two or three of them switches it out for something else?
Well, I'm a cicerone, so I find that to be very easy. Cicerone is someone that has passed a formal test for beer. But I mean, I'm only level one, only because traveling around the world, I seek out the best brews. So, I'm a fan of Belgium. I'm a fan of German and a very limited variety of American crafts. But yeah, pretty much, I can nail a Pilsner from a lager, from an ale, pretty easily.
Pepe, you never cease to amaze me. I had no idea. What do you think about Sapporo? Do you like Sapporo?
Wouldn't drink it ever. It's almost like Chicago pizza, right? Those that come from Chicago rave about it. Me, I take one look at it and one bite of it and I go, that's not pizza. That doesn't meet my pizza definition. That's a casserole. And so Sapporo is a macro brew that is disgusting, right? But used properly with some sushi, it's passable. I prefer sake.
I do like Sapporo though.
I mean, if you're in France, drink a Bordeaux. If you're in Italy, drink a Barolo, a Brunello, a Chianti. Uh, that's if you're in Napa, drink a Cabernet. Uh, yeah, you sort of have to go with the food that's raised there and the grape that grows there, and then it's unbeatable. And that's my pursuit of food travel culture. I want to sit down with a family and eat their traditional food that their grandmothers or their great grandmothers used to make. And that's why pasta to me is so intriguing. You take gaucho pepe, which is a very simple thing in terms of ingredients, but executed properly, it's like none other.
Just a reminder when the discussion goes off topic, if you have pulse chain questions or hex questions or topics that are more on topic, you can always interrupt people and tell them to, hey, I have a question. But other words, it's usually pretty quiet here, and most people have discussed the pulse chain issues like for a year now, so there's not too much stuff that needs to be discussed. But I don't know. I've been getting messages that people are complaining.
Just disregard any DMs you receive.
It's a fine point to make, like that. Yes, the topic should be pulse chain and hex or whatever Richard Hart projects as a focus, but like I find it somewhat okay to go off topic when nobody's discussing anything.
Yeah, right. It's not an issue. And like you said, if people have questions, they just need to raise them.
All I know is I stand with Johnny Depp and that sensuous brunette lawyer of his. How God managed to put a brain like hers in a body like that just leaves me in awe of his majesty and wonder. And I'm an atheist, but good God Almighty.
Terry, got a question? I want to share something.
So to break the silence over comments that were made about keeping on topic, I agree that the focus of topic for the room is Richard Hart projects, but also keep in mind, at least from my opinion, that this room is based on all those individuals who've spent countless of hours executing positive and negative results on trading and the experience of crypto to find themselves here and to give that free knowledge to everybody. And the basis of that is to help others. So if and when you decide that you want to take a step outside of your own little world and experience new things, that's where those of us are in here who are passionate about several things in life care to share those experiences and wealth of knowledge with everybody in the room, which stays at the basis of the topic of what we're all here about, as Richard does the same thing.
That's why we're a community. So those that bitch and moan and complain about, oh, you're off topic. No, we're not. It's those ties that bind us as a community. Otherwise, it would be every man for himself.
I've learned so much from this room, on topic and off, and I appreciate every bit of it.
It's okay to have off-topic discussions as long as there is no people waiting or need help with something. But otherwise, like short excursions, light topics and so on are okay. We just don't want it to be too long off topic and, I don't know, go into like conspiracy theories or something like that.
Oh, 100%. 100%. It's all about, if you got a question, as was stated, bring it on. Everybody wants to learn, and it's not a problem to interrupt and say, I got a PulseX or a Pulse or a Hex question. No big deal.
Yeah. I just want to clarify, I am agreeing with what you said before, and the admins in general agree with that as well.
Thanks, Doss. And I'm sure you've got some analytics behind that. That's what we love about you.
You know, the guy who is really tuned into the notion of bringing in more macro discussions is Dixon Piper, who is a day one OG in Hex, filmmaker or video producer, that sort of thing. And he intentionally discusses BTC and ETH because that's where new eyes are at. And then he goes into Hex and Pulse and PulseX. And, you know, if you haven't watched that guy in action, there was a 4-hour stream last week with Motley Investor and Wendy's for Tendies. Fascinating. I would urge everyone to talk about it. And if there are any YouTubers out there that are looking to get their sub count up, you may want to expand a little bit and sort of integrate the positioning of Hex and Richard Hart Digital Assets in the crypto market.
That sounds really clever. Rather than being so hex-centric focused, you know, you could start the lead, say, with the Bitcoin, the ETH, throw that in your tags, into your into the title and all that, so you can get those fresh eyes, get those algorithms, people searching for that shit, and then you can slide in the back door with the hex and have that be the general thrust of your videos. But that sounds clever as hell.
Well, and so what he says is the guy who does it best, not that he agrees with how he does it, but the guy who does that best, the broad outreach, is BitBoy. Because every single stream that fat guy has an XRP update. So BitBoy is really an XRP dude, but all he talks about is Bitcoin and ETH and on and on and on. But at the end of every stream, he gives an XRP update. And it's sort of the same thing. You know, you tease them with oh, you know, capitulation with BTC is near and on and on and on. But at the end, he always talks glowingly about XRP. And I never even noticed that until Dixon pointed that out. But and I was wondering why Dixon was always opening up with the charts of BTC, and that's the reason, because he can get, you know, adoption through utilizing that back door.
Wait, so Rackham was removed from the documentary? I was not seeing this shit. No, I've been paying attention to Twitter.
First time I hear about it. His participation seems too big and too flashy to be removed from the documentary.
Yeah, I might be
It's
misreading
good
some of these tweets.
content. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative what he's doing. Well, it's just good content in general to have. What I last heard is that his Twitter is deleted.
I saw the
It's
same.
back
After
up
he
now
was.
with no updates. It's back up now, but there's just been no updates to it.
Oh, okay. Well, kek.
JK, he's got to answer for the whole Christian Rochelle debacle. There was another Twitter account that exposed his past. He's got a lot of unanswered questions. He needs to step up and explain that.
One interesting thing for me about Rochelle was that apparently he had some ties, or some tie to the Substratum project, and I don't know if it was what exactly it was, or whether he just dumped on that he held a bunch of tokens and then dumped them. And if that's the case, that's fine, whatever. But it's like, I don't know. I lost a shit ton of money on that project too.
Actually, curious as it may be, it was the only other coin I invested other than X. So it was a sort of a coincidence, I guess.
Was that the one where he basically dumped it at the community's expense and then sacrificed for Pulse?
No, nothing of the sort. It was a coin that came up and disappeared around 2018, and it had a good project behind it, but I believe the problem was a combination of factors. I don't see it being a Rackham issue. Even the founder, we came to know, was a bit shady before, and the project just disappeared from one day to the other, basically.
Yeah,
They used
wasn't
to do weekly videos about the project, how it was going, with beta tests and beta versions of the software they were creating. But then, one of a sudden, everything disappeared. And that's what happens with promises, I guess. But it was one of the few projects out there that I believe had actual use case in real life for this sort of technology. And that's why it's the only other project I invested other than X and BTC in it here.
It's interesting to hear. Yeah, I mean, as I run a web hosting company, like and I've done VPSs and VPNs and all that sort of thing. It was interesting, very interesting technology for me as well. But it was
actually, I believe there was a company that actually bought the right for their for the software they were developing, and I think that was the final nail in the coffin of the project. So it was a bunch of mishandling of the funds that were given, and the actual project itself. It's the actual product developers just decided to not pursue it any further, either for their own personal gain or for their whatever reasons. But at the end of the day, it was close to a rug pull. I think they, at a point in time, actually used the funds to short BTC, and they were also wrecked. That might be one of the issues also. But the technology itself looked promising, was interesting, and it was a good use of the network. Actually, there's another project right now that decided to do more or less the same thing they had done before, even though it's not exactly the same, and it's functioning and working. Yeah, that's it. But
yeah, I know like the open source project they rolled into, but yeah, I think another thing was their attempt to open up the exchange that they wanted to do, and that just never panned out and was a failure.
Yeah, the amplify, right? Yeah, but of course, many things happened behind the scenes that we are not aware. But at the end of the day, what everyone I think can concur is that it was basically like a rug pull. Even if their intentions were good at the beginning, that's what had happened with a project that only has promises and not a functional thing right at the start. So I learned my lesson then, and even though it was just $1,000 that I lost, it's still a learning lesson.
Yeah, I wish I could say it was that much. It was definitely a lot more than that for me, but yeah, not too consequential, but still sucked.
Yep.
Welcome to Jackass. This is crypto investing.
Well, but at least I cannot complain. Like in 4 coins I invested, only one of them got the rug pull treatment. So I consider myself either lucky or very well researched, or a little bit of both, I guess.
Pepper, you got a hot mic, mate?
Counting all my money.
Sounded like it.
That was the line out of the movie Jaws, where Quint grabbed the captain of the research boat and said, "Show me your hands, boy." Huh? What? Show me your hands. Puts his hands forward, and Quint says, "These hands have been counting money. Look here, these are sharking hands."
But I have what might be a silly question, but does anybody think that there's a chance that a reasonable chance that Pulsechain would not be launched in 5 months?
There is always a chance, but boy, do I hope that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, because I mean, the reason I'm asking is like a day or two ago, I finally ended up selling all of my Bitcoin because I was down to about 2 months of living expenses, and so you know, by selling a Bitcoin, I bought myself like an extra year. But there are things that I'm tempted to purchase right now, and such as setting up the validator node or potential validator node for Pulsechain, and that would obviously cut me back to about 5 months of living expenses.
Well, if you're quote unquote counting money like that and want to be a validator, well, I would most likely stay away because there's no guarantee that at the beginning you'll make any money as a validator. So
Later, I'm expecting like that once the chain goes live, then the Pulse that I received and the PulseX and all the other tokens that I receive will have value, or I'll be able to within a few months take loans out on those values and things like that. So I'm not certainly not expecting any return from being a validator.
well,
That
either
sounds
way,
like a gamble.
you are counting on, okay, in 5 months I'm going to receive this and extract value from it one way or another, right? So no one can tell you or know for sure if you will really be able to extract that value, or again, even if the chain is live by then. So
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying, like, do you think there's a reasonable chance that it wouldn't? But I mean, when I say 5 months, it's like 5 months of definite living expenses. But I mean, worst case, I could just start selling some hex, and that's like my last resort. But if I had to sell my hex, then yeah, I have years of you know of living.
The way you're
well,
telling it, you should not be a validator. Like seriously, dude. Like, so in regards to investment strategies, you should have your life completely sorted out for like 2 or 3 years. You should have a steady job or whatever to pay your daily expenses. Then you need an additional security fund for your personal fund on your bank or something, where you, if everything goes down, like you have suddenly you don't have a job, so no steady income, no cash flow anymore. Suddenly you get into an accident. Suddenly you get ill or whatever is happening. You lose your job, you lose your family, you lose your I don't know, social help, friends and so on, everybody who can like support you for a while. You need to be able to stay afloat for 3 to 6 months with the money that you have in that security fund. And then after you have that, so let's probably roughly $3,000 to $6,000 depending on where you live. After that, you can start to accumulate something that you invest into crypto, stock markets, I don't know, whatever you want, trading cards. And then that money you need to be able to lose completely. And that doesn't sound like you are secured in that sense. I highly suggest to look into your money management and not pursue things that are maybes.
yeah, not only that, but you should. The way to go is not to actually sell your principal assets to pay for your day-to-day life. It's actually to have those assets working for you, so then you can have them return a yield and use that yield to pay for those things. Right? As soon as you start cutting into your principal, it only goes on nil from there. And if you happen to have an accident, like that one said, or something that you're not counting on, Well, there goes that principle.
Personally, I would try to find a job.
We couldn't hear the last thing you said.
Said that is not an option.
Well, I have no clue how much money you have or in different assets. But I mean, we are just saying to make it to be sure you're safe. And
I get that. I appreciate that, but I mean, like, I'm not like gonna be living on the streets anytime soon. So when I say like that, I have like 5 months of living expenses. That's 5 months of living expenses at a pretty well off rate. Like I'm living very comfortably right now.
Spiffy, you're
No, that's
you're a
good.
day one OG, right? I mean, you're not like the average pleb. I mean, you have plenty of assets. So, I I'm not sure what to say.
Yeah, again, I mean, I appreciate the advice. I mean, I'm not really concerned about my money management so much as like an idea. If you think there's a reasonable chance of the chain not being live in 5 months, and I get the impression that most people don't expect it to be that long. But like even if I'm wrong, like it's not gonna put me on the street.
Yeah. Well, if you have everything guaranteed and stuff, so I don't see an issue. But the way you were speaking before just raised some red flags that we wanted to make sure that it wasn't your case, I guess.
I mean, I have substantial assets, but they're of course they're hex assets, and I don't want to sell them if I can avoid it.
Yeah, and the thing is, even if you have significant funds, you would much like them, much like to sell them at 50 cents than at 5 cents, right? If it was me.
But Spiffy, don't you have other alts as well? Perhaps Mr. Hoskinson? I mean, if it came down to it, which one would you let go of first?
I've already let go of most of everything that I can. If Hex goes down to a penny, I just have to redo my budget and stop eating out so much because I probably spend at least $30 a day on food.
Well, depending on where you are, that might not be as bad. That bad. one of the things that one was saying before, and that I agree with, is that if you have a job, it takes a weight off of you because you don't feel the pressure to actually sell when it's not the best time to do so. You can actually do the opposite. I'm not saying that's the best case for you. Of course, I don't know your situation, but for me, that's how I do it. I still work full-time job plus some part-time things I do for myself, and X can do whatever it wants and any other asset, and I don't really bother, and I actually take these dips as opportunities.
Yeah, I mean, I did have a good, pretty well-paying job as, working in the data center web hosting industry for decades. But I stopped doing that a couple years ago, and since then I've kind of considered myself retired.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you should just get a job. I'm just saying, just in general, and in my particular case, why I still do it. And since I'm doing something I like, it's added benefit.
I wouldn't have stopped if it wasn't for health reasons. Like I had a few strokes, and I've had heart troubles and other issues, and I lost the ability to use my right hand for the most part, and all kinds of things like that. So like trying to be a programmer with one hand is not like
Yeah.
the most effective. Like most people don't want to hire me.
I understand, and I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, at least you are set, I guess, from what you've been telling us. So that's quite nice.
Yeah, I'm not particularly worried about my finances, but if Pulsechain doesn't come out in like a few years, then like yeah, I'd be worried.
I just wish I was doing the same thing I do here in the US. I would probably receive 10 times as much. But hey, it is what it is.
Boy, I just looked at the chart for the first time in 2-3 days. 100% rebound. What the fuck? Anybody who bought that wick is probably super happy right now.
Yeah. And the person that sold it, probably not as much, unless you just wanted to catch out insane gains, and if it and just a few more million doesn't matter to him. But if he had just put a limit order for 1 or 2 days, he would be entirely filled by now, and he would exit with 2 times or 3 times the amount. I mean, 3 million for 2 days work, not a bad deal, I would say.
Well, I'm certainly not going to shed a tear for that guy.
Oh, yeah. it was actually good for everyone else.
I just hope he didn't bring down a lot of people with him, because there might have been some people that bought higher and sold the absolute bottom, or the current bottom. That we don't know if it's the absolute bottom, but
Well, from what I've heard, it was a pretty quick rebound. So I would believe most people were actually able to buy it at that price and not sell it.
Yeah, I missed the chance.
Well, I was asleep, so and no limit orders. I had already spent all my fiat a few hours before, so.
I just hope it's not a dead cat bounce. My concern, very specifically, is Bitcoin has not capitulated yet. So I don't know if the bottom is in or not. Maybe Hex is going to act independently, and it's going to lead the bounce back up. But that's like a concerning thing.
I think there are more things at play than that cat bounces and following BTC and things like that. The actual thing that makes X be as volatile as it is right now is the liquidity pools and the FUD and concerns that the community in general has. So there are those two factors. I don't think BTC or any other sort of crypto asset has anything to do with it, at least in this particular scenario. It's either people, of course, wanting to cash out and feeling the fear, and then the biggest impact is due to the liquidity pools being as slow as they are. And it can go a lot lower, but it can also go a lot higher. So what will happen, we do not know, and I don't believe it's correlated with what happens to BTC. And you can actually see it's a lot easier to push the price down than up right now in X, just due to the way liquidity are set up.
If the Fed raises rates in the coming months, like they've said they would, that's a bad guy. BTC not capitulating, bad guy. Delay of Pulsechain, bad guy. We're not entitled to any further updates because El Jefe was punished, so he's punishing us back, which leads to consternation. When the markets are down in a bear, it's human nature to protect yourself a little bit. So I just hope.
I agree that Pulsechain delaying has a big impact. I would actually believe that is the biggest impact and the only real one we are concerning, other than the entirety of the how do you say confrontation between the side that wants Richard to clean up his language and appearance, and the ones that do not. So I believe those two factors are actually what is making the price do what it's doing, plus the liquidity pools. Because other than that, right, BTC has gone down and up in all stages of the X existence, and X has shown very little correlation with it. Of course, there is some correlation, especially now because the Ethereum pools with X are more prevalent. But again, it's more of a factor of the low liquidity, and I don't see like most people that are in X see that the rates go up a quarter of a percentage, and they sell HEX. I believe that affecting the price of BTC and Ethereum a lot more than the price of X.
Yeah, well, and so when I say BTC hasn't capitulated, if you take a look at the past month or so, and I'm far from a DA guy, I'm far from a chart guy, but every time the bull flag happens and people just dive in on that thinking it's finally going to go to 40, 45K, it reverses. And now it's dropped out of a descending triangle. That is bad news in my opinion. So that's why I think it does have an impact. Perhaps not as much as the delay of Pulsechain and the lack of any clear timeline whatsoever. We don't know if it's a day, a week, a month, a year. All that just adds up to uncertainty. And hey, I'm grateful for the dip. I haven't used limit orders on Matcha for a long time, but I loaded up this past week. Thank heavens.
I can agree that uncertainty is a factor, and what you said is true. But I don't think it's the biggest factor. And again, people always want to play on the fear of others and take advantage of that uncertainty. So,
I mean, the fact of the matter is that when El Jefe gave us the update that there will be no more updates, will not launch in May, it dropped 17% within minutes, and that's what's led to this latest dip. That's certainly the number one factor. But BTC having these little mini dead cats, the bear market in general. I mean, I can understand why people are selling, and I hate trading, but yet I keep on now filling my wallet with USDC and then placing limit orders and waking up the next morning finding out that I caught a dip. Thank God.
well, the good thing about this is the people that are thinking long term and taking advantage. So you could think of it as someone that is looking for exit because you need liquidity or something like that, or you're just in doubt and unsure, or you can just take advantage of it.
Yeah. Well, for me, I made some rather large buys last September, September 13th to be exact, and that's when it was 46.8 cents. So I'm still digging out from believing that, we're 4 to 6 weeks away. So I will soon make that mistake again. If I have a regret, it's believing that we're 4 to 6 weeks away. I really had no idea that it could be a year later. It's just mind-numbing from that aspect.
Well, I think that people that were here for longer actually believe that it was a very optimistic view, especially when it was considered that PulseX would exist, and again, all that delays the project.
No PulseX then. We were sort of thinking that maybe this DEX was going to be an airdrop or something. At that point in time, we were told we're 4 to 6 weeks out. We weren't told anything about a second sacrifice. And so I went all in. And, I actually bought on a 20% dip. It was 56. I got it for 46. So I'm like, yeah, man, I'm DCAing the right way. But it's in hindsight, I don't believe anything I hear.
And it's a good thing. It's always good to take everything with a grain of salt and understanding that many things can happen between now and the actual launch, right? And maybe today we have the refactoring of the validator rotation code and etc. And for what was said, we could probably assume most of it is done. But there's testing to do. There's making sure that no more bugs arise, and if they arise, they need to be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate the opportunity to get my average cost basis down, even though, it's almost like I hate trading. I hate doing it, but it's what's necessary now in order to optimize one's position. So I'm okay with it from that aspect.
Again, I also bought at 20, I also bought at 12, I also bought at 7. So, and I could have just sit on my hands. So I also see it as a good opportunity, and that's why I'm taking advantage of it.
Quick question, guys, if you're available.
Shoot.
I've got a migrated wallet and a vault wallet, and my question was dealing with interacting with your current stakes. I got a stake that's coming up to be complete. There's a portion of that I want to keep liquid, and I guess my main question is, do I have to connect the original address that through the migrated wallet, or can I connect directly to my vault wallet because I want to send a portion of it over to my vault
To end your
wallet?
stake, you need to do it from your initial wallet, the one you staked from.
Okay.
And you need to use it to send your assets to whatever other wallet you want.
Okay. Okay. So I got to interact with the original address and then send it to the vault.
Of course.
Okay. Thanks, Emma. I appreciate it.
Welcome.
In fact, you should do that. As soon as the stake ends, you should hook up the migrated wallet and then transfer those assets that reappear back over to the vault wallet.
Okay. Thank you. Another quick one, or I guess it could be a little bit longer. Pepe or anybody else dealing with your assets and kind of situating yourself up for security. Not that I want anybody to reveal what they're actually doing, but how are you guys approaching dealing with, you got Hex, you got PulseX, and you got Pulse? I mean, are you guys putting them in different wallets, or are you keeping one main vault wallet? How are you guys kind of separating? If you don't mind revealing.
Well, everyone has their own system, I guess.
Right.
But I don't see there's not like one approach, one fits all approach, and really depends on your situation. In terms of having it in separate hardware wallets, it's safer, yes, than having everything in one, because if one gets compromised, you don't lose everything, right?
Right.
But again, then you need to keep more seed phrases or passphrases if you use them secure, right? So it's always a matter of how far are willing to go to keep your funds protected. And that's pretty much it. Of course, it's always better to have more hardware wallets and different assets or portion of assets in each, but then you need to keep them all secure, right?
I would suggest, like, when you're thinking about the future for Pulsechain and the assets that you have on Pulsechain, I would suggest strongly considering keeping them in separate wallets, because the fees will be inconsequential, and you'll be able to get fees from free faucets, and the like. So I don't see too much of a downside in doing it that way, and I would work towards planning towards doing it that way. But whether you do that currently on the Ethereum side, I personally don't, because like I don't want to keep Ethereum and Ether in a bunch of different addresses.
Yeah, I would probably have most of my Pulse in one, most of my PulseX in another, then another one with a little bit of vote to do whatever I want to do, and X the same, even though I have already most of my stakes. The ones I want to create, probably new ones, I'll probably separate it in another address.
Okay. Yeah, I was just kind of questioning of, like you said, with the security, separating whether or not to categorize each token in its own wallet, or having a little bit of each in separate
Well,
wallets.
you can have one wallet with multiple passphrases in order to
True.
get multiple hidden wallets. Maybe simpler than having multiple hardware wallets without a passphrase.
Right.
But if you want to have the best of both worlds, you might want to have multiple addresses and multiple wallets with multiple seed phrases and multiple passphrases. And then you can even go into Shamir secret sharing and all that stuff. But again, then you need to make sure you keep everything safe.
I know. I'm already. This is becoming a friggin' job, and I mean that kiddingly. But it's just all like, I'm not the one that wants to have 20 different addresses and passwords. That's just.
Well, it's not all about gaining. You need to preserve it.
I know.
To keep it secure.
I hear ya. I hear ya. Thanks for you guys' input.
Both of the system work, and you are exchanging security risk of being compromised versus management risk of you fucking up one of your backups or losing something or forgetting
Yeah.
one of the passphrases.
Exactly.
They
Right.
both have inherent risk, and it's up to you what you prefer more.
Right.
You could, if you're fully tinfoil hat, then you can just use both systems, but that's even more work, right?
Yeah.
So you have to like double proof everything, multiple backups. I don't know, divide all your assets onto 10 wallets and then manage all of them. It's really up to you in the end of the day.
Yeah.
Some people prefer the convenience and have only one main wallet that they store everything on, but then they have to make really sure that this one seed is nowhere else. You have a proper backup. You're not using it on a phone. You're not using it on some
Right.
random computer. it's only on an offline device, like a specific laptop that you only use for crypto and not even go online with it. If you are sure for yourself that you can manage that, then you can get away with one vault wallet. But if you know that you might not be the best at security, then you might want to spread your risk and do multiple wallets and divide your assets up just to share the risk.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, your best protection is knowledge. Go read the security list for crypto. Go read the general security list. I think Richard had posted it just recently again. There are two GitHub posts with general security information for the internet, and then there is one that is specific to crypto. I think I did add it to the HWMIG command. If you type into the chat !HWMIG, the list should be in there, I believe.
Okay, I'll look for it.
Go to hexsafe.win, go to howtopulse.com and read about security. Make sure you know what everything is, how it works, and then once you become more knowledgeable, you will be more secure in general.
Yes, I had an interesting situation arise with my Model T, and I ended up having to input the PIN 10, count them 10 times. Now, it was early in the morning. I was trying to get some limit orders in to take advantage of the dip. And I'm like, okay, I must have fat fingered this thing. And I think there was an intermittent failure. So perhaps another reason to get multiple wallets, spread your assets out a little bit, is in case one of these things goes on the fritz and you need to make a trade at that moment. So, but on the 11th
Pepe, I just went through the same thing. I had to go through all 15 times, and that last time took like 10 hours for it to process. And that's when I stepped back and went, what the hell? I think I fat fingered it as well. And it was just ridiculous how long it. I understood the security and why it was just crazy.
It takes longer, right? Every retry. The time
every retry doubles or triples the time you got to wait. It was ridiculous.
Come on, I need to get this matcha limit order play.
Oh, it was painful.
I gotta say, I prefer the ledger model. After 3 times the wrong pin, it just self-destructs.
Oh, wow.
Resets.
I prefer like a combination, because honestly 3 tries would not be enough for me, because I fat finger my Model T well more than 3 times.
I actually prefer the low end Model 1 because you just click it on a keyboard, right, with your mouse. And I've never had a problem there. And actually, I never had a problem with the Model T before either. So it was somewhat startling. I'm like, oh, did someone hack my dresser?
Yeah, I recently just bought and received the Model 1, just so I could familiarize myself with how different it is. Just because I have 2 Model Ts, and like just because of my eyesight, like I fat finger it at least once or twice before I can get in.
I mean, truly, the screen isn't large enough, or the numerics aren't large enough. You know, it's kind of like the iPhone. I have found you almost have to shade a little bit to the top right portion of each number, and then it's more accurate. Of course, when you do that, you're closer to the surrounding numerals. You know, there is some hope here. Looking at Dex Screener, there's over 2 buys for every sell, though the sells tend to be larger than the buys. And but still, there's more buy action as well.
Well, like I said before, the slippage right now for the sells is bigger than for the buys, so it makes sense. Even though there are more buys, that the sells have more price action now.
Yeah, I've tried to do the Johnny Chaos topside limit order, you know, hoping that the thing would wick up to 20 or 24 cents. It hasn't happened yet, but I figured that would be a good use of a bag of hex, right? Catching one of those topside wicks.
I think of it as an incentive to buy, right? People that sell are more penalized than the buyers in terms of slippage.
But have you always used limit orders on Matcha or 1-inch Elmeyer?
No, I haven't. I cannot say I have. Usually, I see the price I like, and I just go in. I I don't use many limit orders. I never needed to before, and I haven't sold anything yet. So
Yeah, I sold my first hex, and my go-to maneuver was to go from my exchange to changenow.io and go straight to hex. But now it's USDC straight to the wallet.
well, actually, I was trying to buy USDC from Coinbase, and for the first time, I was able to directly from euros with a very nice fee, so very low fee compared to just swapping it for Ethereum. But then I went to withdraw it from the wallet, and apparently the whitelisting they have there is a single asset whitelisting. So even though the address is the same, I have to whitelist it again for another asset. So if I wanted to actually use that money right away, I had to then convert it back to Ethereum. So basically, I ended up paying the fees anyway.
That reminds me of the days that I was getting yield from Celsius with my Bitcoin. And, you know, I had enabled the HODL feature. No matter what you do, you can't get your assets out if you turn that thing on. You have to wait 24 hours. And, you know, supposedly it's a higher level of security, but I found it to be a nuisance. And
Well,
then I found Bitcoin to be totally disappointing.
yeah, in terms of security, I agree that the whitelisting of the wallets is a good feature. But again, what's the point of making it single asset? It's like if it's a scammer wanting to take out money from your wallet, he just needs to pay the fees to convert it to the other asset, and that's it. So in terms of security, there's no added security in making it single asset, at least for Ethereum based coins. Like, it doesn't make the
Yeah,
sense.
and so to avoid all that, I no longer use the stored addresses because I also went through the white address thing. I was also delayed a day. And now I just do a transaction and send it to my wallet. So
I
all
should
these little,
probably just remove whitelisting overall because I don't keep money in there. But even to disable it, I need to wait 48 hours anyway. Sorry, you were going to say something.
I agree with you, whitelisting isn't worth it, not in my opinion. So Elmeyer, I don't think I caught your explanation of why sells have more slippage than buys. Could you expand on that?
Well, it's very simple. You go to 1 inch, you put a sell order of 1 million there, you see the slippage, and then you do the same with a buy order, and you see the slippage down is bigger than the slippage up, and that's because more liquidity is on the higher price parts of the pools.
So Redneck pointed out that one of the reasons why some of my earlier limit orders didn't go through is because I didn't adjust the slippage. Is that something you typically do? And if so, on limit orders, what do you tend to set it at?
Again, I haven't used the limit order, so I'm not the best guy for you to ask that. Maybe Dasbam will have more tips on the limit orders than I do. I only use those in exchanges, centralized exchanges. Dasbam, you're there? Can you answer, Pepe?
I always set mine to 0.5%, but they also never triggered, so I don't know. Maybe I'm also not the best to ask it.
Well, especially when the slippage is very high. If you put it very low, even in a normal buy, you have the risk of it not filling, or due to the fact that if it would fill, the slippage would be higher than the limit you set. So again, I believe there's no perfect number. It really depends on the liquidity and the volume at that point in time. So I would say there's no number that fits all purposes, I guess, or all situations.